Chapter 51. Temporal Node. The thing that slithered out of Deputy Padre Mitchell Garrigue's mouth was slender and covered in scaly brownish-green skin, like a diaphanous and fuzzy lizard. As soon as it left Mitchell's body, its dark green vertical eye darted left and right, vigilantly sizing up its surroundings. While doing so, it even peered out the window but didn't detect white paper. Instead, Lumion and Auror sensed the coldness and indifference in its eyes. "What's this?" Lumion asked. Auror shook her head. "I don't know. It looks like a special spirit." Lumion immediately judged. "It sure doesn't look like something good." Even through white paper and the mirror, the lizard-like creature still made him feel uneasy, and his hair stood on end. Auror glanced at him and reminded, "This lizard seems to possess an ability that leads to a degree of mental corruption. Just looking at it from afar makes one feel uncomfortable. If you stare at it for too long, you might end up with mental problems. You must be careful. If the discomfort is serious, immediately close your eyes and try cogitation. Get your mind right before looking again." "It's fine for now," Lumion tersely acknowledged. "What about you? Don't you feel uncomfortable?" Auror smiled and replied, "As a mystery prior, I've seen things more corrupting than this. My resistance is much higher than yours. Besides, don't I go crazy occasionally? It doesn't seem to matter even if I go crazier a little more intensely and frequently." "I think it's necessary to check your mental state when you said that last sentence," Lumion said, half concerned and half joking. Auror chuckled. "That's called being self-deprecating? Sometimes it's not as if I can stop looking just because I want to. The mystery prior's eyes are special and can't be completely sealed. I can only barely prevent it from affecting my daily life." As the siblings spoke, the blurry lizard-like creature crawled along the wall and floor at an extremely fast speed to the bottom floor of the house. A few animal skulls hung on the wall opposite the door on the first floor. They were from wolves, deer, and wild boars. The Deputy Padre, Mitchell Garrigue, wasn't a Cordu native. He ought to have lived in the cathedral, but Guillaume Baynet had prevented him from doing so using an excuse. He could only rent a place from the hunter, Sabate. The lizard burrowed into the wolf's skull and kept entering and exiting the socket. Not long after, it switched to the wild boar's skull and continued doing the same thing. After coming out of the deer's pale white skull, the lizard crawled out of the house at a speed several times faster than a galloping horse. White paper quietly floated in the night sky and followed it. The lizard crawled all the way out of the village and finally arrived at the square. It circled around the cathedral and arrived at the cemetery before plunging into a grave. 10 seconds later, it crawled out and entered another tomb with a tombstone. Just like that, the strange lizard-like creature moved through different graves. Lumion could even imagine the scene of it entering and exiting different human skulls in the coffins. That scene made Lumion's skin protrude with tiny goosebumps. He couldn't help but ask, "What is this guy doing?" Incomprehensible, Auror slowly shook her head. "It's a blind spot in my knowledge." After touring the cemetery, the lizard-like diaphanous creature returned the way it came and entered Mitchell Garrigue's room. It burrowed into Mitchell's mouth and disappeared. After 20 to 30 seconds, Mitchell Garrigue opened his eyes and sat up. He gulped down water from the cup on the bedside table, looking extremely parched. He put down the cup, wiped his mouth, and fell back to sleep. Auror turned her head and looked at Lumion. "How is it? There's indeed something wrong with him, right? How is this a problem? This is a huge problem." Lumion didn't hide his emotions in front of his sister. "Pierre Barry, who grazes humans, the Padre who's key to the time loop, Madame Pualis, who makes men give birth, Naroka, who went to Paramita, an owl who has lived for countless years, and the Deputy Padre who has a lizard living in him. Aren't there too many extraordinary individuals in Cordu?" During the loop, Lumion had griped about how little help Ryan, Lee, and Valentine, the 3 official investigators, had been. In hindsight, how could he blame them? The abnormalities in Cordu were truly exceptional. They might have taken action, but the results were probably unsatisfactory. Auror glanced at her brother, half warning and half teasing. "You haven't mentioned the most remarkable person yet. The only one in the village who can remember the loop and possess a unique dream ruin." Lumion was speechless and felt a headache brewing. Auror turned to the mirror on the table, contemplating. I don't expect any significant changes with the Deputy Padre. Although I could examine his astral projection more thoroughly, it could be hazardous. It's fine if it endangers me, because I'll be another living warlock in the next cycle, but we need more information. We should wait until we have enough before prying deeper. Starting the loop prematurely would waste time explaining and communicating. Lumion agreed, sharing her perspective. Auror then suggested, I plan on having white paper monitor the Padre now. Lumion was taken aback. Didn't you just say we shouldn't pry deeper to avoid triggering the abnormality prematurely? The Padre was the linchpin to the mystery. Wasn't it reckless to rush in like that? Auror smiled at Lumion. I'm sure what I'm doing is safe. Noticing Lumion's confusion and worry, she elaborated, You heard the Padre and Ainz Audioverse's private conversation on April 1st during the previous cycle. The Padre claimed to be an ordinary person, but he had a way to deal with me, a beyonder. Based on the corresponding scene and the fact that there was no reason to lie to an ordinary person like you, I believe the Padre was truly powerless before April 1st. Today is March 29th, and we haven't crossed midnight, so it's safe to spy on him. Lumion felt relieved. That makes sense. Auror continued, From their conversation, I deduced that the Padre found a way to quickly gain beyonder powers on April 1st. If he senses danger, he can become a beyonder instantly. Maybe he has an item that can deal with me. Additionally, the Padre's strength at the Lent celebration didn't match that of a Sequence 9. I suspect he's taking a path beyond the divine paths the mysterious woman mentioned. He's probably praying to a certain entity for a blessing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have grown so powerful in just a few days without any noticeable inclination to losing control. Lumion listened quietly and suddenly recalled something. On the morning of Lent during that cycle, I had just become a hunter when I ran into Ainz Audioverse. I wanted to test myself by fighting him, but he ran away as if he knew I had become a beyonder beforehand. Maybe he had also received a blessing and could sense danger. Lumion added another crucial point. It was probably April 3rd when I saw Ainz Audioverse enter Naroka's house during her funeral. If he had already received a blessing, he wouldn't have failed to detect spying from an ordinary person like me, considering his keenness on the morning of Lent. Auror nodded. In other words, it's highly likely that the Padre's group became beyonders between Naroka's funeral and Lent, between April 3rd and the morning of April 5th. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of them receiving blessings in batches, Auror added. The situation became clearer after this discussion. Lumion smacked his forehead and sighed. What's wrong? Auror asked, confused. Lumion praised her. I should have discussed these things with you earlier. You're much better at analyzing than I am, Auror chuckled. You sure know how to praise me in various ways. You're inexperienced and lack knowledge, so you didn't think of it immediately. You would have discovered these details sooner or later. Although she dismissed her brother's praise, her pleased expression was evident. White paper flew towards the Bainet residence at Auror's command. The Bainet residence was the tallest and most lavish in Cordu, aside from the cathedral and the castle's modified administrator's residence. It was a grayish-blue three-story house with a chimney on top. As the head of the Bainet family, the Padre lived in a room on the top floor's east wing. The dark gray curtains were tightly drawn, and the master of the house appeared to be asleep. This wasn't a problem for white paper. It slipped through the wall and blended into the darkness in the corner. In the room, Guillaume Bainet, who had finished his affair with Madame Pualis, was sitting in a recliner, staring at the curtain in front of the window, dressed in light blue pajamas. Auror's eyes darkened, revealing Guillaume Bainet's aura. The red, green, purple, and blue colors made Lumion dizzy. Recalling his sister's teachings, he tried to differentiate between them and realized that the Padre's body was relatively healthy except for his overzealous desires. What's he thinking about? Which mistress to meet tomorrow? Lumion mocked him, even though the Padre couldn't hear him. At that moment, Guillaume Bainet stood up and punched the air in front of him. It's all your fault. Chapter 52, Entering the Ruins. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Damn it, son of a bitch. Guillaume Bainet's fists continued to hit the air, his rage boiling over at a seemingly invisible creature. His expression was twisted with hatred, and he didn't bother to suppress his emotions. Aurore narrowed her eyes and gestured for white paper to investigate the area. But there was nothing there, just empty air. Lumion clicked his tongue in annoyance. He's been itching for a fight for a while now. Who's he blaming? Aurore shook her head and casually replied. Maybe it's a bishop holding him back, stopping him from rising in rank and gaining extraordinary abilities. Or perhaps someone lured him into secretly worshipping a hidden entity, hoping to receive blessings and grow stronger. She considered that, as the subdeacon of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, a priest overseeing a rural cathedral, establishing contact with a concealed being wouldn't be easy on his own. When it came to matters of supernatural power, he'd undoubtedly turn to the Darij Region's church. The associated occult artifacts and sorcery grimoires would be handed over to the Inquisition for safekeeping or even sealing. They wouldn't be left at Cordu's cathedral. More importantly, it was impressive enough that he could command ancient Faesac. Languages capable of summoning supernatural forces like Hermes and Elvish weren't something a subdeacon like him would encounter. And Aurore, through the eye of mystery prying, had long determined he wasn't someone with innate spiritual prowess who could unintentionally attract malevolence. Thus, without a certain someone's guidance, how could the Padre come into contact with a hidden existence? Aurore considered the possibility that Guillaume Bainet had come into possession of a mysterious item without turning it over. Lumion laughed at the idea. Can't the Padre gripe over that hidden existence? He even dared to make Saint Sith feel aggrieved. It's not impossible for him to blame that hidden existence for enticing him. After mocking Guillaume Bainet, Lumion analyzed seriously. I've been thinking about why the Padre suddenly fell into corruption. There are two suspects. The first is Madame Pualis. She's obviously very powerful. Whether it's Louis Lund, who gave birth in the castle, or the woman suspected to be her in the wilderness surrounded by the undead, it shows that she's not simple. She's involved with abnormal pathways and hidden existences. It's possible that she enticed the Padre. By the way, Lumion smacked his head. What's wrong? Aurore didn't know what her brother had realized. Lumion replied solemnly, Do you think the Padre has ever given birth to Madame Pualis' child? Aurore was filled with regret for believing her brother was on the brink of an important discovery. She snapped, Who told you that Louis Lund's child is Madame Pualis's? What if it's Administrator Bayost's or a hidden existence's? No, if it was, you would have exploded and turned into a monster when you saw that scene. I just find Madame Pualis to be more dominant in her relationship with the Administrator. Before the loop began, Lumion felt that the Administrator, Bayost, was a little weak. He couldn't keep the butler in check and couldn't keep an eye on his wife. When he appeared with Madame Pualis, he always tried to please the latter. Lumion originally thought that the Administrator loved his wife very much, but now he had a new guess. Do you think the Administrator is another fertility tool for Madame Pualis? Perhaps. Aurore held her forehead. The world of mysticism has really broadened my horizons. Many scenes that only exist in novels and imaginations have been realized in some warped manner. After sighing, she muttered to herself, There seem to be more than 1 or 2 children born in the castle. Where are they? Lumion thought for a moment and expressed that he had no idea. Infiltrating the castle and conducting a search was out of the question. Not after what happened to Louis Lund and the events in the wilderness. Whatever it took, he wasn't about to cross paths with Madame Pualis again. Aurore felt the same. After their run-in with Madame Pualis, the siblings wanted nothing more than to avoid her at all costs. The Padre grunted in frustration, downing a glass of red wine to take the edge off. As he stormed over to the bed, Lumion whispered to Aurore. He let out a long breath, put down the tall glass and walked to the bed. It wasn't until the Padre's breathing eased and he seemed to be asleep that Lumion mocked. Look at him, crashing early. What, no late-night rendezvous with his mistress? Oh, he doesn't smoke in private either. This was inferred from the absence of cigar cases, pipe, and other items in the bedroom. Auror chuckled and said, "He doesn't drink much alcohol either. Everyone says he's a pillar of propriety." She dispatched white paper to scout the bedroom. Finding nothing, it returned as instructed. Auror turned to Lumion. "You only mentioned one suspect. What about the other?" "That sneaky owl, always watching, never acting." Lumion voiced his guess. "It might have led the Padre to the legendary warlock's legacy." MMM. Auror felt that the possibility was quite high. Lumion then suggested, "If that owl pays me another visit, we capture it and interrogate it." "You sure you can take down an owl that has lived for centuries?" Auror smirked. "I've got you, haven't I?" Lumion flattered his sister. Auror scoffed. "Our chances aren't great, even with both of us. But we can't just sit around and do nothing. We need to find out what's going on before it's too late. As long as we don't interfere with the advent of the 12th night, we'll be fine." Lumion nodded heavily. Auror noticed his exhaustion and reached for white paper, who had returned. "You've been using your spirit vision too much today. Get some rest. We'll continue tomorrow." She paused for a moment before continuing. "In the morning, I'll teach you the basics of the Hermes language. Then, in the afternoon, go see Pierre Barry and have a drink. I'll sneak into his sheep pen and see if I can get any useful information from his 3 sheep." She thought this was the easiest route to investigate. "Isn't that too risky?" Lumion asked, already on his feet. Auror reassured him with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't pick a fight. I just need to talk to them in Highlander. It shouldn't raise any alarms. They might know something useful." Lumion nodded. "I'll head to All Tavern tomorrow afternoon. I'll try to get to know the 3 foreigners. They could be valuable allies. Of course, he had to be careful not to reveal their identities as Beyonders." "Okay," Auror agreed with her brother's plan. Lumion woke up in his dream bedroom, shrouded in a faint gray fog. As he expected, all the gold, silver, and copper coins, as well as the axe and pitchfork he had collected, were gone. The cycle had reset the dream. "I have to gather them again," Lumion muttered to himself as he left the bedroom and headed to the study. He picked up the liver blue from the table and flipped through it idly. Many of the words had been cut out. Indeed, I was the one to send the request for help. He no longer felt anything about being the one who had sent the request for help. He suspected that Auror had guided him in sending the request. After all, he had no knowledge of mysticism back then, so he would have relied on a reliable messenger or a postman. Speaking of which, Lumion realized that the postman who came once a week wasn't in the loop. He figured that the officials probably prevented ordinary people from entering Cordu after receiving the letter. Lumion looked around for a box to store the letter, but he couldn't remember how many similar items Auror had in her collection, so he gave up. He got dressed in a way that didn't affect his movements, grabbed his iron-black axe, and headed out into the wilderness filled with crevices. He walked towards the ruins surrounding the dark red mountain peak. Lumion easily dispatched the 2 familiar monsters. He slung the shotgun, cloth bag of lead rounds, and assortment of coins. He moved forward cautiously, deliberately avoiding the path he had taken before, knowing that he was not prepared to face the 3-faced monster. As he made his way through the collapsed buildings and thin gray fog, the constantly alert him took a sniff. He caught a whiff of blood. After some thought, Lumion sneaked into the shadows and hid in a hidden space on the top of a half-collapsed house, peering through a gap between a few rocks. In the distance, amidst the barren, rubble-filled wasteland, he saw a lump of flesh slowly wriggling towards a building. The flesh was mixed with yellow fat, as if a creature had been crushed by a falling boulder. Lumion pondered how to deal with such a monster. Should I behead it? But it doesn't even have a head. Suddenly, several dark black, fleshy ropes appeared out of nowhere and bound the blob of flesh tightly. Chapter 53. Mark. Tentacles. Lumion was momentarily dumbstruck before recognizing the appendages that ensnared the fleshy mass. He knew Auror's novels well and had seen all the illustrations. Not only did he recall every melodramatic scene, but he also grasped concepts typically beyond his ken, such as monstrous tentacles. 7 or 8 Inkai tendrils enveloped the fleshy lump, dragging it towards the crumbled building. A figure emerged from the chaos of strewn rubble. The creature bore a humanoid form, its upper body and feet bare, clad only in black pants. But it lacked a head, sporting only a remnant of a neck. A whirl of razor-sharp teeth filled the cross-section, and its crimson skin gleamed between them. Lumion couldn't help but imagine a human whose head and half their neck had been replaced by some bizarre, gaping orifice. He shook his head, unable to locate a weak point for attack. 7 or 8 fleshy tentacles sprouted from the monster's maw, swiftly hauling the fleshy mass before it and hoisting it up. The creature's neckmouth blossomed open like a morning glory. Its pearly, needle-like teeth clamped onto the flesh, swallowing it whole like a snake devouring its prey. Lumion scoffed silently. "So you still need to eat. Thought you guys could survive without food." He then fell into deep thought. Monsters should be common in these ruins. Food must be scarce, so some monsters feed on others like now. Or maybe everyone's both hunter and prey. Could I lure an unbeatable monster to others and exploit the chaos? Theoretically, yes. But it's risky. They might just team up to kill me first. As Lumion mulled it over, he noticed the monster's chest, heaving from the effort of digestion, was beginning to swell and contract, as though it was undergoing intense digestion. This attracted Lumion's attention, and made him realize that the monster's chest was anything but ordinary. 3 black, seal-like marks adorned its pectorals and base of the neck. Lumion's pupils dilated instinctively, straining for a better look. He'd seen something similar on the Padre. At the end of the Lent celebration, the Padre's body had swelled, tearing his clothes to reveal a black mark. Upon closer inspection, Lumion confirmed that the 3 black seals on the monster matched the Padre's. Composed of cryptic words and symbols, they seemed to connect with an ineffable realm. The difference? The Padre bore at least 11 or 12 marks, whereas the monster had only 3. What's the deal with these marks? Are they bestowed by a hidden power? And the more you have, the greater the boon, Lumion wondered, perplexed. He tried in vain to memorize the markings, but couldn't in such a short time. Without pen or paper, he couldn't reproduce them either. The monster finished digesting the fleshy mass. It swung its arm, shaking the fleshy tentacles beside its mouth orifice. The mark beneath its neck glimmered, and a low hum emanated from its chest. The sound swelled, evoking a maelstrom of air tearing through a beehive, whistling in and out of countless tunnels. The trumpet-like orifice gaped wide, amplifying the maddening drone. The cacophony grated on Lumion's nerves, making him itch to pummel the beast. Your noise is unbearable, you know that. As rage coursed through his veins, Lumion acted on impulse, leaping from the partially collapsed rooftop, shotgun in hand. Bang! Lumion hit the ground hard, his eyes locking onto the monster's gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. He was about to rip the other party a new one for being a stubborn old pig, but serenity gripped him like a vice. He felt helpless, like a bystander who had been thrust onto the stage of a deadly play. The monster's blood-red mouth was trained on him, and it made no sound. "Can I say that I'm sorry, that it's a misunderstanding?" he muttered, his voice barely audible. He suspected that there was something wrong with the noise just now, causing him to lose his mind. He jumped out of his hiding spot and tried to attack, but it was too late for apologies. He had to make a choice, fight or flee. With his experience, Lumion knew that running was not an option. The monster was unscathed and ready, its 8 tentacles raised and poised for attack. Therefore, if he really wanted to escape, he had to fight before finding an opportunity. If he wanted to survive, he had to fight. Without hesitation, Lumion raised the shotgun in his hand, loaded with lead bullets. Bang! The monster was caught off guard by Lumion's speed and decisiveness. It had no idea what the shotgun was and didn't stand a chance as it was pelted with lead bullets. Ah! It howled in pain, its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth opening instinctively. Its chest was a bloody mess, including the black mark on its right side. However, the black mark seemed to be engraved in his blood and flesh. It was still clearly visible and remained unharmed. Lumion didn't revel in the monster's screams. He quickly repositioned himself and pulled out a new round from his bag. But before he could take aim again, the black mark on the creature's left side glowed, and it vanished into thin air. Just like that, it disappeared in front of Lumion. Had it escaped or turned invisible? He racked his brain for answers from the various novels Aurora had written and the mysticism knowledge she had taught. Lumion searched frantically for any sign of it, but it was gone. This scene and difficulty that he had never faced before made Lumion panic. He wanted to take the opportunity to escape and subconsciously take a few steps back. Lumion's ankles were suddenly yanked, and he lost his balance, flipping over and hanging upside down. Dark, fleshy tentacles appeared out of nowhere, wrapping tightly around Lumion's legs and hoisting him up. The monster was right in front of him, its black mark glowing on its right side. The vortex-shaped mouth filled with white, razor-sharp teeth widened to reveal a blood-red interior. The stench was overwhelming, and Lumion felt dizzy as he hung upside down. He could see the blood-colored skin of the monster's mouth and countless teeth. Thinking quickly, he grabbed one of the tentacles and wrapped it tightly around his arm. In his hanging state, he aimed his shotgun at the monster's mouth and fired. Bang! The monster screamed as flesh and blood spewed from its mouth. It flung Lumion away, and its body turned transparent before vanishing once again. Lumion hit the ground and rolled before getting back up, determined to find his target. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of blood approaching him. Without hesitation, he leaped in the opposite direction. Dark tentacles emerged from the air where he had been standing, but they missed their mark. The monster reappeared 3 to 4 meters away, its vortex-shaped mouth wide open, ready to strike. Lumion loaded his shotgun with lead rounds, but the black mark on the monster's left side glowed, and it vanished again. Invisibility. It's indeed invisibility. Lumion instantly made a judgment. Coupled with his previous encounter, he believed that this invisibility could not hide his scent, and would lose its effect once he entered an attack state. After figuring it out, Lumion calmed down and mocked inwardly. How can you be invisible if you can't even hide your scent? Capturing traces was a hunter's forte. Lumion regained his composure and calmly surveyed his surroundings as he circled the area. Soon, he spotted the monster's footprints and caught the scent of blood and its unmistakable stench. Using these clues, he dodged the monster's attacks and fired his shotgun, but it seemed to have no vital points. The creature only grew weaker after being hit multiple times. With the lead rounds running low, Lumion quickly thought of a solution. In just a few seconds, he had an answer. He had scouted the area beforehand and found several natural traps that could be used, including one that would be perfect for this monster. As 2 faint footprints appeared in the distance, Lumion turned and ran, narrowly avoiding the dark, fleshy tentacle that missed its target. He kept running, occasionally looking back to make sure the monster was still chasing him and to dodge any attacks. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The monster's noise only fueled Lumion's anger, making him want to turn around and attack with his axe. But he reminded himself that his goal was to kill the creature, not just vent his frustration. Fortunately, he remembered that his goal in running was to kill that guy. At the moment, he wasn't really running away. Anger and frustration didn't change his plan. It only made him more motivated. Thud, thud, thud. Finally, he spotted the half-collapsed building and rushed inside, stopping at the edge and pretending to lie in ambush. Soon, he heard the shallow footprints of the monster approaching, along with its stench and blood. Lumion estimated the distance of the tentacle and took a couple of steps back. With a swing of his axe, he struck a stone pillar that was about to collapse, and then kicked it hard, using the reaction force to roll back. The half-collapsed building couldn't withstand the impact and crumbled, a cascade of heavy rocks filling the passage. Boom! The monster, hiding and ready to attack, let out a fierce scream that lasted only a second before it was silenced forever. Chapter 54. Interpretation. Lumion rolled away before springing back to his feet. The sudden scream and its abrupt end brought him a sense of relief. Still, he remained vigilant. Shotgun slung and axe in hand, he cautiously approached the collapsed building. Dust swirled in the air where bricks and wooden beams once stood, lingering on. Outside, Lumion couldn't spot the monster's corpse. It must be buried beneath the rubble. His sense of smell was compromised in the dusty environment. He raised a hand to shield his nose from the irritants. Given the situation, Lumion retreated several steps, maintaining a safe distance as he patiently waited for the dust to settle. As he stood watch, he scrutinized his surroundings, on alert for any subtle signs of movement or scent. Finally, the air cleared, and his vision returned. Lumion neared the wreckage once more, tracking the scent of blood to find the monster crushed beneath heavy stones. With no need to rush, he employed his hunter expertise to methodically remove the rocks, avoiding any secondary collapse. Simultaneously, he kept his guard up against the monster, which might still be alive and awaiting an opportunity to strike. He pulled away another massive stone, revealing the twisted creature, its head-neck a mangled vortex. Its maw faced the sky, crushed into a gory mess. Its chest was flattened, and its sharp mouth impaled on a jagged stone pillar. Several dark, fleshy tentacles had snapped. If not for its distinct features, Lumion wouldn't have recognized the semi-solid mass as his target. The trap had worked better than he'd anticipated. After confirming the monster's demise, Lumion noticed the 3 black markings on its chest, still clearly visible despite the carnage. It's so odd, this can't be common, even in mysticism, right? Despite going through his sister's crash course, Lumion still had much to learn. He relied on his intuition for judgment. He had planned to use his knife to remove the skin with the black mark, but the creature's chest was too mangled to salvage anything. After pondering for a moment, he tore a piece of cloth from his linen shirt, using it as makeshift paper. Next, he wrapped another strip around his finger, staining it with the monster's blood. Whether it sufficiently isolated potential contamination or poison, he couldn't be sure. If anything happened, he'd have to leave the dream quickly, minimizing any damage to reality. He should recover within hours or half a day. Using the blood as ink, Lumion copied the 3 black marks. As he drew, dizziness struck, and a swelling pain pulsed in his forehead. Lumion surmised from his sister's teachings that his spirituality was nearly depleted. Just copying these marks almost drained me entirely. He was astonished by the bizarre markings and the meager spiritual capacity of a hunter, which he suspected was only slightly greater than a spiritually gifted person. After resting briefly, Lumion continued copying. It took 3 intermittent attempts before completion, his head throbbing. In his current state, further exploration was impossible. He pocketed the cloth, hoisted his axe, and headed back across the wilderness towards home. Emerging from the ruins, he felt a sense of accomplishment, as if he had absorbed a significant portion of the hunter potion. Looks like it was a successful hunt, Lumion mused. His unsorted experiences bubbled to the surface. Staying calm is crucial. When faced with unexpected prey and no time to prepare, calmness is even more vital. Always observe your surroundings and exploit opportunities. With his thoughts racing, Lumion made his way home, ascended to the 2nd floor, and entered the bedroom. He forced himself to memorize the marks for a while before collapsing on the bed in exhaustion. The next morning, when Lumion woke up, his temples were still throbbing a bit. That was a sign his spirituality had been drained in the dream ruins. He shook his head and left the room to splash his face in the bathroom. When he went downstairs, he realized his sister had already made breakfast: toast with jam, sliced sausages, and strong black coffee. "So early," Lumion blurted out in surprise. His sister rarely woke up early. Aurora replied grumpily, "Realizing we're stuck in a time loop and the people around us are getting weirder and creepier, how can you sleep well? Not me." "I've got no choice," Lumion comforted his sister. "At least you can really sleep. I've got stuff to do in my dreams." "That's true." Aurora picked up the coffee laced with half a packet of sugar and took a swig. After her brother sat down and wolfed most of the toast and sausage, she asked, "What did you get out of exploring the dream ruins?" Lumion recounted his run-in with the monster and said, "Aurora, Grand Sower, help me figure out what those 3 black marks mean. At the end of Lent, the priest had something similar on him, but even more." Aurora nodded and took out a fountain pen and a note from a hidden pocket in her beige dress. Lumion began sketching, but he couldn't accurately replicate the black marks. Soon he handed the note to his sister and introduced. I only memorized it a few times. I can't be sure if some of it's right or wrong, but some of it must be. Here, and here are spot on. Just replicating part of the mark had drained a lot of his spirituality. Aurora placed the note on the dining table in front of her and focused on it for a while. These words aren't any I know. The symbols that go with them are more warped than those commonly seen in mysticism, too. Lumion was a little disappointed when Aurora added, judging by the influence of transcendent words and symbols on the surroundings and the leverage the marks have on natural power, I suspect this is the outward manifestation of a special contract. As she spoke, she tapped the note with her index finger. Contract? Lumion asked. Aurora nodded. Paired with your battle with that monster, each black mark should represent a special contract. The effect of this contract is likely helping it gain a superpower from certain spirit world creatures, creatures from other dimensions, or extraterrestrial creatures. So, the black mark on its left chest emits light and grants invisibility. The one below its neck corresponds to a voice that makes people frustrated, resentful, and lose their minds. The one on its right chest didn't show anything. I suspect it has something to do with its mouth orifice, tentacles, or digestion. No wonder. Lumion immediately understood some of the details of the previous battle. He then laughed and said, "The Padre signed more than 10 contracts with different creatures. What does this mean? Everyone can be his daddy." What a strange way to put it, Aurora muttered. From the looks of it, the priest who fought you at the end of Lent didn't even show 1/10 of his strength. He probably only used one ability he got through the contract. His body and mind went out of whack for no reason, and he was at your mercy. Lumion didn't get the previous 2 cycles, but he clearly knew it was luck back then. He eagerly asked, "Can I copy the contract obtained from the monster and contact the corresponding creature?" He was very envious of that invisibility ability. A contract is a contract, and a ritual is a ritual. Do you know how to conduct a ritual? Aurora doused his enthusiasm. Even if you master the ritual, do you know what the price of such a special contract is? The Padre might have only completed it with the blessing of a hidden existence. Aurora paused for a second and muttered to herself. Why does the monster in your dream ruin have such a black mark? Did it also receive the blessing of that entity? As she spoke, Aurora cast her gaze at Lumion's left chest. Could it be related to the black thorn symbol sealing your heart? The Padre had one too. Maybe the thorn symbol represents a hidden existence that created the dream ruin. The key to breaking the cycle might be hidden there. Or maybe reality can only solve the problem by doing something simultaneously with the dream ruin. It's possible. Lumion thought, realizing that this could explain why the monster had a black mark and why the mysterious lady wanted him to explore the dream ruins. He let out an emotional sigh. Aurora, grand sower, your imagination is indeed much richer than mine. That's what an author should be like. Aurora replied with a smile. After breakfast, Aurora brought Lumion to the study to teach him Hermes. They ended the lesson around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, only stopping to grab a quick bite to eat. All right, you can go out and drink with Pierre Barry now, Aurora said, realizing it was time and that no one would suspect them. Lumion acknowledged her instruction briefly and expressed his concern. You must be careful. Aurora was going to take the risk of coming into contact with the 3 sheep to gather information. Lumion arrived at the dilapidated 2-story house where Shepherd Pierre Barry lived and looked around before asking the old woman, "Where's Pierre?" The old woman, Pierre Barry's mother, Marty, appeared to be in her early 50s, but had many wrinkles due to overexertion from work. Her skin was freckled and her black hair had turned gray. She looked almost as old as Naroka. He went to the cathedral, Marty replied. Lumion was alarmed. He went to the cathedral again, chapter 55, persona. If Lumion remembered correctly, Pierre Barry would undoubtedly visit the cathedral to offer his prayers past noon of March 30th. He and Riamund had crossed paths with him during the previous cycle, and Lumion had also encountered him at the village square at a similar hour. However, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. When did he leave? Lumian inquired. Marty pondered for a moment and responded, around the time taken to cover a mile. In the countryside, except for a handful of people, hardly anyone owned a timepiece. Time was generally conveyed through specific activities and indications, such as grape harvesting season, the duration of a mile's walk, and so forth. Obviously, if the time frame was brief enough for people to perceive it more distinctly, a few minutes and 15 minutes would be employed in verbal expressions. A mile? That isn't too far. Lumian speculated that Pierre Barry had already gone to the cathedral around noon and had yet to return. 1 mile in Cordoue was equivalent to 1 kilometer in the Intisian metric system. After bidding farewell to Pierre's mother, Marty, Lumian departed from the Barry residence and proceeded towards the village square. He was unsure whether Pierre Barry had visited the cathedral at noon and returned again in the afternoon, or if something had cropped up, delaying his return. If it was the former scenario, Lumian could sense something brewing. It was highly unusual for Pierre Barry to frequently visit the cathedral to meet the Padre. Something dreadful was certainly afoot. If it was the latter scenario, it would be a massive problem. Before Lumian, who retained his memories, and Aurore, who already knew the cycle, made an attempt, the history should remain unaltered. If there were any deviations, it could indicate that the siblings had not completely comprehended the pattern of the cycles, or that there were others who could retain their memories. With this in mind, Lumian heaved a sigh and raised his hand to strike his face. He was so startled that he forgot to inquire if Pierre had visited the cathedral at noon. That was crucial. It was far too suspicious to turn back and ask now. Lumian could only obtain some information from Pierre when they drank together later. He quickly suppressed his frustration and strode towards the square. Upon entering the Cathedral of the Eternal Blazing Sun, he saw the Padre, Guillaume Bainet, standing in front of the altar with several sunflowers. He was conversing with a few individuals seated in the front pew. As soon as Lumian entered, Guillaume Bainet ceased speaking and glanced over. Some plot. Lumian smiled as he approached the altar, observing the individuals listening to the Padre's sermon. He spotted Shepherd Pierre Barry, the thug Pons Bainet, and a few of his henchmen. He also saw the Padre's mistress, Madonna Bainet, and Sybil Barry. He was surprised to see a man here, but also found it reasonable, Arnault André, Naroka's youngest son, a farmer in his 40s. "Hello, Pierre." Lumian greeted him with a smile, but he halted midway. The second half of his sentence was meant to be, "Aren't you buying drinks? Why are you here?" However, he suddenly became vigilant and remembered that this arrangement had yet to occur in this cycle. This was something that had only transpired in the previous cycle. This was the first time Lumian had encountered Shepherd Pierre Barry in this cycle. As Cordue's prankster king, Lumian's reflexes were lightning quick. He promptly altered his posture and extended his arms towards the altar. Praise the sun. Keeping up the facade, his thoughts raced as he conjured up a fresh alibi. After paying homage to the sun and receiving a response from the priest, Lumian pivoted and addressed Pierre Barry, who sat at the front row's edge, gazing at him with bewilderment. "I heard you had returned to the village, so I went to your dwelling to seek you out. Lo and behold, you're here in the cathedral." He didn't specify who had informed him, knowing that Pierre Barry would have been spotted en route to the cathedral. With no witnesses to his lie, Lumian had a fallback option. Ava's father, the cobbler Guillaume Lizier. "Why are you looking for me?" Pierre Barry rose to his feet, clad in a dark brown robe, his blue eyes brimming with gentle amusement and perplexity. Lumian had already prepared a plausible excuse. He grinned and responded, "I yearn to hear your tales while tending to your flock. Diverse countries, varied hamlets, and sundry locales. They must be enthralling." In the past, he had frequently conversed with newly returned shepherds to enrich his knowledge. Without waiting for Pierre Barry's reply, Lumian shifted his gaze from his disheveled and greasy black hair to his brand-new leather shoes. "Did you make it rich?" "My current employer was more generous this time and bestowed upon me quite a few things," Pierre Barry replied with a smile. "I'll treat you to a drink later." "All right." This was precisely what Lumian had been angling for. He even inquired, When will you be heading there? This displayed the panache of a regular patron of all tavern. He was unashamed when it came to cadging a glass of wine. Pierre Barry glanced at Guillaume Bainet, the priest, and received a corresponding hint. "How about after dinner?" he suggested. "Agreed," Lumian assented readily. Thereafter, under the scrutiny of the shepherd, priest, Pons Bainet, and company, he seated himself in the second pew closest to him. Pierre Barry was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you going back?" Lumian beamed. "I haven't prayed in ages. I'll seize this opportunity to pray, lest the deity thinks I'm not devout enough. Carry on, carry on. Pretend I'm not here." Saying so, he closed his eyes, lowered his head slightly, and crossed his arms over his chest. Pierre Barry, Guillaume Bainet, Pons Bainet, and the rest exchanged glances, at a loss for words. After patiently waiting for an extended period, and observing Lumian still engrossed in prayer, the priest turned to Pierre Barry, gesturing for him to inquire. Pierre Barry approached Lumian's side and patted his shoulder. "How long do you intend to pray?" Lumian opened his eyes and stated gravely, "I plan to pray until dinner time. Since there's nothing else to do, I can make a confession later." Guillaume Bainet's forehead twitched upon hearing this. Gazing at Madonna, Sybil, Pons, Arnault, and the others waiting for him, he exhaled slowly. He signaled to Pierre Barry and gestured towards the door. Pierre Barry comprehended the priest's unspoken message and hastily informed Lumian, "I'm done praying. Shall we proceed to All Tavern now?" "Absolutely." Lumian stood up, grinning from ear to ear. There was nary a hint of solemnity or piety in his demeanor. Previously, he had discerned that his arrival had impeded the padre and his accomplices' machinations. In a mischievous attempt to play a prank, he feigned interest and lingered until Pierre Barry was required to depart prematurely. He surmised that the padre saw through his act, but what use was being the prankster king of Cordoue if he didn't create a bit of mischief in such circumstances? He had to maintain his persona to avoid arousing suspicion. Lumian lamented his sister's probable departure to Barry's abode to confer with the three sheep. Had she been present, he could have dispatched white paper to the cathedral to clandestinely overhear the padre's scheme and glean valuable intelligence. "Perhaps I can undertake this in the next cycle, but would Pierre detect our surveillance? Pierre is no simpleton. He is certainly more capable than an ordinary person like the padre." Lumian's thoughts raced as he trailed Pierre out of the cathedral and towards the All Tavern. In the sheep pen behind the Barry household, Aurore, donned in a white gown, circumnavigated the woods and vaulted the wooden fence. As an alluring woman seldom seen in the village, she had to choose this relatively secluded path. Otherwise, she would be subjected to small talk or worse, suspicion. When will I learn the spells of invisibility and shadow concealment? Aurore ruminated wistfully as she advanced towards the three sheep that had huddled beside a haystack. Speaking in Highlander, she said, "Do not fret. I am the adversary of Shepherd Pierre Barry." The eyes of the three sheep, whose coats were besmirched with filth, underwent a rapid transformation. Their initial vigilance and apprehension gave way to hope and perplexity. Despite their initial reservations, they did not retreat and permitted Aurore to approach. Aurore continued, "I discovered your peculiarities through certain means. You were once human, were you not?" The eyes of the three sheep were suddenly imbued with shock, elation, hope, and skepticism. They instinctually bleated. Aurore surveyed them. "You cannot speak, but you can write, can you not?" One of the sheep was stupefied for a moment before hastily inscribing on the ground. It scribbled a simple Highlander word. Yes, the sheep was confirming that they were once human. "What transpired? Why were you transformed into sheep?" Aurore pondered briefly before adding, "Write the beginning, middle, and end separately to save time." The three sheep divided the task and inscribed different portions of the narrative on the surface of the soil using their hooves. Before long, they had each completed a sentence. "We were caught. A ritual was conducted. Swaddled in sheepskin and metamorphosed into sheep. A ritualistic sorcery that can convert a human into a sheep using sheepskin. HMPH. That is decidedly easier than transfiguring a person into a sheep. The only question is, which deity was the ritual invoking?" Aurore queried as her mind raced. Did Pierre Barry capture you? Is he alone? She wished to ascertain Pierre Barry's current strength. Yes. One of the sheep responded. The other sheep added more. He has an accomplice. They were both exceedingly formidable. Pierre Barry was already immensely powerful before his return to the village. Aurore suddenly detected something amiss. Why did Pierre Barry appear to be under the sway of Guillaume Baynet? The Padre, Guillaume Baynet, was still an ordinary person. Chapter 56. Intuition. The more Aurore ruminated on the matter, the more her suspicions intensified. How could the powerless Guillaume Baynet possibly subdue the mighty Pierre Barry, who possessed no less than supernatural abilities? If the Padre was indeed favored by the clandestine force to the extent that his clique considered him their leader, he should have been bestowed with a boon long ago and elevated above the common masses. Should he decline the boon, he would inevitably face ostracism. In these circumstances, his standing, authority, and machinations paled in comparison to his might or the gulf that separated him from divinity. Aurore lacked the luxury of time to ponder this, and could only conceive of two plausible explanations. Either Guillaume Baynet was not the true leader of the small group, and was merely exploiting his status to orchestrate and conceal the anomaly from the eternal blazing sun church in Darij. Or he was not rejecting the boon, but merely biding his time to attain greater power. Neither explanation boded well. Aurore directed her gaze at the three sheep and inquired, "Who was the man that accompanied Pierre Barry in his assault on you?" The three sheep scribbled down their responses. "Niort Best. A shepherd named Niort. He goes by the name Niort. Niort Bastet, too, has achieved extraordinary power." Aurore was acquainted with the individual in question. Niort was a fellow shepherd from Cordoue who frequently grazed his flock alongside Pierre Barry, but he had seemingly not returned early this time. "Where is Niort?" "I did not spot him in the village," Aurore queried. The three sheep moved a few steps away and found a new patch of unmarked soil on which to write. "He's dead." "I killed him. We took him out, but we were apprehended. Had he fallen victim to a counterattack?" Aurore nodded pensively. "Are all of you Beyonders?" The three sheep ceased writing Highlander with their hooves and nodded in assent. Aurore acknowledged them tersely as she raced to process the implications. "Pierre Barry and Niort Best are hunting Beyonders. What is their motive?" "And one of them is now dead. Either Niort's abilities paled in comparison to Pierre's, or they had acquired their powers through the boon and were far from proficient in wielding them." It was certain that the Beyonder battles would encounter complications. Aurore glanced at the three sheep once more and asked, "Do you know why Pierre captured you?" The three sheep resumed writing. "I have heard him speak of God and devotion. It may be for a blood sacrifice. I suspect he wants to offer us as a sacrifice to an evil god." Indeed, Beyonders possess remarkably high spirituality and unique characteristics. They are far superior to ordinary mortals as sacrificial offerings, and they can appease malevolent gods more effectively. Pierre Barry and Niort Best were using grazing sheep as a ruse to abduct Beyonders from other countries to offer them up as sacrifices. It is a scheme that can easily evade the local authorities' notice. Aurore nodded imperceptibly. She spoke solemnly. "Did Pierre mention the honorific name of that god? Or rather, who were they praying to during the ritual that transformed you into sheep?" The three sheep were taken aback, as if they were awash in recollections. Suddenly, they lowered their heads and extended their hooves towards the soil before them. For some inexplicable reason, Aurore felt that the temperature had plummeted, and the sun had been obscured by dark clouds as a chilly mountain breeze swept past. The three sheep began writing. Aurore's spiritual intuition sounded a powerful alarm, prompting her to bellow, "Hold on." The three sheep lifted their heads and looked at her. At some point, blood-red tears had welled up in their eyes, and their fur was stained and ghastly. In the next moment, they resumed writing. Aurore whirled around and dashed towards the fence. As she exited the pen and looked back, the three sheep were bathed in the sunlight. If not for the bloodstains on their faces, everything seemed entirely ordinary. Thump, thump, Aurore's heart continued pounding. Panting heavily, she breathed a sigh of relief. If I had not learned to seal my sight and glimpse things I should not have seen, I would not have reacted in time. She produced a vial of iron-black powder and scattered it over the sheep pen. The words etched in the soil vanished as though by an unseen hand. As for the stains on the sheep's faces, Aurora found it challenging to expunge them using spells, so she refrained from approaching them and merely washed them away with water. She feared that the 3 sheep were different from before and harbored latent dangers. In All Tavern, Lumion sat at the bar, sipping on light green absinthe, his right elbow propped up casually as he surveyed the room. He searched for the mysterious lady, but she was nowhere to be seen, nor were Ryan, Lee, and Valentine. Lumion knew not when the former would arrive, and as for the latter 3, he assumed they were wandering the village, engaging in idle chatter. Pierre Barry, who had just finished his glass of absinthe, picked up a new pale green liquid and babbled. "I had a chance to get married." "Is that so?" Lumion scoffed. "Who would fancy a shepherd?" Pierre sighed and replied. "Most of the pastures we graze in are owned by manor owners or nearby villages. If we want to graze, we have to pay a ranch tax or marry a village girl and settle down there." Lumion smiled. "That's a good thing for a shepherd." Pierre took a sip of absinthe and glanced sideways at Lumion. "That girl must fancy you and not ask for dowry. At one time, a lady thought I was not bad and didn't mind that I was a pauper and a shepherd. She was willing to marry me. Was she very foolish?" "Yes," Lumion nodded honestly. Pierre took another sip of absinthe and was silent for a long time before saying, "Later, she died. She worked in a factory in the suburbs and fell ill due to exhaustion. I went to several cathedrals, got the priests to pray for her, and found doctors to treat her, but it was useless. After that day, I realized something." Lumion asked, taking a swig of absinthe. "What was it?" Resentment flashed across Pierre's face as he replied, "Those who possess flesh and excrete from their posterior cannot absolve us of our predicament," Lumion asked. "So those without flesh and those who do not excrete from their posterior are acceptable," Pierre chuckled. "Those are saints and angels, but will they deign to look at us?" Lumion tusked. "Then why did you go to the cathedral to seek the Padre's counsel?" "Not only does he possess flesh and excrete from his posterior, but he also indulges in the carnal pleasures with women." Pierre turned his head towards Lumion and cast a sidelong glance. "You fail to comprehend. He possesses a certain intellectuality that can redeem our souls." "Intellectuality." Lumion struggled to grasp the term. Pierre took another sip of his light green absinthe, seemingly oblivious to the question. Lumion dared not press the matter further and instead inquired, "I heard that you visited the cathedral at noon. Why did you return in the afternoon?" Pierre's warm smile illuminated his face as he replied, "In the afternoon, one can converse with like-minded individuals." He did not deny that he had visited the cathedral at noon. Lumion breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that for the time being, no one else would retain their memories and disrupt the flow of history. He suspected that Pierre Barry had visited the cathedral at noon to confer with the Padre in advance of their small group discussions scheduled for the afternoon. After their libations, and with the sun setting on the horizon, Lumion and Pierre Barry bid each other farewell and returned to their respective abodes. Ainz Audioverse, the Padre's younger brother, abruptly emerged with a few thugs and obstructed Lumion's way upon him reaching a secluded path. The brawny, raven-haired, azure-eyed Ainz Audioverse stared at Lumion and smirked maliciously. "You were good at pranks in Z afternoon, no? Wasting our time in Z Cathedral. If Z Padre wasn't there, I would have beaten you up, eh? Bastard, come and eat Daddy Ponz's Roman 20. Initially taken aback by this imbecile's foolishness, Lumion was elated. His and Aurora's judgment was correct. In the previous cycle, Ainz Audioverse likely hadn't acquired supernatural abilities before Naroka's funeral, and thus had no sense of danger. He had actually dared to obstruct a Beyonder's path. Without hesitation, Lumion turned and bolted, with Ainz and his thugs in hot pursuit. However, as soon as they exited the trail between two buildings, they lost sight of their quarry. Ainz Audioverse scanned his surroundings and ordered his subordinates, "Spread out and search." He deemed it impossible for Lumion to have fled so swiftly and believed he was hiding nearby. The thugs dispersed and combed the area for any potential hideouts, leaving Pons Bayonet alone at the trail's entrance. Lumion, who had ascended to the second floor of the adjacent building, chuckled and leapt towards Pons. Bang! Pons was sent hurtling to the ground with tremendous force, gasping for breath and momentarily incapacitated. Had Lumion not restrained himself and struck him directly, he might have broken several bones. Lumion stood up, clasped Pons's forearms and smiled at him, saying, "Come, let us become better acquainted." Before Pons could offer any resistance, Lumion pulled him into his embrace and kneed him. Pons's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, and his face twisted in agony. Thud Lumion released him, allowing the man to crumple to the ground like a shrimp. He then turned and darted down the trail, vanishing from sight before the thugs returned. In the kitchen, which also doubled as a part-time living and dining area, Lumion updated his sister on his situation. Pierre Barry visited the cathedral in the afternoon. It's confirmed that Pons Bayonet still lacks any superpowers. Aurore nodded slightly and recounted her own experience, particularly the inexplicable danger at the end. Lumion pondered for a moment before remarking. That enigmatic lady claimed that certain entities might corrupt you merely by acknowledging their existence. Chapter 57. Arrangements. Aurore recollected the situation and surmised that her brother's account was accurate. She sighed, overcome with emotion, and remarked, "To think that such dreadful corruption can be brought about by that concealed entity worshipped by Pierre Barry and his accomplices. Even the evil deities mentioned in ancient manuscripts fail to elicit such a reaction." Lumion showed no signs of surprise and said, "Otherwise, why are we trapped in a time loop?" The more Aurore contemplated, the more perplexed she became. She muttered, "Is it possible that we have to confront the concealed entity on the 12th night and defeat it to end the cycle? This would entail gathering ingredients, digesting the potion, and undergoing repeated cycles to become a deity." Lumion interrupted her train of thought as he realized that his sister was becoming increasingly irrational. "Stop. It cannot be this extreme." Aurore acknowledged his remark tersely and nodded slightly. "You are right. We have at most one more cycle. It is impossible for us to become deities within 20 days. She then shrugged and added, "There is no hope. Let us wait for death." Even Lumion, who had an inventive mind, struggled to keep up with his sister's thoughts. Aurore exhaled and looked at her brother. "All right, I am done venting. Continue." "Huh." Lumion appeared puzzled and took a few seconds to understand what his sister meant by continuing. "By the look of things, the 3 transformed sheep are to be offered as sacrifices and brought back to Cordu. It is no surprise that they did not wait until early May. The 12th night is, in fact, the day of a grand-scale sacrifice to the concealed entity." Aurore's eyes scanned the surroundings, and she said, "That was my assumption, but why did the Padre and his accomplices receive varying degrees of blessings before Lent? According to my understanding, it should have been an exchange through sacrifice." Drawing on his malicious perspective, Lumion made a bold conjecture based on the previous cycle's events. A small sacrifice and a grand ritual. At the end of the Lent celebration, the Padre, who had obtained extraordinary powers, no longer concealed his abnormality. It is evident that he was planning something significant. After pondering for a moment, Aurore said, "The Lent celebration could be a part of the grand ritual. Before the grand ritual, the Padre made up his mind and offered his soul to the evil deity. With a certain amount of offerings, he obtained a plethora of blessings, completely revealing his true colors. By the looks of it, everyone in Cordu will be implicated once the Lent celebration commences. No one can escape." The siblings exchanged glances and believed that their assumption was close to the truth. However, if the abnormality erupted entirely from the Lent celebration until the 12th night, how could they patiently wait until the final ritual to find the key to the cycle? There was a high probability that everyone in the village, apart from those who died as sacrifices, would be corrupted. "I am only a sequence 7, Aurore covered her face and said, "and you are only a sequence 9. They were facing such a dire situation. Based on Lumien's account of the battle at the end of the Lent celebration, and Auror's recent experience hunting black-marked monsters, she knew that she was no match for the Padre who had received a boon. She felt that she had to prepare in advance before she could confront Pierre Barry. Lumien had fortunately defeated the mutated Padre in a 1-on-2 battle. Yet, preventing the Padre and his accomplices from obtaining supernatural powers in advance could avert the 12th night. The cycle would most likely restart in advance. Hell difficulty? Hell difficulty. Auror slammed the dining table with a mournful expression. Without waiting for Lumien's response, she raised her hands and tousled her blonde locks, as if releasing pent-up emotions. After a series of gestures, Auror composed herself and calmly addressed Lumien. "Seek out the trio of foreigners tomorrow morning. You may disclose the abnormality in the village to them. Concealing our status as Beyonders is unnecessary." "It's very dangerous," Lumien instinctively replied. Was it not natural for wild Beyonders to be considered culpable when they encountered officials? Auror let out a slow exhale and stated, "In this predicament, we can't care less. Other than the enigmatic lady, the trio are likely the most reliable individuals in the village. Moreover, each of them possesses strength that is on par with mine or even surpasses it. We are all in the same boat. Do not underestimate one another. Whether one is a wild Beyonder or an official, we must band together. As for the possibility of being hunted down by officials in the future, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, we must focus on escaping this loop." Lumien had heard his sister use the phrase "all in the same boat" before. He knew it implied that everyone was in a similar predicament and facing the same problem. If something were to happen, no one could escape. They had to stand together. "Very well, I will seek them out tomorrow," he assented. Auror continued, "I now suspect that someone else is behind the Padre and Pierre. He is the root of the corruption." "Madame Puales?" Lumien guessed. "Not only is she powerful, but she is also the Padre's mistress. She can control him in secret and use him to influence the others in the village. But she has no apparent connection to Pierre." Auror gazed at her brother, frowning in contemplation. From the encounter with the 3 sheep, Pierre and Niort should have gained supernatural powers when they grazed the plains last October. At the very least, they should have acquired the corresponding knowledge. This is because they did not return midway, so it is impossible to obtain it elsewhere. This means that the abnormality in the village can be traced back to July and August of last year. Did you notice any anomalies? Lumien shook his head slowly. No. He had initially thought that he was thoroughly acquainted with Cordu, but now he realized that the undercurrents had been present for over half a year. This realization filled him with dread and made him feel like a stranger in his own home. What is the problem? Lumien felt as though he was shrouded in layers of fog. He could never discern the truth of the matter. Auror continued, "It could also be that owl. Perhaps the legendary warlock who died is not truly deceased. He may still be hiding somewhere in the village, or perhaps someone who we frequently encounter. He may have already discovered that I am a warlock and deliberately suppressed the legend from me. There are no such restrictions for ordinary individuals like you." Auror instructed in a low voice. "Notify me immediately the next time the owl pays a visit. I will get white paper to track it and determine its whereabouts." Lumien tersely acknowledged his sister's request, indicating that he too was waiting for the owl to appear. "This time I will pluck all your feathers." He cursed inwardly. Auror pondered for a moment before issuing a third directive. "Tomorrow afternoon, I shall extend an invitation to Madame Puales. The administrator remains at his post, leaving the butler and the servants as the only occupants of the castle. You may clandestinely enter and scour for any clues. If you are successful in persuading the 3 foreigners in the morning to come, we can get their aid in this operation." She dared not let white paper venture to Madame Puales's place while she was present. Nevertheless, she could not afford to be distracted whilst in Madame Puales's company, thus she had to rely on her brother. Lumien nodded before advancing the suggestion. "I would advise against being alone with Madame Puales. I fear she may seize the opportunity to deal with you." Shall we invite Nazeli and the others to an afternoon tea gathering? The more individuals present, the safer it would be. Indeed. Aurora deemed it a superior option. She then remarked in a tone that was equal parts apprehensive and teasing. You must exercise caution after infiltrating the castle. I do not wish to end up an ant. Lumion dared not retort, but gave her a glance that conveyed, I am more concerned about your safety, for Madame Pualis will be with you. During supper, Aurora set white paper free to monitor the sheep pen. She discovered that the 3 sheep had licked the blood off their faces, preventing Shepherd Pierre Barry from detecting any anomaly. Following that, Lumion resumed his education on mysticism until he fell asleep. He acquired mastery over many Hermes words, including me, name, summon, need, light, and sun. Light served as an incantation to activate the integrity brooch. There were 3 paragraphs in total. Lumion awoke in the room shrouded in a faint gray mist. He strode to the window and scrutinized the dark red peak and the dilapidated edifices that surrounded it once more. I wonder what secrets lie here, Lumion muttered. As he gazed, a thought suddenly struck him. The ruins contained too many hazardous zones that he either could not or dared not approach. For instance, the lair of the 3-faced monster. However, if he could summon a spirit world creature akin to white paper and forge a pact with it, allowing it to infiltrate and observe, he ought to be able to gather more intelligence. His vision, sense of smell, and hearing were all heightened by his Beyonder characteristics. In theory, they constituted a kind of supernatural power that could be conveyed upon white paper. As he ruminated, Lumion muttered to himself, the problem now is whether I can summon a spirit world creature in the dream ruins. If I cannot, can I utilize our connection to bring it into the dream after summoning and forging the pact in reality? What implications will the addition of a contracted creature have on the cycle? Can the corresponding spirit world be added to the mix? If not, once the summoning duration elapses, the contracted creature will return and the cycle will recommence. The more Lumion thought about it, the more his head throbbed. He felt a profound reverence for mysticism. He could only hope to swiftly master a few languages that would enable him to complete a summoning ritual. Without further ado, he seized his shotgun, the meager quantity of lead bullets that remained, and the sharp axe. He departed his home, traversed the wilderness, and re-entered the ruins. Chapter 58. Cherishing Talent. After 2 nights of reconnaissance, Lumion discovered that the monsters inhabiting the outskirts of the dream ruins were fewer in number than he'd initially believed. Having dispatched the skinless creature, the shotgun-wielding monstrosity, and the monster with the black mark, Lumion found little else in his search of the area. All he uncovered were a few twitching chunks of flesh. Their sole purpose seemed to be as sustenance. Yet Lumion had long since realized that he had no need for food within the dream. Each time he entered, he felt invigorated and hunger-free. His energy would wane only after extended bouts of exploration or combat, replaced by a sensation akin to hunger. But it was a mild feeling that didn't necessitate additional nourishment. Once the hunger became unbearable, Lumion's spiritual reserves and stamina would be all but depleted. Physically and mentally drained, he'd be forced to exit the dream. After consuming a meal and recovering in the real world, he would return to the dreamscape, his vigor restored and hunger vanquished. As he delved deeper, Lumion surveyed his surroundings for any signs of collapsed structures. He discovered a smattering of coins, but their combined value amounted to little more than a louis d'or. He found merely a few liver blue inscribed with words. Left with no alternative, Lumion decided to venture further into the ruins. He cautiously navigated through the faint gray fog and oppressive darkness, weaving between the ruins' standing and fallen walls. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a series of shallow, bizarre footprints. It was difficult to classify them as footprints. The left one appeared ordinary, but the right seemed more akin to a palm imprint. Another monster? Lumion stealthily trailed the footprints, all the while scrutinizing his environment and envisioning the ideal battlefield for various scenarios. Eventually, he detected movement, prompting him to halt. He skirted around the area and scaled a toppled building, using the scattered, hefty rubble as cover. Peering out cautiously, Lumion surveyed the source of the noise. There, in the center of an uncluttered wasteland, stood a figure that could scarcely be described as human. While vaguely humanoid in shape, closer inspection revealed a host of incongruities. Two eyes occupied the space where a nose should have been. Above them, a mouth, and below, a pair of ears. The nose was nestled near the temples, while a leg and an arm replaced each shoulder. The lower half of the figure consisted of another leg and arm. The entire form seemed to have been haphazardly assembled from mismatched human components. This revelation instantly clarified the nature of the peculiar tracks Lumion had been following. The creature was garbed in a brown, short-sleeved shirt and dark blue trousers, typical attire for lower-class Intisions. It paced the barren landscape, shoeless and hatless. Lumion refrained from attacking, opting instead to observe patiently. Before long, the monster raised an arm and contorted its body backward, its head making contact with the ground. It's incredibly flexible. It would make a great dancer. Lumion mused sardonically. As if on cue, the creature launched into a dance. Its movements alternated between bold and graceful, sometimes bizarre and comical, yet always rhythmic. More notably, the creature seemed to possess no skeletal structure, its limbs twisted and folded behind its back, and its legs and arms intertwined with ease. As the prankster king of Cordu village, Lumion quickly devised a fitting moniker for his newfound quarry: Noodle Man. Drawing on his observations, he began to formulate a strategy for the impending confrontation. I mustn't assume that I can evade its attacks simply by maneuvering behind it. Noodle Man is capable of treating its front and back interchangeably. I must be wary of its potential to constrict me like a serpent. Though its vital points remain uncertain, it does have a head. I'll start by chopping off that. As Lumion's thoughts raced, the monster's dance grew increasingly frenetic. It leaped skyward, limbs splayed as if attempting to embrace the heavens. Lumion found himself somewhat entranced, an urge to sway his body in sync with the creature's movements taking hold. He couldn't help but recall a melody his sister often played, the beat echoing through his mind. Dum tch, dum tch. Suddenly, a warmth spread across his left pec as whispers seemed to reverberate in his skull. His scalp prickled and body shuddered, as though the phantom voice that had once pushed him to the brink of madness was about to speak again. Lumion hastily undid the buttons of his leather coat and gray shirt with his left hand and gazed at his bare chest. The Inkai thorn mark over his heart had returned. The bluish-black symbol, consisting of an eye and writhing worms, materialized and bore down on the former. Lumion froze in shock as his mind raced. I hadn't even entered cogitation, let alone held it for a few seconds. Did Noodle Man's dance somehow trigger this? Is there something related to mysticism about that dance? Some hidden magic? Luckily, when the mark activates like this, the horrific whispers are nearly mute. It won't drive me to death's door or strip me of all restraint. But I'll suffer a skull-splitting migraine, uncontrollable tremors, and disorientation. Since becoming a hunter, Lumion had avoided entering that cogitation state to tap into his special trait. The danger seemed far greater now. Before, he had flirted with death and emerged unscathed. But now, hovering at death's door might cause him to lose all self-control, with irreparable consequences. Worse, excessive exposure to that ghastly whisper might drive him irreparably insane, even if he survived and retained control. He dared not take that risk again unless it was a last resort. After 2 or 3 seconds, Lumion was no longer astonished by the thorn symbol being stimulated by Noodle Man's dance. An indescribable joy welled up in his heart. He could endure such a negative state completely. So, is there a chance that by learning Noodle Man's dance, I can dance it ahead of time to activate? Partially activate the special trait of my dream when hunting powerful monsters. Then, I'll charge at the stunned target and finish it off in a few moves. Even if I can't fully trigger my special trait by dancing, it should be useful. I don't expect the target to give up resisting like the shotgun monster. It's enough to weaken them greatly. Lumien's thoughts raced. The more he watched the dancing noodle man, the more he found it pleasing. The eyes on the nose, the mouth on the forehead, and the arm that acted as a leg. How could any of that be as beautiful as the magical dance in the blink of an eye? Lumien felt a strong sense of cherishing such talent, allowing him to find a reason. Auror said that we can't select talents with a uniform standard. So, why must it be a human and not a monster? He decided not to hunt the noodle man before mastering the dance. He would come and observe it a few times every night to try to master it as soon as possible. Of course, he planned to experiment with the other party first. He wanted to see how the incomplete special trait would affect the monster. Lumien quickly made up his mind. He didn't button his clothes and bared his left chest. He circled around the cover and jumped from the collapsed house to the wasteland. Noodle Man's dance abruptly halted. It began to tremble. It turned to Lumien, prostrated itself, and lay on the ground. Lumien stopped and didn't approach further, maintaining a safe distance. Noodle Man didn't move. Lumien nodded imperceptibly and muttered to himself. Even when facing my special trait that hasn't been fully activated, such a low-level monster will give up resisting and express its submission. I wonder what will happen to those at a higher level or those with Beyonder characteristics. What I can be sure of is that the effect won't be as good. Lumien looked at Noodle Man and smiled. Come on, dance again. Noodle Man didn't dare look up. It was unknown if it understood what Lumien was saying. Seeing that his sincere words were ineffective, Lumien emphasized. Quick, dance for your pay again. Noodle Man's body trembled as it continued to prostrate. How can I communicate with it if monsters can't understand human language? Lumien felt a little helpless. He immediately put his newly acquired Hermes vocabulary to use and said, I need. Lumien didn't say another word and began a dance with his body movements. The monster didn't even acknowledge him as it pressed its face against the soil of the wasteland. Are you an imbecile? Lumien couldn't help but curse. He felt his scolding was unjustified. After all, which monster he had encountered was not stupid. Even the most intelligent shotgun monster was subdued by human intelligence. At that moment, Lumien felt the warmth in his chest dissipate. He instinctively lowered his head and noticed the thorn symbol and the bluish-black symbol vanish simultaneously. Lumien quickly shifted his gaze towards Noodle Man. Noodle Man happened to raise its head and looked at Lumien with its nose-located eyes. The man and monster stared at each other, stunned for a second. Thud, thud, thud. Lumien turned around and ran away. Noodle Man leaped up and chased him ferociously. Lumien was well acquainted with the area. His running speed was faster than the uncoordinated monster, so he easily shook it off and circled back to the wasteland to hide in his original location. He didn't flee because he was afraid of the other party, but he was concerned that he might not be able to control himself if they really fought. He didn't know if he could find another dancing Noodle Man in the dream ruins. Before learning that mysterious dance, he had no intention of hunting this strange monster. After waiting for a while, Lumien saw Noodle Man return to the area. He nodded and muttered to himself. As expected, monsters have their own territory. They are accustomed to moving around or patrolling a certain route. This is very similar to wild beasts. Next, Lumien patiently waited for the dance that might not happen. After nearly 2 hours, he had expended quite a bit of his spirituality and felt a little hungry. Noodle Man, who had rested for a long time, walked to the center of the wasteland and raised its arm and leg. Chapter 59. Again. Noodle Man danced once more, and Lumien confirmed that the mysterious dance could prevent the black thorn symbol on his chest from activating fully. It produced no terrifying sound, only an illusory whisper. This was highly advantageous for Lumien's special trait in the dreamscape. However, he discovered 2 problems. Firstly, Noodle Man's dance moves were extremely difficult and violated the human body's structure. Only a monster with exaggerated flexibility like Noodle Man could complete them. Although Lumien was a Beyonder and a hunter with a greatly enhanced body, he had no confidence in replicating them himself. He feared that dancing even once would result in ligament tears, muscle strains, or worse, fractures. Secondly, the dance stirred the surrounding powers of nature and depleted Lumien's spirituality considerably. After watching it for the third time, Lumien sighed silently, realizing he needed rest. I have to go back and rest after watching this. A hunter's spirituality is really useless. He was almost certain that the hidden existence corresponding to the thorn symbol was closely related to this dream ruin. The padre had a black mark on his body, and there was a dancing monster that could activate the thorn symbol. It would be surprising to say that it had nothing to do with the hidden existence. Lumien believed Auror's guess even more, thinking of the similar symbol on the padre's chest and the dream ruins rebooting along with reality. The key to resolving the loop might be hidden in the depths of this place, playing a vital role. Is that why the mysterious lady kept hinting at me to unravel the secret of the dream ruins? The more Lumien thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He raised his left hand, which wasn't holding an axe, and made obscene gestures at the black thorn symbol on his chest. Ignoring the question of whether the hidden existence could sense or see him, Lumien felt that the problem wouldn't deteriorate any further, given that he had already fallen into a time loop thanks to him, and the people around him were becoming stranger and more dangerous. After watching the dance for the third time, Lumien rubbed his somewhat empty head and left the ruins to return to his home on the other side of the wilderness, enduring the slight warmth in his chest. Before leaving the dream, he attempted to consolidate the dance movements he had memorized and almost sprained his back, broke his knee ligaments and tore his calf muscles. Dog*T, this isn't something an ordinary human can do, Lumien cursed and lay on the bed. As his spirituality was greatly drained, he quickly fell asleep. As Lumien awoke, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The sun had yet to rise, and the crimson moon had lost its luster. He sat up slowly, feeling the satisfaction of a deep sleep. His exhausted spirituality had been perfectly replenished. Walking to the window, Lumien drew back the curtains, allowing the light of dawn to flood the room. In the next moment, his eyes were fixed on the figure larger than an ordinary owl, perched on an elm tree not far away, staring down at him. Lumien quickly snapped out of his daze and opened his mouth. "Auror? Auror! The suspect is here. Quick, follow it." Upon hearing the shout, the owl unfurled its wings and soared towards the edge of the village. It gradually descended and vanished into the forest bordering Cordu village. Auror, dressed in a white silk nightgown, entered Lumien's bedroom seconds later, her face contorted in irritation. "Is it that owl again?" Lumien gazed out of the window and replied, "Yes. Did White Paper manage to follow it?" Auror pulled at her long blonde tresses and spat. "Why does it always appear at such ungodly hours? I was sound asleep when you woke me up. By the time I could release White Paper, it had flown away." Lumien shot back. "But you said you couldn't sleep well with something on your mind." Auror rolled her eyes at him and sneered. "Humans tend to feel nervous, uneasy, and fearful at the beginning. Once they get used to it, they become numb to it. Only by sleeping well can they remain alert and rational. If you don't sleep well, it will affect your mental state and signs of losing control will surface." Lumien's expression was remorseful as he said, "We can only wait for the next time." After a moment of contemplation, Auror suggested, "Let's try to identify a pattern in its appearances. We can't keep waiting around all the time. We need to rest and cannot be on guard constantly." Lumien reminisced about the first few sightings. "It's always in the latter half of the night and early morning hours." "Why only during that period?" Auror inquired further. "It seems more like an act than a pattern. Think carefully. Did you do anything or repeat the same actions on the corresponding nights when it appeared in the first half of the night?" "I was exploring the dream ruins," Lumien admitted to his sister as he began to recall. "Before it first appeared, I killed the first monster in the dream. Before it appeared the second time, I activated the symbol on my chest through cogitation and discovered what was special about me. The third time, I consumed the potion in the dream and became a hunter. The fourth time, which is today, I discovered a way to activate my specialness in the dream to a certain extent while incurring less damage." "How did you do it?" Auror asked eagerly. Lumien recounted Noodle Man's dance and his attempt, As Aurora listened, she thought about the owl. After her brother finished speaking, she deliberated and said, "The owl's visits seem to be related to significant progress in your exploration of the dream." Lumion thought for a moment before his eyes lit up. Indeed. The first time I killed a monster, the first time I displayed my specialness, the first time I consumed a potion and stepped onto the Beyonder path, the first time I found a way to make use of that specialness. Similar major developments also have a certain reaction in reality. That owl sensed it and came over to observe. It smelled something. Aurora tersely acknowledged. In the future, we can deliberately create a similar opportunity to see if we can wait for that owl. I believe the next time it appears is after I master the mysterious dance and can truly use the specialness brought about by the symbol on my chest in my dream, Lumion pondered, revealing a malicious smile. When the time comes, I'll inform you before entering the dream. Be prepared. Aurora thought for a moment and nodded. I hope to figure out who the owl is related to and what role it plays in Cordu's abnormality. Lumion seized the opportunity to inquire, Aurora, Grand Sower, do you possess any knowledge about that particular dance? As you are aware, my understanding of mysticism is still rudimentary. Aurora dragged a chair in front of Lumion's wooden table and settled in. After pondering for a moment, she responded. Several notebooks have alluded to the existence of large-scale ritualistic magic during the early 5th epoch and throughout the 4th epoch. Those rituals entailed not only numerous sacrifices, but also a multitude of participants. They employed specific dances to appease their desired entities in exchange for a response. In essence, it was a form of sacrificial ritual and magic. Dancing, from the outset, was believed to influence nature and facilitate communication with deities. Its effects resemble those of Beyonder language and the combination of herbs, essential oils, and other ingredients. In Aurora and Lumion's world, history was divided into 5 epochs. The first epoch was the Chaos Epoch, followed by the Dark Epoch, and then the Cataclysm Epoch. However, Aurora had heard from a pen pal that the Cataclysm Epoch was also known as the Glorious Epoch. The 4th epoch was the Age of the Gods, or the Epoch of the Gods. The 5th epoch was the present day, which began 1,358 years ago and was referred to as the Iron Age. Of the 5 epochs, the history of the first 3 remained unverifiable, with only myths and legends surviving. The 4th epoch occasionally yielded documents, information, notebooks, ruins, mausoleums, ancient cities, and so on. Nevertheless, history seemed shrouded in a thick fog, with only a faint outline discernible. The theological texts of the 7 churches often recounted stories from the 4th epoch, which served as the only source of illumination. After listening to his sister's explanation, Lumion hazarded a guess. That noodle man employs dance to appease the hidden entity that corresponds to the thorn symbol. Is it hoping to elicit a response or a boon? Perhaps a significant portion of its ritual is absent, resulting in an extremely weak effect. Or is the problem with the dream ruins causing a failure that can only trigger a tiny fraction of the power contained in the symbol within my body? It's as if I'm a god. Having witnessed Noodle Man's dance and being pleased by it, I decided to highlight the symbol and offer a certain response. However, Lumion had no control over this. It was an automatic reaction of the thorn symbol. Aurora smiled and replied, "You are more like a carrier of that symbol, a tool, in a sense." She paused thoughtfully and said, "I suspect that the dance was specifically invented to please or communicate with the hidden entity that corresponds to the thorn symbol. Otherwise, it wouldn't have elicited a reaction from the symbol. Furthermore, based on your description, this is not something an ordinary person can accomplish. Only Beyonders with special enhancements can do so. Although I am familiar with the names of the corresponding Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 pathways, I have a certain level of understanding of them. None of them can execute that kind of dance, and Noodle Man's performance does not seem like that of a higher sequence. Otherwise, you would not have been able to escape. Perhaps it is not from the 22 pathways, but rather a boon from a hidden entity. Lumion recalled the mysterious lady's words. Auror looked out the window and pursed her lips. I wonder if this has anything to do with the circle inhabitant or a power equivalent to Sequence 9 or Sequence 8. Probably. Lumion suddenly laughed. Let me name it. Noodle Man, Circle Inhabitants corresponding Sequence 9. Auror couldn't help but look up at the ceiling. The siblings chatted for a while before heading downstairs for breakfast. After studying Hermes until past 10, Lumion departed with important items. Chapter 60. Dancer. Lumion was in no rush to track down Ryan, Lee, and Valentine. Instead, he headed straight for the All Tavern, hoping to get lucky. If that enigmatic woman showed up, he had a slew of questions for her. Accepting her gift had bound him to some future cost. He might as well seize the chance to gain more benefits, as Auror had advised. The instant Lumion stepped into the All Tavern, his eyes sparkled. The mysterious woman sat in her usual corner seat, 2 glasses of emerald absinthe before her. 2 glasses? She knew I'd come. Lumion approached her with a smile and greeted her. Good morning. She wore a white blouse with vine-leaf patterns at the collar and a beige ankle-length dress, a light red beret beside her. Lumion, no stranger to his sister's fashion magazines, recognized this as Trier's latest trend. She glanced up at him. It's getting late. Almost noon. This is to fit your schedule, isn't it? Lumion thought, annoyed. But seeing the enigmatic woman brought him a strange sense of calm. He sat and cut to the chase. I've been through a lot lately. She slid a glass of absinthe his way. The swirling green liquid was like a beacon of joy. She neither invited him to speak nor silenced him. Lumion sipped the absinthe, finding it rich and invigorating with a subtle bitter note. It tasted different from any absinthe he'd had before. What's this? He asked, puzzled. Another kind of absinthe, quite popular in Trier these days. To differentiate it from the original, people call it absinthe fennel. Authors, painters, and poets are particularly fond of it. She took a small sip. The green liquid in the clear glass seemed to possess a hypnotic hue. Absinthe's main ingredients were wormwood, fennel, and anise. Different producers used slightly varied recipes, some even adding lemon essential oils. Lumion didn't understand her motives. Had she traveled to Trier just to bring back absinthe fennel? He didn't ask. Instead, he recounted recent events, both real and dreamed. She sipped from her small cup of absinthe fennel, listening quietly to Lumion's account. That's about it. Can I learn that mysterious dance as quickly as possible? He asked, bluntly. He didn't bother inquiring about the loop's key or the dream's secret. Experience told him he wouldn't get a straight answer. The woman swirled her emerald liquid and smiled. Without a significant boost in flexibility, you'll never master it. You could force yourself through a portion, but you'd risk ligament and muscle tears. How would you hunt monsters then? Lumion was attuned to the subtext in others' words. Is there a way to greatly increase my flexibility? She chuckled. That's for you to figure out. Lumion was stumped by her cryptic hint. If she were a less mysterious acquaintance, he'd demand, explain yourself, don't make me kneel and beg. As if reading his mind, she smiled and added, the solution to your flexibility lies within you. Huh, Lumion looked perplexed. She sipped her absinthe fennel and sighed. Didn't your sister teach you ritualistic magic? Lumion noticed the strange emotion flicker in her eyes once again. She did. His heart quickened. Pray to myself, she assessed him and laughed. Who do you think you are? What good would praying to you do? You can only summon the weakest creatures from the spirit world. Your spiritual perception improves with your body. Danger intuition, for example. Lumion grasped the gist of her words. Though Hunter's spirituality was enhanced, it focused on spiritual perception and fell short in ritualistic magic and other mystical matters. So, what do I need to do? Lumion pressed. The lady sighed wearily. You've studied dualistic ritual law, haven't you? Yes. Lumion nodded. The lady sighed again. Luckily you have a sister. Otherwise, I'd have to teach you all this mystic mumbo-jumbo. Too tiresome. You mean you didn't tell me about ritual magic, cogitation, spirit vision, contracted creatures, or magic languages because it was too much hassle? You just showed up after Auror finished teaching me. Lumion felt rage bubbling up inside him. He took a couple of deep breaths and said, Dualistic rituals require items closely tied to deities or supernatural beings, but I don't have any. His voice trailed off as a thought struck him. The woman smirked and said, "Oh yes, you do. Don't you remember?" Lumion jabbed a finger at his chest. "The thorn symbol and the bluish-black symbol." The lady nodded before reminding, "Forget the bluish-black symbol. The key to a dualistic ritual is channeling the divine power in the object. If its power decreases, the balance in your body will be disrupted. And when that happens—" She left the sentence hanging, but her expression told Lumion all he needed to know, in Auror's usual grim words. "No hope. Just wait for death. Is the bluish-black symbol protecting me from corruption?" Lumion knew enough about the mysticism to recognize his current state as corruption. "It's the great existence I mentioned protecting you," the woman said solemnly. "Once you solve the secret of the dream ruins, I'll tell you his honorific name. You can pray to him directly." Did this great existence seal the corruption symbolized by the thorn in my heart, preventing it from corrupting me completely? Lumion didn't know if this great existence was good or evil, or had sinister intentions, but he felt an odd affinity with him on this. He thought for a moment and guessed. Use a dualistic ritual to steal the power of the thorn symbol. If its power decreases, the corruption will weaken and the seal strengthen. "How can you call it stealing?" the lady retorted. "This is appealing to an entity for a boon. It just so happens he has some of his power nearby." The response follows the law of proximity. Thanks to the seal from the great existence and barriers attenuating it, the entity's true form won't sense it. Only mystics like you who speak in riddles understand how to sugarcoat it. What's the difference between this and stealing? Lumion thought sourly. From the lady's explanation of divine boon and abnormal pathways, he asked shrewdly, "Through the dualistic ritual, can I appeal to the power behind the thorn symbol and ask it to grant me the ability to greatly increase my flexibility?" "Something like that," the lady said. "To be precise, ask it to grant you the power of Dancer." "Dancer?" Lumion thought of Noodle Man's performance. The lady took a sip of absinthe and said, "For Beyonder pathways beyond the standard 22, we classify them into sequence 9 to sequence 0 for convenience. In a way, this sequence division follows the rules of this world. Does Dancer correspond to sequence 9 of the thorn symbol, just as Circle Inhabitant corresponds to its sequence 4? Lumion fired off. "Can it boost my flexibility and improve my mystic skills, allowing me to easily grasp that mysterious dance?" The lady smiled in relief. "As expected, with a foundation in mysticism, communication is much easier. No need for me to explain further." Lumion asked eagerly. "Then what are sequences 8, 7, 6, and 5 of the thorn symbol?" "Sequence 8 is Ainz Monk, and sequence 7 is Contracti." "Gosh, why do you want to know so much? Master the ritual first and strive to become a dancer as soon as possible." The woman was losing patience. Ainz Monk, Contracti. These names instantly clicked for Lumion. Ainz Monk referred to certain members of the various churches in reality. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church was rife with factions, each with their own beliefs. Two main groups stood out: the Order of Preachers and the Brotherhood Minor, also known as the Ainz Monk Brotherhood. The former was made up of clergymen and the purifiers of the Inquisition, who were dedicated to the cruel persecution and purification of heretics, cultists, and wild Beyonders, all in the name of promoting the orthodox teachings of the Eternal Blazing Sun. The latter, however, were mainly concentrated in the cloisters, with a few clergymen among their ranks. They espoused temperance, begging for food and ascetic training, preaching in various poor places, all with the aim of spreading the faith of the Eternal Blazing Sun. At the mention of the Ainz Monk, Lumion immediately thought of missionaries, asceticism, and special ritualistic magic. As for Contracti, the first thing that came to mind was the black mark on the padre and the mouth orifice monster. Auror explained that it might be a mark left behind by a special contract. "Wait, the monster I killed was a Contracti?" Lumion asked in surprise. "I actually killed a monster equivalent to a sequence 7, the lady nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Contractees use special contracts and godhood provided by that existence as witnesses to obtain different powers from various creatures. One contract corresponds to one ability. Whether they are powerful or not depends on the abilities they obtain and how many they have. It's not impossible for ordinary people to kill them if they take the wrong path. In fact, similar situations occur in the Beyonder domain. It's common for Beyonders who aren't skilled in combat to be killed by those of an inferior sequence. Ability is important, as is intelligence. Preparation in advance is equally significant. Chapter 61. Description. The more Lumion listened to the lady in front of him, the more he concurred. He was uncertain about what would happen at a higher sequence. Among the few Beyonder creatures he had interacted with, the threat posed by the fellow with the vortex-shaped proboscis was far inferior to the monster carrying a shotgun. Although he had become a Beyonder, significantly improving his close combat ability and exploitation of the environment, the problem primarily lay with the Contractee monster. Firstly, it did not display a relatively strong pursuit ability. Secondly, it lacked long-range attacks. Thirdly, its invisibility ability was not ridiculous. It was completely countered by a hunter's grasp of the surrounding environment and minute traces. Moreover, it had the common problem of monsters. It did not have high intelligence and was not as combat intelligent as the shotgun monster. It had easily stepped into the enemy's trap. With all of this combined, the final outcome was obvious. Lumion just never expected it to be equivalent to a Sequence 7. He didn't even compare it to the shotgun monster, recognizing the vast difference between the two. The shotgun monster was a force to be reckoned with, while the mouth orifice monster was weak. Ability, intelligence, preparation, improvisation, environmental factors. There are too many variables that can affect the outcome of a battle. Lumion concluded inwardly and asked without much hope. "Can I directly pray for Contractee powers?" The lady chuckled. "That's a good way to kill yourself." She casually explained, "In theory, it's possible. After all, the power sealed in your body isn't limited to the Sequence 7 equivalent. But can your body withstand such a tremendous boon, or rather corruption? If you don't mind turning into a monster, a puppet of that existence, or transforming into another creature, then go ahead. Tusk, then it won't be long before I see you personally turning your sister into a sacrifice." Lumion's hair stood on end from the woman's words, and a chill ran down his spine, realizing that he wasn't ready to advance beyond his current level. He cautiously asked, "So the most significant boon I can handle right now is a dancer?" "Yes, that's why I waited for you to become a Beyonder and digest some of it before telling you about it," the woman explained, taking another sip of her green liquid. "Only when your mind, spirituality, and body have improved significantly will you have a chance of resisting the corruption attached to the boon. Then, you can slowly control the power. As your soul body and body of heart and mind strengthen, and your body adapts to the slight changes brought about by the power of the boon, you can consider Ainz monk." For Lumion, the most crucial thing was to learn the mysterious dance. Initiating the incomplete activation of the thorn symbol would significantly improve his ability to explore the dream ruins. Therefore, he nodded slightly, no longer thinking about Ainz monk and Contractee. How should I pray? He had already learned the duality ritual, but he still didn't know the target's honorific name, domain, and corresponding ingredients. "Ahem," the lady coughed. Then she spoke solemnly. "What I'm about to say shall leave my mouth and enter your ears. You must not tell anyone or you'll harm them. Leave my mouth and enter your ears. This is a sentence Auror likes to write. Has this lady read one of her novels?" Lumion thought. "I understand," he thought for a moment and asked, "Will anything go wrong from hearing it?" The lady took a sip of absinthe fennel and smiled. "When did you have the illusion that there's nothing wrong with you?" Lumion was stunned for a moment before looking down at his left pec. The lady scoffed. "You belong to the group of individuals who are on the brink of being corrupted. Luckily, the mark left by that great existence was activated, and the corresponding power descended upon you, sealing the source of corruption and establishing balance. Next, You will perform a ritual to confront the power within the seal and pray for the corresponding blessings. It is akin to proactively withstanding a certain level of corruption. So why should you be afraid of minor issues that you hear? The more I hear, the more I feel that there's a huge problem. Lumion wasn't too confident. The lady shook her head and smiled. Do not fret. When I reveal the corresponding words, I will provide you with a sufficiently concealed environment and secure protection. In the future, it would be best to perform the ritual in the ruins, where there is gray fog and the protection of the great existence. It will not directly draw the attention of that entity. Furthermore, before the ritual, scramble every segment and description. Attempt not to piece them together and analyze them in a complete manner. Otherwise, Heth. She chuckled and did not elaborate on the outcome, but Lumion could imagine what would occur. Observing that he did not inquire further, the woman nodded slightly. Let us commence. The first part is the power of inevitability. Using it is sufficient. It corresponds with your black thorn symbol. The complete name of that being is not something you can comprehend at the moment. Even I must provide some concealment before daring to contemplate it. For some reason, Lumion felt the light around him diminish slightly, but he was unsure. At that moment, the woman controlled her expression and said solemnly, "The second part is, you are the past, the present, and the future. You are the reason, the result, and the process." As the lady enunciated each word with precision, Lumion felt his senses spin. He realized that a vortex of dark wind was enveloping him. The table on which his absinthe fennel rested writhed as if imbued with a life force of its own. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. An ebony worm, as long as an adult's index finger, slithered out of the wooden board, and an ominous aura spread instantaneously. Before Lumion could observe the worm's features, the woman sitting across from him lowered her cup filled with the green liquid and slammed it onto the grotesque creature, reducing it to a pulpy mess. Next, the woman produced a patterned napkin, wiped the glass's base clean, and wrapped the worm's remains in it. She took another sip of the absinthe fennel, as if nothing untoward had occurred, and emphasized, "Remember, the first and second parts must be recited in ancient Hermes. Jatan, Dragonese, and Elvish are acceptable as well. Similar to how the initial I in the rite that worships oneself cannot be in Hermes." Lumion nodded to indicate his comprehension. Although he had always been audacious, he felt slightly discomfited and uneasy when confronted with the strange phenomena that kept manifesting during their conversation. His heart raced, but the enigmatic woman acted as if she had merely detected some impurities in their meal. She continued, "The third part can be spoken in Hermes. The text is as follows: I implore you, I beseech your benediction. I plead with you to grant me the power of dancer. Remember, the 3 sentences are progressive. These words did not elicit a new environmental shift. The anomalies that had caused Lumion's unease and trepidation gradually subsided. Lumion committed them to memory earnestly and followed the woman's instructions to scramble the words, to prevent any potential issues. The woman savored the remaining absinthe fennel with satisfaction. The rest of the ritual is similar to common ritualistic magic. The corresponding ingredients are gray amber, tulips, cloves, and deer musk. Choose any 2 to make candles. The remaining 2 can be used as herbs, essential oil, and extract during the ritual. Lumion furrowed his brow as he recalled the dualistic ritual he had learned. The spot representing the deity should have an item that's closely related to the deity, but my thorn symbol is on my chest. I can't skin it, right? Besides, I doubt it's useful even if I skin it. The power was sealed in his heart and spirit body. The woman nodded slightly. Didn't I tell you to make candles? When making the candle, take 5 milliliters of blood from your chest. It doesn't matter if it's more or less. In any case, fuse it into the material and let it become a part of the candle. In the ritual, the candle is placed in the deity's location. There's only one candle. Because of your blood, the candle is awakened by ancient Hermes. After becoming a symbol, it will point directly at you. Then, with the subsequent description, it will activate the power sealed in you to a certain extent. It feels like a special variant of the dualistic ritual. Auror didn't mention that it could be done like this, so not many people know about it. Lumion thought for a moment and asked, "Can I use perfume with gray amber?" He remembered that his sister had it, and she liked to call gray amber ambergris. The woman nodded. "Sure, use it like an essential oil." "I possess the gray amber in that case. I have some cloves at home." Lumion pondered where he could acquire tulips and deer musk. After much contemplation, he could only come up with 3 possibilities. Firstly, Auror, being a warlock, might have already prepared the required materials. Secondly, the materials could be found at the administrator's residence. Thirdly, the Padre's house could be a potential source. Lumion decided to inform his sister about the ritual and break down the instructions into individual words. He planned to learn the corresponding ancient Hermes and Hermes words from her and inquire about the availability of the materials. If she didn't have them, he would explore other options. As the lady was about to depart, Lumion hastily questioned, "What was that lizard that crawled out of the deputy padre's mouth?" The lady smiled and replied, "I cannot explain it to you." Lumion struggled to maintain his composure and thought, "Why not just say you don't want to tell me?" After the lady left, Lumion retrieved the pen and paper he had brought and jotted down the ritual instructions in a disordered manner. He then numbered them in the correct sequence. Upon leaving All Tavern, Lumion scoured the village for the trio of foreigners. It didn't take long before he heard a faint tinkling sound. Lumion's lips curved into a smile as he quickened his pace. As expected, Lee wore 2 bells on her veil and boots. Ryan donned a dark bowler hat, and Valentine had sprinkled powder on his head. Lumion had an urge to open his arms and exclaim, "My cabbages, I missed you so much." But he quickly remembered that he had not interacted with the foreigners in this cycle. He needed his face to appear more serious and strode towards Ryan and the others. As he brushed past them, he lowered his voice and said, "I know who you're searching for." Ryan, Lee, and Valentine gaped at him in astonishment. Lumion didn't pause, he continued walking forward. The 3 foreigners exchanged glances, suppressed their peculiar expressions, and followed behind Lumion as if nothing had happened. Chapter 62. Date. Lumion halted at the forest's edge, a short distance from his house, and glanced back at Lee and the others. This spot was quite secluded, with no villagers passing through. The forest was thinly populated, making it easy to spot anyone hiding nearby. As the tinkling sounds drew nearer, Lee asked with a smile, "How do you know we're looking for someone?" Lumion remained silent. He pulled out the essential item he had brought with him, the liver blue from home. He lifted the item and showed Ryan and the others the pages where some words had been cut out. Without hesitation, Ryan nodded and said, "So you wrote the letter for help." They had never mentioned a help letter in Cordu, let alone detailed that the letter was assembled from words cut from a liver blue. Unless the other party had a key informant in Bigorra, it had to be the letter writer. Lee instinctively looked around. The 2 small silver bells hanging from the veil above her head oddly didn't make a sound. Valentine was about to ask what was weird about the people around him when Ryan asked, puzzled, "How can you be sure that we're here because of that letter?" "You told me yourself." Lumion smiled. "There are very few foreigners who come to Cordu to begin with. Even fewer who don't buy wool, cheese, and lambs and only wander around the village to chat with people. Besides, I didn't say anything. I just showed you this liver blue." Realization hit Lee and she laughed. "So it's just a test." "That's a brilliant idea. Those who don't know the letter won't understand your intentions, so they won't be too suspicious. At most, they'll think it's a prank, and you're the prankster king of Cordu." Ryan nodded slightly. This seemingly innocent line revealed that the trio had gleaned something from chatting in Cordu over the past few days. At the very least, they had identified the more prominent villagers and taken appropriate measures. Lumion immediately flashed a teasing smile. "You believed it." "You seriously believed it?" Seeing Ryan and the others' astonishment, he added, "I was just joking. I'll tell you the real reason later." Lee gritted her teeth. "As expected of the prankster king of Cordu, aren't you afraid that we won't believe what you're about to say?" "You can choose not to believe it." Lumion wore an indifferent expression. "Or you can verify it yourself." Valentine, visibly dissatisfied, asked anxiously, "In your letter, you mentioned that the people around you are getting weirder. What's so weird about them?" Lumion exclaimed and cracked his knuckles. "There's plenty. To be precise, the Padre, believing in an evil god, Shepherd Pierre Barry turning people into sheep and herding them back to Cordu. Madame Puales rides a demon-drawn carriage through the wilderness. When the Deputy Padre sleeps, a translucent lizard-like creature crawls out of his mouth. Naroka is clearly not dead, but she wants to go to Paramita. Louis Lund, the administrator's male butler, has just given birth to a baby. The owl from the Warlock legends flies back to the village from time to time. Ryan, Lee, and Valentine grew increasingly shocked as they listened. They didn't want to believe it, but they felt that the kid before them couldn't invent so many absurd stories. They were all seasoned official investigators who had dealt with numerous Beyonder incidents, many involving evil gods and mystic arts. However, none were as ludicrous or exaggerated as what they were hearing now. Only the Padre believing in evil gods sounded normal. More importantly, most of the incidents they had previously handled stood independently. At most, 2 or 3 would occur simultaneously. Moreover, they were closely related to each other, but Cordu had too many horrifying abnormalities. What kind of place is this? Almost instantly, similar thoughts raced through Lee, Ryan, and Valentine's minds. They suspected they had inadvertently entered the legendary abyss or hell. When Lumion stopped, Lee couldn't help but ask, "You're not joking, are you?" Was there anyone normal in this village? Lumion smiled. "I haven't finished speaking. There's another abnormality. This is the 3rd or 4th time I've talked to you about something like this. Ryan, Lee, Valentine, my cabbages." Ryan, Lee, and Valentine weren't surprised that Lumion knew their names. It was inevitable when they had been chatting in the village. They were even more astonished and puzzled by the first half of the sentence. "What do you mean?" Valentine asked with a frown. "What I mean is that we've been repeatedly experiencing the past few days. In other words, we've fallen into a time loop." Lumion didn't let the 3 foreigners guess and provided a standard answer. Without waiting for Ryan and the others to question him, he briefly mentioned what they had experienced together and finally said, "Think back carefully. Was it really March 29th when you entered the village?" Lee and the others racked their brains. After more than 10 seconds, Valentine revealed a pained expression. "My sense of time is hazy. I can't remember the exact date of the previous 2 months, but I remember. I remember celebrating my youngest son's birthday before I set off. His birthday is..." Valentine raised his head and blurted out in shock, "April 10th. In other words, the actual date now is mid to late April. Judging from the looks of it, the number of cycles I went through before I had my memories wiped can't be more than a couple. It can't even be more than once. Yes, that was the first cycle. The loop hadn't even begun, so I could send a letter without the river's help. When the loop happened, and time rewound, the corresponding memories would be replaced, but material objects beyond the range wouldn't be able to turn back." Lumion had a new theory about the letter. He nodded imperceptibly and said to Ryan and Lee, "You can also wire the outside world and get the current date in a way that won't raise any red flags. When the time comes, you'll believe me." Yes, send a telegram," Valentine snapped out of his stupor. "Ask the higher-ups for help." Lumion looked at him as if he were a fool. Ask for help. In the face of such a bizarre time loop, what do you officials usually do? Ryan fell silent for a moment before saying, "Stamp it out directly to prevent the corruption from spreading. Therefore, asking for help now is as good as suicide." Lumion smiled and shrugged. Valentine replied fervently, "According to the rules, we have to report back ASAP. I'm willing to sacrifice myself for this." Lumion was stunned. "Such people exist. No, I have to get rid of this guy immediately or everyone will die together." Fortunately, Lee and Ryan clearly felt that they could still be saved. They exchanged a glance and nodded. Ryan patted Valentine's shoulder and said, "Stay calm. We still don't know what's going on. Perhaps there's a better solution. If we really can't save ourselves, we'll report it to the higher-ups." "That's right," Lumion hurriedly added. He recounted the discoveries and speculations minus the symbol on his chest. the Dream Ruins, the Mysterious Lady, and the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. Finally, he said, the key to the problem most likely happens on the 12th night. We have to survive until then. Only then can we truly resolve the issue in the next cycle. Seeing that he had revealed so many details, and that they could verify them all, Ryan and the others were completely inclined to believe him. Valentine calmed down and remembered his wife and children. Lee exhaled. No wonder you know us and know we're looking for someone. It turned out that they had communicated in a previous cycle. She subconsciously touched the silver bell above her head, wanting to do a divination, but she held back when she recalled the abnormalities Lumion had described. She didn't want to blow up because of a divination that shouldn't be done before the real investigation began. Ryan thought for a moment and said to Lumion, "You're telling us this because you want us to cooperate with you and your sister. Very astute, my cabbage." Lumion laughed and said seriously, "First, wire the outside world, saying that your investigation has made some progress. The Padre seems to have a certain issue. Then ask what the lizard-like thing that crawls out of a mouth is. This is the least likely to cause a destructive blowout of all the abnormalities. Ah, right. Confirm the real date and be careful in how it's done. Don't let anyone outside suspect anything. Secondly, my sister will invite Madame Pualis to my house for afternoon tea this afternoon. I hope that you can sneak into the administrator's mansion with me and do a search. As for the future, it depends on the information we obtain today." Ryan, Lee, and Valentine looked at each other and felt that Lumion's request wasn't too unreasonable. This was what they would have done. The four of them arrived at the village square. Ryan went to wire the outside world while Lee, Valentine, and Lumion waited under the elm tree outside. After calming down, Lee glanced at Lumion and asked curiously, "You're a Beyonder, and so is your sister?" "Yes." Lumion didn't hide it. Lee laughed. "Aren't you afraid of being arrested by us? We're in the same boat now. In the face of an emergency where the boat is about to sink, we can only help each other." Lumion shrugged. "As for the future, we'll talk about it later. It's still unknown if we can escape this loop." "That's true." Lee turned her head and looked at Valentine. The reason why she brought up this topic was to let her companion understand this and not do anything stupid. Valentine's expression remained cold as he nodded imperceptibly. Lee then asked about something she was more concerned about. "Why can you keep the memories from before?" "I'm not telling you." Lumion laughed. Without waiting for Lee's response, he spread his hands and said, "I'm just joking. Actually, I'm not sure either. I somehow retained my memories, and it's only from the last 2 cycles. Think back to what happened back then. Perhaps this is very important," Lee said after some thought. Lumion said sincerely, "I've been thinking, but I haven't figured out anything. Perhaps I'll only suddenly realize when I encounter something." Lee was about to help analyze the situation when Ryan, who had received a reply, walked out of the administration building. Chapter 63. Shocking News. Lee and Valentine asked Ryan in unison, "How is it?" Although they had already believed Lumion's words, it was inevitable for people to hope for luck. They still held on to the hope that perhaps the problem wasn't that serious because the kid wasn't knowledgeable enough to exaggerate. Ryan looked around and saw that there was no one else around the elm tree. He spoke in a low voice. "I was afraid to ask too directly. I only know that the real date is already late April. I don't know the exact date." Lee and Valentine fell silent. They had indeed fallen into a strange time loop. Judging from the various files and information, this was definitely not something the 3 of them should face or deal with. They were seasoned Beyonders who had handled many Beyonder incidents. It was the first time they had encountered such a serious and abnormal situation. Lee couldn't help but turn to look at Lumion. "What kind of place is Cordu?" There were abnormalities everywhere, each more exaggerated than the last. "I don't know either." Lumion had an innocent expression. "Before the loop, this place was beautiful and the people were simple. Everyone was normal and hospitable." He didn't tell the 3 foreigners that the person standing before them was also one of the abnormalities. Ryan sighed and said, "I've never encountered so many abnormalities at once, and every one of them is serious. This is the most dangerous situation I've ever faced." echoed Valentine. Lumion was already a little numb to this. He sneered and said, "It's normal that you haven't encountered it before, because those who have encountered one are dead." Lee looked at him with a smile. "Don't say anything if you can't say something nice. People like you won't survive past childhood elsewhere." "Killed in the cradle?" Lumion mocked himself and asked Ryan, "Did you get an answer about the deputy padre?" Ryan nodded. In the past few years, similar legends have emerged in various places across the northern and southern continents. Legend has it that heaven banished a group of sinful elves to the ground. They can only reside within human bodies, hoping to redeem their sins and gain absolution before returning to heaven. In some versions of the legend, these elves appear as translucent lizards. However, the elf I'm referring to is not the ancient elf race. It is more akin to a mixture of fairies and various spirits. Again, in recent years, Lumion recalled that the legend of Madam Night had only surfaced recently. What was wrong with this world? He pondered for a moment before asking, "Did they specify which deity's heaven it is?" Ryan shook his head. "What's remarkable is that every person who claims to have seen an elf believes it is from the kingdom of their local deity." The local deity referred to the orthodox gods of the local faith. Heavens of different deities. Lumion gazed up at the azure sky. Did that lizard-like elf come from the sky? However, according to Auror, beyond the sky lay the cosmos. Each star represented a world. So, were these extraterrestrial beings, or were they from an astral plane beyond mysticism? As Lumion's thoughts raced, he asked curiously. In some versions of the legend, these elves appear as translucent lizards. What about the other details? Ryan shook his head once more. That's all they could uncover in a short period. They may need to communicate with headquarters for more information. Lee pondered and spoke. "I am familiar with the legend of elves. I once met a native of Lenberg who shared that farmers in many regions of the south-central zone have reported mischievous fairies in recent years. These creatures known as Alps would vandalize their homes and fields or play pranks on them. The south-central zone referred to the area where Lenberg, Masson, Seger, and other small countries were located. It also included a few areas in the Intis Republic, the Lone Kingdom, and the Fainapotter Kingdom. Most of them were located in the highlands, mountains, forests, areas filled with ruins and legends. Lumion listened attentively and concluded, this is not an isolated phenomenon. Each elf seems to have their unique way of causing trouble, Ryan mused. And the lizards that inhabit human bodies are perhaps the most malevolent. It is uncertain if they are the most dangerous. With so many abnormalities in Cordu, the parasitic elf shouldn't be an isolated phenomenon. Perhaps someone wants to use it to control the deputy padre. Very clear line of thinking. Lumion looked at the villagers who were returning home after finishing their work and said to Lee and the others, "Meet me behind the hill where the administrator's castle is at 3:30 p.m. Will you join me to search for clues?" "Of course," Ryan agreed. Lee, however, called out to Lumion before he left. "Is that all? You should brief us on the situation in the castle, its inhabitants, and Madame Puali's abnormality. We cannot explore and search without preparation." Lumion did not want to recall Madame Puali's matters, but he had to admit that Lee's request made sense. He had to endure the discomfort and tell them the entire story. Ryan and the others were mentally prepared, but they still looked a little dull upon hearing the tale. Lee lightened the mood with her tinkling laughter. "It does not matter to me. I might experience such a thing in the future. This is an opportunity that most men never encounter. You must cherish it." However, Valentine ignored her joke and whispered with a cold expression, "All of this needs to be purified, purified." Lumion did not want to provoke Valentine and waved his hand. "See you in the afternoon." After taking a few steps, Lumion turned around to look at Ryan warily and asked, "Did Bertrand have any knowledge of the contents of your telegram?" Bertrand was responsible for the telegraph, and if he knew about the date and the legend of the elves, it meant that the administrator knew as well. And if the administrator knew, Madame Puali's would know too. "Don't worry," Ryan said reassuringly. "We have a secret code." "He won't be able to decipher it." Lumion breathed a sigh of relief only then and left the village square, heading back to his building. As he walked a distance away, he spotted Ava Lizier herding a flock of white geese back home. "Hey there, isn't this our spring elf?" Lumion tried to push the bloody and cruel scenes from the Lent celebration out of his mind and greeted Ava with his usual quip. Ava seemed a little embarrassed. "I haven't been chosen yet." Her exquisite facial features made her grayish-white dress look less rustic. "That won't be a problem." Lumion said with a smile, "Riamund and I will help you campaign for votes." Ava looked surprised. "You don't know." "What don't I know?" Lumion's heart skipped a beat. Had something happened in the village that wasn't a part of the historical process? Ava observed his expression and suspected that he was teasing her. After a few seconds, the girl frowned in concern and said, "Riamund's missing. You didn't know?" "Huh." Lumion was so shocked that he couldn't hide his expression as usual. In the previous cycle, he and Riamund Gregg had met almost every day from the second day of March 30th until April 5th. Lent. Back then, they had followed the waterside ritual procedure to lift Riamund, who had thrown the last offering, and throw him into the river. Like the others in the past, Riamund swam further away and could only return home after leaving the ritual site. He wouldn't leave the house until night. In the 2 cycles that followed, Lumion had too much to do and didn't have time to find Riamund. But now, Ava was telling him that Riamund was missing today. This was something that had never happened in the previous cycle. Upon seeing Lumion's expression, Ava's aqua-blue eyes cleared of confusion. "You really have no idea. Riamund's father may come to you today to ask where Riamund has gone." Lumion suppressed the tumultuous waves in his heart and asked, "When did Riamund disappear? Could it be that something happened because I didn't follow the historical process of finding him?" 2 days ago, Ava recalled. It said that he didn't return after leaving the house in the afternoon of the 29th. His family assumed he was at All Tavern or chatting with the Green Watchers. They only began searching for him last night. They should be asking you today. She paused and lowered her voice. They suspect Riamund of sneaking away because he doesn't want to learn how to shepherd. They think I instigated him and are questioning me later. Lumion roughly understood what had happened. The afternoon of the 29th reminded him of the beginning of the cycle. The last 2 cycles had started on the afternoon of the 29th. In other words, Riamund disappeared from the beginning of the cycle. This means that perhaps no one deliberately changed the course of history because it was too late. Then why is there such an anomaly and difference? Lumion fell into deep thought. Ava glanced at him and asked softly, "Do you know where Riamund went?" "I haven't seen him in the past few days," Lumion said truthfully. He began to suspect that Riamund's disappearance had something to do with being thrown into the river during the previous cycle. However, it was impossible for Riamund to leave Cordu because of this. That would trigger the loop. After bidding farewell to Ava, Lumion forced himself to remain calm and returned home. He couldn't be bothered to discuss anything else. Initially, he divulged Riamund's disappearance to Aurora. Aurora's countenance turned solemn as she furrowed her brows and whispered, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten about this person." She donned a simple rose-red dress and paced back and forth. Lumion began to contemplate potential reasons. After a while, Aurora gazed at her brother and uttered solemnly, "I recollect that the crux of the Lent waterside ritual is to offer sacrifices to the concept of a water source symbolized by the river. Is it probable that Riamund, who was thrown into the water, was also regarded as a sacrifice and was taken away by a certain entity? Subsequently, as there was no corresponding tangible reward, the cycle portrayed his absence as a disappearance." Lumion shook his head. "That will trigger the cycle. Humans departing Cordu and the surrounding vicinity acted as a trigger," Aurora asked in a profound voice. "What if it's in the form of a corpse?" Chapter 64. Weapon. In the form of a corpse, Lumion's heart sank upon hearing that. If Riamund's body had left the loop due to the sacrifice, he wouldn't be able to revive through the loop. Once the abnormality in Cordu was resolved, he would truly be dead, and not just missing. Although Lumion wasn't willing to admit that a foolish chap like Riamund was his friend, they had known each other for almost 5 years. They had played together, pranked together, and experienced many things together. Regardless, he couldn't treat him as a stranger. Recalling the past, he realized that other than Auror, Riamund was probably the person he interacted with the most. Didn't Auror often say that the fools are the lucky ones? Why is this happening? Lumion couldn't help but retort, even if he became a corpse, there will still be a spirit. It will trigger the cycle. Auror sighed softly. Perhaps the entity receiving the sacrifice isn't interested in spirits and only wants flesh and blood. Perhaps he didn't want to trigger the loop and only wanted flesh and blood instead of Riamund's spirit, leaving him in Cordu or directly destroying him. In that case, Riamund's corpse was equivalent to pure matter without any spirituality. It could leave the loop without triggering a reboot. Upon hearing his sister's retort, Lumion's mind instantly replayed what might have happened. After everyone left the water, Riamund swam further away. Suddenly, an invisible force grabbed his legs, covered his mouth, and dragged him to the depths of the river where he drowned. After that, his spirit would remain at the bottom of the river or be destroyed. His corpse would drift to an unknown place and become a sacrifice. At this thought, Lumion suddenly became inspired. Regardless of whether Riamund's spirit was left behind or destroyed, once the cycle restarts, he should appear in the form of a ghost. Logically speaking, that's correct. Auror nodded thoughtfully. After dark, I'll hold a psychic ritual and see if I can find Riamund's spirit. Yes, it's best if we have something he often uses as a medium. Lumion replied without hesitation. After exploring the castle in the afternoon, I'll go to Riamund's place. His parents are looking for me to ask about his whereabouts anyway. When the time came, with his hunter skills and Lumion's vigilance, it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain an item that Riamund had used. Okay. Auror didn't object. Lumion exhaled and asked, Auror, Grand Sower, are you capable of channeling spirits? As a mystery prior, I possess knowledge on various subjects. Auror chuckled in self-deprecation. How did your conversation with the 3 foreigners go? Lumion quickly recounted his discussion with the enigmatic lady and his conversation with Ryan, Lee, and Valentine, but he avoided mentioning the entity's prayer. Auror listened attentively and let out a sigh. It's perilous to actively resist corruption, but it's the only way to explore the dream ruins, uncover their secrets, and find the key to break the cycle. It'll be a difficult journey for you. What's so terrible about it? Lumion patted his chest. I'm saving myself. Auror nodded slightly. You can use my gray amber perfume. We have lilac at home, and I also have deer musk and candle-making ingredients. Only tulips need to be acquired elsewhere. I remember Madame Puali's has a garden, but I don't know if it's blooming. It has bloomed, Lumion affirmed with certainty. During the last cycle, when he and Auror visited the castle to borrow the carriage, they noticed that many flowers in the garden had already bloomed, which was unusual for early spring in the mountains. Auror acknowledged tersely. Regardless, you must explore the castle in the afternoon. You can pick a few flowers while you're at it. Will that woman send those items into the dream ruins for you? Yes, Lumion replied, feeling confident in his assumption. Auror pondered for a moment before saying, I'll give you the integrity brooch before you depart this afternoon. Madame Puali's castle is filthy, and it might involve the undead. It could be very useful. It's not necessary. Keep it with you to protect yourself from Madame Puali's, Lumion insisted, anticipating his sister's objections. Valentine is a fanatical believer of the eternal blazing sun. According to you, as a Beyonder, he should have chosen the sun pathway. He would be more useful than the integrity brooch. Based on Auror's observations over the past few years, fanatical believers of the eternal blazing sun typically chose the sun pathway. This also made sense. Eternal blazing sun believers who chose the sun pathway tended to become more and more fanatical, unless they didn't believe in this true God from the beginning. That's true, Auror conceded. You can practice the simplest way to activate spirit vision. Afterward, take a nap at noon to replenish your energy. I'll teach you the ancient Hermes and Hermes' words required for the ritual tonight." Upon hearing his sister's words, Lumion suddenly recalled something she often said when she was rushing her manuscripts. "The schedule is tight, and the task is enormous." At 3:20 p.m., Lumion stood on the hillside overlooking the administrator's castle when he spotted Madame Pualis approaching the village with her lady's maid, Kathy. Madame Pualis wore a stunning grayish-blue dress that had a slight fluffiness to it, and her hair was tied back in an elegant bun. As soon as they were out of sight, Lumion hurried to the back of the hill where Ryan, Lee, and Valentine were already waiting. They appeared to be in their original clothes, having made no preparations for what was to come. Lumion was surprised to see that they were unarmed and asked, "You're not carrying any weapons?" Ryan, who was only slightly taller than 1.7 meters, smiled and replied, "I don't need to carry a weapon with me." Valentine, dressed in a white vest and a thin blue tweed coat, echoed Ryan's sentiment, "I don't need a weapon." Lee, on the other hand, pulled out a small, exquisite silver revolver from her Marseillan boots. "This is my weapon." She flipped open the barrel to reveal different colored bullets engraved with various patterns and symbols. "They have different Beyonder effects." Lee snapped the barrel shut and asked Lumion with a smile, "What weapon did you bring?" "One of you doesn't need a weapon, the other doesn't need to carry a weapon with him, and one has such a good-looking and powerful revolver. It makes me look silly." He lifted the dark jacket on his back to reveal an iron-black axe tucked into his belt. Without waiting for Ryan and the others to speak, he sighed and said, "You all act like Beyonders, and I'm like a gangster preparing for a fight." Lee chuckled, her bells tinkling along. "You have a talent for self-deprecation. It's better than being mocked by others." Lumion pointed to the steep hill behind them. "Let's climb up now. We can't waste any more time." "All right." Lee, in her tight dress, was the first to climb. She moved with agility and her balance was exceptional. Using the grooves in the terrain, she ascended the hill with ease. What was even more remarkable was that the 4 silver bells on her person remained motionless and silent. Lumion followed closely behind, using the hunter potion to strengthen his body and scaling the previously unclimbable hill with the help of rocks and tree roots, although he wasn't as carefree and nimble as his companion. After regaining his balance, he glanced back and witnessed Ryan seizing Valentine's shoulder and hoisting him up. In a swift motion, Ryan vaulted onto a jutting boulder amidst the hill. Without hesitation, he sprang forward once more, delivering Valentine to Lumion and Lee's vicinity. Throughout the entire endeavor, his physique appeared to have expanded in size. This left Lumion in awe. Although the hill wasn't high, it was still too exaggerated to be scaled with just 2 jumps. Hunters definitely couldn't do it. After snapping out of his daze, Lumion looked at the castle-shaped building with 2 towers and the surrounding garden. He suggested to the 3 foreigners, "We'll go around to the back door." "Wait a moment." Ryan stopped him and glanced at Lee. Lee remained silent and strode 2 steps towards the rear entrance of the castle-like structure. Her lips moved soundlessly, muttering something under her breath. In the next instant, the 4 small silver bells attached to her veil and boots jingled. The sound was not deafening, but it was urgent and intense. Lee pivoted and addressed Lumion and the rest. "It's a treacherous path, a grave problem indeed." With that, she took 2 steps towards the front entrance. Ding, ding, ding. The bells continued to ring, growing even more insistent and pressing. "We'll likely encounter significant trouble if we attempt to enter through the front." Lee's tone was severe, but there was a hint of a smile on her face. "What if we climb in through a window?" Ryan inquired. Lee nodded and altered course, making her way towards the garden. This time, although the bells rang, they were faint and slow. Lee grinned and exhaled. "This route is safe." Lumion, who had observed the entire process, felt bewildered. He couldn't fathom what the 3 foreigners were up to. Is this how Beyonders operate? He recollected his sister's teachings and queried, divining the danger. "Indeed." Lee nodded and turned to Valentine. "I'll scout ahead. Be prepared." "Understood," Valentine responded gravely. "What preparations?" Lumion asked, confused. Lee chuckled. "Prepare to cast divine spells and conjure flames." Then, what's the purpose of creating flames? Before Lumion could ask, Lee had strolled into the garden and headed towards the castle. She arrived at a window and signaled that everything was clear. Let's go. Ryan informed the group as he hastened towards Lee. Valentine and Lumion followed closely behind. As they passed a bed of tulips, Lumion reached out to pluck one, but Ryan stopped him with his forearm. He didn't ask Lumion why he was doing this and only said gently, "There's no hurry. We can pick flowers later. If picking it causes some incident, our mission will be compromised." That's true. Lumion fully drew upon this experience. Soon they arrived at a row of windows on the side of the castle. Chapter 65, 3rd floor. The administrator's official residence was originally the castle of the Dari A~G nobles, with defense being the top priority. The windows were narrow and high up, making the lighting poor even during the day. However, to make it suitable for living, the owner had installed many new glass windows on the ground floor later on. Lumion peered through the patterned glass and saw that the banquet hall was empty and deserted. "There are very few servants," Lee sighed softly. With many open windows during the day, fresh air mixed with the fragrance of flowers flowed in, creating excellent conditions for Lumion and the others to infiltrate. Taking advantage of the lack of servants on the 1st floor, the 4 of them climbed into the hall one after another. However, they didn't rush to go deeper and instead found a hiding spot nearby. Lee turned her head towards Valentine, who was clinging close behind an ornamental pillar, and said, "I'll scout ahead, make preparations." "Okay," Valentine nodded coldly. Lumion was squatting behind a stone platform with a porcelain vase. When he heard this, he stuck his head out and reminded them, there's no need to explore the 1st floor. It's often used to entertain guests, so there's nothing unusual. Ever since Administrator Bayast and Madame Pualis moved in, his sister Aurore would visit the castle occasionally as a guest or borrow a pony. A few times, Lumion took the opportunity to follow her and freeload on cakes, bread, and drinks. When the administrator and Madame Pualis were out, he would occasionally look for Louis Lund, the butler, and tour the 1st floor with him. "I'll head straight to the stairs," Lee said, understanding. She didn't attempt to walk in a straight line through the empty banquet hall. Instead, she hugged the wall and circled around towards the stairs. The 4 silver bells remained eerily silent. As she passed by one of the rooms, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching from very close to the door. Lumion, in a prime position, even caught a glimpse of a male servant in a red shirt and white pants, about to collide head-on with Lee. She had no cover in sight. Lee didn't panic. She turned around, placed her hand on the wall, and scaled the oil painting hanging 2 meters above the ground. Then she stood on her tiptoes and stepped onto the frame. She stood firmly with her back against the wall without letting the oil painting drop. Lumion wanted to applaud because it reminded him of an acrobatic performance he had seen in Dari A~G last year at a circus. The male servant left the room and instinctively looked around before walking towards the kitchen. Just as he took a few steps forward, Lee slid soundlessly to the ground against the oil painting. Then, she rolled twice and hid behind a pillar. After the male servant disappeared from the banquet hall, she leaned against the wall again. Finally, she arrived at the staircase and confirmed that everything was clear. Upon seeing this, Lumion darted out of the stone platform and ran over in a straight line. He was so fast that he reached Lee in less than 3 seconds. However, he wasn't the fastest. Ryan completed the journey in just the time it took to take one breath. Valentine wasn't slow either. His physique was clearly stronger than ordinary people. Without another word, Lee took the lead, and the 4 of them hurriedly entered the stairs, arriving at the 2nd floor of the residence. There were closed rooms on both sides of the corridor, with 2 rooms having light shine in through the windows at the end of the corridor. The overall environment was abnormally dark. Ryan suggested, surveying their surroundings. "Let us split up and search different rooms. This will save time and make it easier to hide. However, we must remain no more than 1 room apart from each other, in case something happens and we cannot save each other in time." Lee and the others nodded in agreement. Lumion promptly approached the nearest room, pressing his ear to the door to listen for any movement inside. After a moment, he deftly turned the handle and slipped inside. The room belonged to a maid. He searched for a while but found no clues. He moved on to the next room. In this way, the four of them carefully avoided the servants and explored most of the second floor. Towards the end of their search, Lumion arrived at the door of the room that had traumatized him. Louis Lund's bedroom. According to the historical sequence of events, this butler should have given birth yesterday. His stomach had been torn open, and even with sutures, he would not recover quickly. He must be recuperating in bed. Lumion thought to himself, contemplating whether to push the door open and have a chat with Louis Lund. As someone who had personally experienced bizarre phenomena, this male butler undoubtedly knew a great deal. However, this would contradict their principle of observation and exploration. Lumion couldn't guarantee that Louis Lund wouldn't reveal his presence to Madame Pualis. The fact that he had given birth to the other party's child meant there were no secrets between them. Silencing him would only confirm Madame Pualis's suspicions. What a pity. If only I knew something about hypnosis. Lumion sighed inwardly. He habitually pressed his ear to the door, listening for any sound. Nothing. As a hunter, Lumion's hearing was acute enough to detect breathing from 2 to 3 meters away, even with a barrier in between. No one. Louis Lund has just given birth. Where can he go? Lumion turned the doorknob and slowly pushed the door open, peering inside. The room was clean and free of the bloodstains he had seen before. Louis Lund was nowhere to be found. Lumion furrowed his brow and stepped inside. The signs of a recent human presence were evident. A blanket rumpled on the bed, a cigarette butt on the nightstand, a black coat hung on the chair, and faint footprints on the floor. In addition, there were blood stains on the edge of the bed that had not been cleaned. Apart from this, Lumion also saw some blood stains that hadn't been wiped off from the edge of the bed. Lumion nodded to himself. He had indeed given birth here yesterday. Suddenly, faint voices outside the window caught his attention. He hurried to the glass window, turned his body, and peered out in the stables. Louis Lund, black-haired, blue-eyed, and dressed in a white shirt, black suit, dark pants, and leather shoes, conversed with the carriage driver, Sewell, who had sent the siblings to Paramita. Lumion was taken aback by Louis Lund's healthy and steady appearance. Is this the person who had just given birth yesterday? And it was a C-section. Lumion suppressed the shock in his heart and listened carefully to what Louis Lund and Sewell were saying. Unexpectedly, these two fellows were only exchanging experiences in gardening. What's the matter? With Lumion inside the room for so long, Ryan, donning a dark bowler hat, pushed open the door and entered the room, followed by Lee and Valentine. Lumion quickly filled them in on Louis Lund's situation. Ryan pondered for a moment before asking, "Have you heard of Earth Mother?" The Dari A tilde region had a border with the Fainapotter kingdom. Shepherds often went there. Coupled with his sister's basic education, Lumion was no stranger to this. Yes, the deity that Fainapotter believes in. Ryan nodded and said, Earth Mother is associated with fertility, healing, and life. These domains are reflected in the Beyonder powers of the corresponding pathway. While I'm not saying that Louis Lund's situation is related to the Earth Mother, it's possible that his ability to give birth and quick recovery are linked to these domains. Is that so? Lumion found this plausible after some thought. After all, men were already capable of giving birth. What was so strange about them being out and about after a C-section? Did you find anything? Lumion asked Ryan and the others. Ryan shook his head. They were all normal servants' quarters. We may have to check the 3rd floor. Lumion felt a sense of unease wash over him. Madame Pualis and Administrator Bayost's quarters comprised a bedroom, study, solarium, and activity room, all located on the 3rd floor. This posed a significant risk. Very well, Ryan replied without hesitation. The 4 of them proceeded to sneak up to the 3rd floor. Many of the doors were ajar, and the corridor was brightly lit. Lumion made a beeline for the bedroom, which was adorned with a light-colored velvet blanket on the bed, a small bookshelf stocked with bedtime reading materials, a capacious cloakroom brimming with a variety of clothes. a safe containing precious collections, a set of plush beige sofas, a table displaying 5 photo frames and documents, and a fluffy white carpet covering the entire room. Lumian and company surveyed the room and simultaneously headed towards the table. The books on the table were mostly popular novels, including For's Wall's masterpiece, The Adventurer 5, Vice Admiral Ailment, and Auror's latest work, The Substitute Detective. The documents pertained mainly to various matters in the Dari A~G area. As for the 5 photos displayed in the frames, 4 were of Madame Puali's, and 1 belonged to a man Lumian did not recognize. "No photo of the administrator?" he exclaimed, surprised. Madame Puali's was the sole subject of the 4 photos, each depicting her in different clothing and poses. The male photo was not of Administrator Bayast, who, after all, was the male owner of the house. Wasn't this peculiar? Lee nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps the administrator's status in this family is akin to that of a butler. Have you ever seen a butler's photograph displayed in someone's home? "Then who is this man?" Lumian inquired, pointing to the photo frame on the side. The frame contained a color photograph of a man in his late 20s. He was wearing a red shirt, a black velvet coat, and dark pants with tassels. He sported a pair of short lace-up boots and was dressed very fashionably. He bore a striking resemblance to Madame Puali's, with light eyebrows, bright brown eyes, and brown hair parted in an exaggerated 7-3 style. His lips were curled up, giving him the air of a hooligan who frequented high society. All in all, this man's facial features were not extraordinary, but they were pleasing to the eye. Madame Puali's brother? Lumian hazarded a guess based on his appearance. Chapter 66. Crib. Lee gazed at the man in the photo, lost in thought. After receiving the request for help, we set off 2 days later to gather relevant information, she said. Madame Puali's full name is Puali's de Roquefort, isn't it? She paused for a moment before continuing. We investigated the Roquefort family in Darij and found no trace of Puali's. In Ainz, a woman could choose to keep her maiden name after getting married. If there was a "de" in her name, it meant that she was once a noble. The Ainz meaning of "de" was from, and the surname behind it was the fiefdom of the time. None, Lumian was surprised. He knew something was wrong with Madame Puali's, but he didn't expect her identity to be fake. Ryan nodded. In Darij, Roquefort is a large family with many members, including a provincial senator. We were in a hurry and didn't have time to conduct a more detailed investigation. We could only confirm that there was no such person as Puali's, but a man named Pullet had been missing for over a year. Pullet? Lumian asked. What's his relationship with Madame Puali's? They look alike. Ryan shook his head. Without enough information, it's impossible to make a guess. What we do know is that Pullet de Roquefort was a popular dandy in Trier, and he had many illegitimate children. Many people hated and detested him. Perhaps this is why he had no choice but to leave or was forced to leave Darij. Dandyism? Lumian was unfamiliar with the term. Auror subscribed to magazines and newspapers targeted towards women or focused on national affairs. There were some materials on the supernatural, but none involved male matters. Lee chuckled. To put it simply, it's a Casanova who dresses fashionably, speaks elegantly, and acts freely. Lumian sighed and mocked. The people of Trier sure know how to live life. They package their affairs as a thought, a doctrine, and a trend. When it came to cheating, Triers were at the forefront. The Padre, in front of the Triers, he was still a child. In the past year, Trier has constructed numerous arcades, Auror remarked while sipping her Marquis black tea, regaling Madame Puali's, Nazeli and the others with the latest trends from her 2-story subterranean abode. What's an arcade? It's a covered street with glass roofing and marble flooring. Elegant and stunning shops line both sides. During the day, light filters in from above, and at night, gas lamps illuminate the area. Carriages are prohibited from entering. The most renowned arcade is called the Opera House Arcade. Madame Puali's, holding a white porcelain cup filled with black tea, watched Auror with her bright brown eyes, listening intently with a smile. That sounds like something I must see. Nazali sighed, imagining the elegance, fashion, cleanliness, and brightness of the arcade. Auror's knowledge of the latest in TIS trends was the primary reason why they had accepted the afternoon tea invitation. After chatting for a while, the discussion turned to Auror's work and relationships. Love is just so unfathomable and elusive, Madame Pualis mused aloud. So this is why you fall in love with so many men at the same time? Auror couldn't help but inwardly criticize. Madame Pualis gazed at her with a faint smile and sighed. Sometimes, I get so angry because of his mistakes. I wish I could kill him and send him to his death, but when he's actually facing death, I can't help but save him and refuse to tell him. Perhaps this is love. In the master's bedroom of the administrator's residence. Madame Pualis may have once fallen in love with Pullet, a believer in dandyism, and engaged in a forbidden relationship, resulting in her disavowal by her family. She then had to marry someone and use her family's connections to secure the administrative position in Cordu for him. Lumion deduced this based on the stories and tropes written by his sister. This explained why Administrator Bayost's standing in the family was relatively low. Perhaps, Ryan replied simply. Keep searching, but don't attempt to open the safe or anything that may trigger an alarm. Lumion and his companions dispersed immediately and searched elsewhere. Despite the hunter's ability to observe subtle traces, Lumion still found nothing. The same was true for Lee and the others. They had no choice but to move to the study and search patiently. As time passed, the four of them arrived at the end of the corridor, where a closed room stood opposite an open solarium. Beside it was a staircase leading to one of the towers. Ryan, who had finished searching the solarium, turned to Lee. Lee touched the small silver bell hanging from her veil, mumbling to herself as she walked towards the tightly shut wooden door. This time, the 4 bells did not ring. Lee heaved a sigh of relief and gently pushed the wooden door open. It was an empty room with a rocking crib in the middle. The crib was made of brown wood and installed inside a wooden frame. It was covered in clean but slightly worn cotton swaddling cloth that showed its age. The crib was empty. This was the nursery where Madame Pualis's 2 children had once slept. Apart from the bed, there were no toys in the room. Scattered on the ground were wheat, barley, rice, rye, wheat, and other plants, making it look rather strange. Furthermore, these plants were well preserved, as if they had only been brought in a few days ago. Valentine's body glowed as he entered the room and circled around. Soon he returned to the door and shook his head at Ryan and Lee. There's no evil aura. All right. Lee looked at Lumion. Shall we head to the tower next? Lumion had always been curious about the castle's 2 towers. He never expected to have a chance to visit them today. Valentine left the strange nursery. Ryan grabbed the handle and planned to close the wooden door and restore it to its original state. At this moment, Lumion's gaze drifted inside. The brown wooden crib swayed gently, yet the tightly shut windows of the room and the solarium opposite, with their floor-to-ceiling panes, allowed no breeze to enter the corridor. W.H.? Lumion's pupils dilated. Lee noticed his distress and turned to look. The crib continued to sway, as though an invisible baby lay within its swaddling cloths. Lee raised her hand to her glabella, as if trying to ease her tired eyes. She readied herself to activate her spirit vision and see what lay inside the crib. Suddenly, the 4 small silver bells on her veil and boots jingled, as if they were about to burst. Ryan's face froze as he yelled, "Get out of here!" With that, he dashed into the solarium, crashing through the floor-to-ceiling windows in an attempt to create a path of escape from the castle. Bang! A loud thud echoed throughout the room as Ryan hit the windows, yet there was no sound of glass shattering. The transparent faces of young children appeared on the row of windows, some of them mere infants with pale, inexplicably terrifying faces. As Ryan bumped into them, they opened their mouths in unison and let out a haunting wail. Their cries echoed through the 3rd floor of the castle, casting an eerie gloom over the entire area. The walls and glass were adorned with the translucent faces of children, some wailing while others stared blankly at Lumion, Lee, Valentine, and Ryan. Lumion shuddered with fear as he felt their cold gazes upon him. Suddenly, Valentine's body was engulfed in a dark golden light, which quickly spread to envelop Lumion, Lee, and himself. A warm sensation spread throughout Lumion's body, dispelling his fear and filling him with courage. He drew his iron-black axe with newfound confidence. Meanwhile, Ryan seemed to grow taller and more imposing. Dawn-like rays of light surrounded him, coalescing into a silver-white full-body armor and a massive broadsword of light. With a mighty swing, Ryan cleaved at the floor-to-ceiling windows, dispersing the pale white faces of the children into smoke as they screamed. But the glass didn't break, and more faces appeared, their shrill cries tormenting Lumion and his companions. "Who dares to trespass the castle?" A woman's voice boomed, echoing through the halls. Almost immediately, Lumion spotted a figure on the other side of the corridor, standing on the second floor. She was a middle-aged woman with brown hair and eyes. She was rather good-looking without any wrinkles. She was the midwife who had helped Louis Lund's delivery. In her hand, she held a pair of enormous scissors that could decapitate a human while donning a grayish-white gown. It was as if she had just returned from pruning a branch in the garden. She glared at Lumion and his companions and spoke in a deep, threatening voice. "You deserve to die." In the subterranean two-story abode, Madame Pualis jolted suddenly, and her countenance altered. She delicately placed the porcelain teacup on the table and smiled at Auror. "My apologies. I've just recollected an urgent matter that requires my immediate attention at home." "Huh?" Auror was shocked. Pualis rose from her seat, her expression filled with regret. "I had intended to stay and discuss your work and its beautiful and poignant portrayal of love." Auror responded quickly. "Please, you're more than welcomed." "I cannot, unfortunately." Madame Pualis shook her head. "It concerns my children." Chapter 67. Evil Spells. Valentine caught sight of the woman in the grayish-white dress. His eyes brimmed with hatred as he stretched his arms out as if embracing the sun. A blinding pillar of light descended from the sky and struck the target clutching the enormous scissors. The surroundings burst into light in an instant. The transparent faces on the walls and glass vanished before they could even scream. The woman's body had clearly caught fire and was evaporating, but then it suddenly vanished. Lumion found this scene eerily familiar. The mouth orifice monster had displayed similar behavior when he was hunting it. Invisibility. The woman might not have concealed herself, but she certainly wasn't dead. Thus, Lumion didn't feel any relief. Instead, he approached Ryan, who now towered over him. Ryan, covered in silver armor and wielding a broadsword of light, was the person Lumion trusted the most among those present. It was evident that Ryan excelled at combat. Lee stood there when suddenly, the face of a pale child emerged on the wall behind her, transforming into the woman in the grayish-white dress. The woman's enormous scissors clamped down on Lee's neck. Crack. Lee's head drooped, but no blood spurted forth. Her body and head swiftly shriveled and thinned, transforming into a ragged paper effigy that softly settled onto the ground. Not far away, her silhouette donning a pleated cashmere dress outlined itself. With a clang, Ryan, his face concealed by a silver visor, hoisted the Sword of Dawn and strode towards the spot where Lee had stood, sweeping the weapon diagonally at the woman. The woman brandished her scissors in an attempt to block the attack, but was pushed back into the wall by the force of the blow. Her form vanished once again. As Valentine, clad in a thin blue tweed jacket, stood with his back turned, the woman suddenly replaced the swollen and pallid visage. She leaned out and struck the nape of Valentine's neck. "Look out!" Lee cried out as soon as she spotted the woman, alerting her companion. Valentine snorted and crossed his arms. Golden, illusory flames burst forth from the void surrounding him, intertwining and transforming the corridor into an ocean pulsating with the radiance of the sun. The woman winced in agony as her body was consumed by the intense flames. She retreated back into the interior. Of the walls, reverting to the swollen, pallid face, the translucent face melted instantly into wisps of black gas within the golden, illusory flames before dissipating. Clang, Ryan's Sword of Dawn struck the same spot again. causing the entire castle to tremble. Despite his efforts, he was still a step too late to stop the woman. Lumion quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The woman who had delivered Louis Lund was linked to the transparent faces of children on the wall and glass. Not only could she transform into one of them, but she could also transform into a ghost form, evading attacks and deflecting damage. In other words, she could attack from any wall or glass on the third floor of the castle at any given time, and Ryan and the others' counterattacks were ineffective. With this realization, Lumion immediately distanced himself from the floor-to-ceiling windows and the surrounding walls and walked to the middle of the solarium. At that moment, ghostly faces appeared on the ground and ceiling. The woman suddenly emerged from behind Lumion's feet and quickly reached for his thigh with the pair of scissors. Lumion's heart raced with a sense of danger. Without bothering to confirm where the attack was coming from, he jumped into the air and dodged to the side. Despite his efforts, he was still half a beat too slow. A deep gash was left on the lower part of his thigh, and blood instantly gushed out. As soon as the drops of blood landed on the ground, the woman, who had switched spots, pointed at them and they condensed into a thin, blood-colored figure. Without any hesitation, the blood-colored figure turned to Lumion, who had rolled to the recliner, and pounced at him, feeding on his blood and growing stronger with each drop. At the same time, Lumion endured intense pain and felt his blood running out of control. Almost instantly, Ryan jumped in. In midair, he raised the broadsword of light high and slashed at the blood-colored figure, pinning it to the ground and shattering it with the transparent faces around him. Lee had somersaulted to Lumion's side and pressed her right hand on his thigh wound. To Lumion's surprise, the wound magically moved along with Lee's right palm, all the way down to the side of his calf, which wasn't rich in blood vessels. The bleeding immediately decreased. The woman suddenly appeared from the ceiling. Her brown eyes burned with a blazing life. The blood dripping from Lumion's calf was ignited, producing a bright flame that resembled the spring sun. It quickly spread deep into the wound and into the blood vessels in his body. At that moment, Lumion felt his life rapidly draining away. With a pop, Ryan stabbed the two-handed broadsword condensed from light into the ground. Around him, in the area where Lumion and Lee were, rays of dawn-like light appeared, filling all space. In the morning light, the remaining blood-colored figures quickly melted, and the bright and beautiful flames on Lumion's calf quickly extinguished. The second of burning had sealed his wounds together, stopping the bleeding. Ryan pulled out his broadsword and bellowed in a deep, commanding voice. "This environment is unsuitable. We must depart at once." What he really meant was that the woman was not as powerful as she appeared. She was almost invincible and impossible to target due to the unique conditions on the third floor of the castle that greatly enhanced her abilities. Without waiting for his companions to react, Ryan charged after the woman. Although he was still slightly slower than his opponent, who could move with the aid of translucent faces, he spared no effort and attacked with powerful slashes, diagonal cuts, and stabs. He forced his adversary into a constant state of motion, forcing her to constantly shift positions after each attack. Together with the holy lights summoned by Valentine and the golden flames he conjured, the two of them managed to temporarily subdue the woman, thus preventing Lee and Lumion from being harmed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lee leapt onto the armchair and dashed back and forth across the sofa, tables, recliners, and ornaments, making sure to avoid touching the ground. Throughout this process, the silver bells on her veil and boots chimed incessantly, sometimes melodious and sometimes grating. Lumion no longer felt safe on the ground. He climbed onto the table and scanned the ceiling above and the floor below, analyzing Lee's movements. Drawing from his previous experience, he deduced the route the woman was attempting to use to escape. Soon, Lee ceased her acrobatic maneuvers. "To the tower, quickly!" Just as she finished speaking, the woman thrust her head out of the ceiling and barked in a stern voice, "You damned bastards!" Each word was enunciated with precision, causing Lumion and his companions' hearts to race, their heads to spin, and their vision to blur. It was a thoroughly unpleasant experience, Valentine endured the discomfort and stretched his arms out once more. A brilliant and pristine light flooded the ceiling. "Let's move," Ryan commanded. Lumion immediately leaped off the table, enduring the pain in his calf. Stepping on the transparent faces, he raced towards the tower with Lee and Valentine close behind. Only Ryan, covered in silver armor, wasn't in a rush to escape. He lifted the sword of dawn and sliced the woman who had poked her head out, preventing her from stopping his companions from fleeing. After Lee and the others ascended the stairs leading to the tower, he turned around and gave chase with a leap. A woman emerged from a transparent face on the side wall and let out a piercing scream. Accompanied by the scream, a layer of black, malevolent flames ignited on the surface of Ryan's silver armor. Ryan immediately felt his stamina rapidly depleting. Without hesitation, he deactivated the dawn armor. Spots of light resembling the morning sun scattered in all directions, along with the black flames, and dissipated into the air. Holding the broadsword of light, Ryan took the opportunity to leap and depart from the castle's third floor, entering the stairs. At this moment, Lumion, aware that he was a little weak and unable to make use of the environment, ran in second place. Ahead of him was Lee, whose silver bell was ringing softly. Lee suddenly came to a halt. Lumion hastily slowed down as he heard chattering. He then looked ahead and was taken aback. The tower was not large, and it could even be considered small. There were stairs leading to various firing ports. The walls were densely packed with children. They were dressed in different clothes. Some appeared to have just been born, while others were 3 or 4 years old. Their limbs resembled bird claws with unnaturally sharp tips. Using their bird claws, these children were like birds in a forest, perching on the wall and occupying most of the area. Lumion's scalp tingled as he saw over 100 human children's faces, bodies, and wicked, sharp bird claws combined with an abnormal perching method. He once again felt as though his mind, eyes, and soul had been corrupted, just as when he had witnessed Louis Lund give birth. The children had not yet noticed the intrusion. A small number of them were happily discussing different topics. "The sky is so blue out there. I want to go outside." "No way. Mummy said we have to be able to retract our claws and be like normal humans before we can go out." At that moment, Ryan caught up to the 3 of them and said urgently, "Stay away." He then turned around and barricaded the entrance of the tower like a giant, holding the sword of dawn in his hand. Lee and Valentine didn't inquire why. They ran frantically and found stairs and other obstacles to hide behind. Although Lumion didn't comprehend, his survival instincts told him to follow orders. "All of you, come down here," the woman's sharp voice reverberated. Each word drilled into Lumion and his companions' ears, weakening them simultaneously. Immediately afterwards, the woman in the grayish-white dress appeared at the corner of the staircase. The entire tower was filled with the aura of life, and no pale faces were visible. Chapter 68, Purification. Upon seeing that Ryan was blocking the entrance of the tower with the sword of dawn, the woman in the grayish-white dress felt a sense of foreboding. She swiftly turned the enormous scissors around, clamped them around her neck, and pulled gently. A vivid red stream of blood gushed out immediately, accompanied by her sharp cry. The blood flowed in every direction as if it had a life of its own, enveloping her entire body. It was as though the woman had adorned herself with blood-colored full-body armor. Meanwhile, Ryan held the sword of dawn in reverse with both hands and genuflected. With a pop, he stabbed the 2-handed broadsword, which had condensed from light, into the stone floor in front of him. The broadsword disintegrated, transforming into specks of light that resembled the morning sun. They were densely packed and innumerable, forming a flickering and violent hurricane that swept forward. Wherever the hurricane of light passed, the stone floor was shaved thin. Some of the steps were flattened, and exaggerated cracks appeared. The woman was completely engulfed before she could dodge. The blood-colored armor on her body lasted for a second before completely shattering and melting into the light. This time, she had left the special environment on the 3rd floor and was in a place filled with life force. She could no longer use the pale and transparent faces to shift position. She could only watch as tiny blood-colored cracks appeared on her body. The cracks expanded rapidly and instantly turned into a hideous wound that cut through the woman. As her screams reverberated, her body crumbled into pieces of flesh. The pieces of flesh and her spirit were still being ravaged by the storm of light until the hurricane subsided. The flesh was ground, and the spirit dissipated. Although Ryan tried his best to prevent the hurricane of light from implicating the others, he was still too weak to control it. He destroyed a large swath of the walls on the side and the stairs behind him. If Lumion, Lee, and Valentine hadn't found cover in advance, they would have more or less been injured. Wah, wah, wah! The bird-clawed children who were climbing the wall were frightened and cried out. Lumion and the others' ears buzzed as if they had suffered a noise attack. Let's go. Ryan turned around and slammed into the most damaged wall nearby. Crash! The wall shattered, and a large number of rocks fell. A huge hole that humans could crawl through appeared. When Valentine and Lumion ran over, Ryan grabbed each of them with one hand and jumped from a height of more than 10 meters to a tree outside the castle. Bam! In midair, he kicked the tree and flew diagonally away from the castle. Lee descended on her own, using the protrusion of the castle's outer walls to descend rapidly, landing on the ground in a breath or two. Ryan, Lumion, and Valentine waited for Lee for a few seconds as the trees shook violently. After meeting up with her, they ran to the back of the hill and left before the other servants caught up. In less than a minute, Madame Puali stood expressionless beside the ruptured hole at the entrance of the tower, wearing a grayish-blue fluffy dress. The children crawling on the walls quickly accused the outsiders of being barbaric and cruel, calling out for their mother. Madame Puali's, with an ashen face, remained silent. In the forest beside Cordu village, Lumion and his companions stopped and looked back at the castle. Lee was about to speak when she frowned and said, "I hear a baby crying, it's very close." She turned to Ryan and the others and asked, "Can you hear it?" Lumion was startled and listened carefully, vaguely hearing the sound of a baby crying, but it was not as close as Lee had described. In fact, it sounded distant. "I can hear it a little," Ryan answered truthfully. Valentine's expression changed as if he had thought of something. At the same time, Lee's face twisted in pain, and she instinctively pressed a hand to her abdomen, where there was a distinct swelling and squirming. Valentine quickly went over to Lee and placed his hand on her head, saying a word in ancient Hermes that Lumion had just learned. "Sun." Golden, translucent liquid drops condensed out of thin air and sprinkled over Lee's body. Illusory black smoke immediately rose from Lee's body, and her expression alternated between distortion and normalcy. Finally, her abdomen returned to its original state and stopped squirming. Phew. Lee breathed a sigh of relief. "I narrowly avoided becoming a monster's mother. Luckily, we took care of it in time before it could take root." She wore a smile on her face, unfazed by the bizarre and terrifying experience. Lee turned to Lumion, Ryan, and Valentine. "Would you like to purify yourselves with holy water? I worry that you may unknowingly become mothers." "Yes," Lumion agreed immediately, but Valentine approached Ryan first. Placing his hand on Ryan's head, he uttered the ancient Hermes word, "Sun." Holy water formed and sprinkled down, but nothing unusual happened to Ryan. Valentine purified himself next, and no black smoke appeared. He then walked over to Lumion and placed his hand on the hunter's head. "Sun," he repeated, and droplets of translucent liquid fell. Lumion suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if a snake were burrowing inside. Each time it moved, Lumion's heart raced or slowed down, causing extreme discomfort. In the next moment, Lumion heard the mysterious voice that seemed to come from an infinite distance, but also sounded close by. It wasn't as clear as in his dream, so it prevented him from entering a near-death state. Just as Lumion couldn't take it anymore, Valentine stopped the purification and nodded coldly. "There's nothing wrong with you either." Phew. Lumion breathed a silent sigh of relief, feeling as though he had been pulled back from the brink of death. At that moment, he roughly understood what had just happened. According to the mysterious lady, he was severely corrupted by a certain hidden evil god. He could only maintain his normal state by relying on the timely seal of that great existence. Accepting the purification of holy water was like a devil embracing holy light. He was bound to experience problems. In other words, he was an evil god pollutant that needed to be purified. Thankfully, if Valentine had kept going or had been a little stronger, I would have exposed my abnormality even with the seal of that great existence. I can't undergo purification in the future. I won't even be able to find someone to exorcise the evil. I'm the evil that needs to be exorcised. Lumion rejoiced and didn't let the remnant pain appear on his face. Upon realizing that his companions had been cleansed and all risks had been eliminated, Ryan promptly suggested, "If we make our way to the edge of the village now, we'll activate the loop. In the event that Madame Pualis discovers a clue and catches up with us, we can attempt to flee and restart the cycle." Noticing Valentine's perplexed expression, Ryan added, "I'm concerned that if we die once during a cycle, there may be repercussions once the loop is lifted. Therefore, it's best not to perish at this moment." "Understood," Lee agreed before Valentine could interject with any radical ideas. Observing that his two companions had arrived at the same conclusion, Valentine simply nodded. At that moment, Lumion glanced at them before waving his hand and declaring, "You guys go on ahead. I'm going home." Ryan furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Aren't you worried that Madame Pualis might come after you?" Lumion grinned and replied, "I'm not like you. As soon as I entered the tower, I was attempting to avoid the monster children's gaze. They didn't spot me, and the midwife who saw me was killed by you. It seems that even channeling spirits is ineffective. How could Madame Pualis have suspected that a powerful infiltration team like yours had an ordinary person like me with them? Think about it. Prior to your arrival in Cordu, no one had attempted to infiltrate the castle. The moment you arrived, something immediately occurred. Who else could be suspected but you guys? If I escape with you, I'll be dragged down with you." Ryan, Lee, and Valentine were left speechless. This was clearly an operation concocted by Lumion. Why did it appear as though he had nothing to do with it in the end? Were they going to shoulder all the blame? Goodbye. If Madame Pualis doesn't dare to confront official Beyonders like you and the cycle isn't restarted, I'll see you at All Tavern tomorrow. Lumion waved his hand and dashed towards the edge of the forest, reminding them, "Take care, my cabbages." Once he exited the forest, Lumion's expression became serious. The explanation he provided for not escaping with Ryan and the others wasn't the only reason. It was more of an excuse. His primary objective was to return home immediately and rendezvous with Auror. As soon as Auror invited Madame Pualis for afternoon tea, someone snuck into the castle, and they were the prime suspects. Lumion had to inform his sister that if Madame Pualis came to interrogate and silence her, she should sell out the 3 foreigners and agree to Madame Pualis's imprisonment. She could discover and dangle a valuable secret to delay Madame Pualis for a while, preventing her from executing anyone on the spot. Only by staying alive would there be a chance. Even in the loop, Lumion couldn't afford to die easily in case something catastrophic occurred once the loop ended. Furthermore, once Madame Pualis caught up with Lee and the others, if she emerged victorious, one of Ryan and the other 2 would trigger the loop and erase their memories. If she lost, what was there to be concerned about? Lumion gritted his teeth and ran home through the village road, enduring the pain in his calf. Upon seeing Auror standing at the door, appearing completely unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Is everything all right? Is everything all right?" the siblings both inquired simultaneously. Chapter 69. Him in response to his sister's concern, Lumion shook his head and declared, "I'm fine." He surveyed his surroundings and suggested, "Let us talk inside." Upon reaching the stove, he briefly narrated his expedition with Ryan and the others. Lumion then advised his sister that if Madame Pualis were to attack them, she must surrender and betray the 3 foreigners without hesitation. Considering the phenomena he had encountered in the castle, Lumion believed that the siblings could not defeat Madame Pualis. They were not even capable of handling the midwife. Auror listened attentively and couldn't help but chuckle. From a logical standpoint, your tactics are indeed the best, but why do I find it peculiar? It is as though I have become the villain in a story. Furthermore, I am not the principal antagonist, the charismatic kind. What is important is the consequence, Lumion stressed to his sister. In your own words, one must endure the humiliation, bear the heavy burden, preserve the useful body, and wait for it to prove its worth in the future. Auror couldn't help but rub her forehead. Have I taught you too many strange things? Yes, Lumion earnestly nodded. Auror rolled her eyes. Okay, I understand. I will not confront Madame Pualis until the most crucial moment. When Madame Pualis noticed that the alarm had been triggered and attempted to leave, I did not stop her. I merely expressed reluctance and conversed with her for an additional minute. Right, please elaborate on the specifics of your exploration. She seated herself at the dining table and listened intently, just in case Madame Pualis were to interrogate her in anger. Lumion pulled out a chair on the opposite side of the dining table and expounded on the expedition's accomplishments and battle process. As Auror listened, her expression gradually became somewhat peculiar. What is the matter? Lumion noticed his sister's abnormality. After considerable deliberation, Auror inquired with a strange expression. There is a portrait of a man in Madame Pualis' bedroom, and he resembles her. It's suspected that he is her brother? Yes, the three foreigners speculated that he might be a missing member of the Roquefort family named Pullet. Lumion recounted Ryan and the others' statements, including dandyism and the vast number of illegitimate children. He added, according to the three foreigners' investigation, there is no such person as Pualis in the Roquefort family. Auror nodded and exhaled. Then I am quite sure that my guess is correct. Her expression remained peculiar, only growing more pronounced. What guess? Lumion asked, perplexed. Auror gave him a sidelong glance before replying. Perhaps Madame Pualis is actually Pullet. What? That's absurd, Lumion exclaimed. One is a man, the other a woman, and Madame Pualis had 2 children. Who's to say she gave birth to them herself? Maybe the administrator did it for her. Auror countered, a sneer curling her lip. And even if they are Madame Pualis's children, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. In the world of mysticism, anything is possible. Consider this. If Louis Lund can give birth to a man, then why can't Pullet become a woman? That may be true, but... Lumion was still unconvinced. Auror gave him a sly smile. The reason I dare to make such a guess, unlike the 3 foreigners, is because I've heard something, or rather, I've witnessed something. Do you remember which pathway neighbors the Hunter pathway? Assassin. Lumion replied without hesitation. He had been drawn to the name, which was undoubtedly cooler than Hunter. In our organization, the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, there was a man who was fascinated by the idea of an assassin and chose that pathway. Auror explained, her expression growing stranger by the moment. At a gathering, he confided in us with a melancholy and troubled air that the potion an assassin needs to consume after reaching sequence 7 is called Witch. Witch? Lumion had a sinking feeling the moment he heard the potion's name. Yes, witch. In the world of mysticism, warlocks and witches are 2 entirely different concepts. You used to get them mixed up and call me a witch from time to time. It was rather unsettling, Auror said, taking the opportunity to enlighten him. Drinking the witch potion will turn you into a witch. Acting as a witch causes your body to undergo a complete transformation, turning you into a woman. Hiss. Lumion took a deep breath, relieved that his first obtained characteristic was that of a hunter. Had he obtained something related to the assassin pathway, he might very well have been lost to it due to his eagerness. What happened to the man who was considering it? Did he drink it? Lumion asked, unable to resist. Auror replied with a smile. He agonized over it for a long time. He didn't want to become a woman, but he also didn't want to stay at sequence 8. Eventually, someone persuaded him, life is short, why not give it a try? After that, I met him again at a gathering. No, he was already a her by then. She was already a woman by then. A beautiful and charming one at that. Lumion was momentarily speechless. Auror grinned at him and added, clearly enjoying herself. In the future, Should you reach Sequence 5 and find yourself unable to obtain the Sequence 4 materials for the Hunter pathway, you might consider the Demoness pathway instead. The Assassin pathway is also known as the Demoness pathway. Demoness. Lumion found the name Assassin bewildering. The mysticism world was fraught with dangers. He deftly steered the conversation back on track. So Madame Puales is truly Pulet the Casanova. Even an assassin could transform into a demoness. A path that enabled a man to bear children was likely to transform a man into a woman. Auror nodded warily and gazed out of the window. I suspect that Madame Puales transitioned to a woman only after reaching a specific sequence. She had to disappear to avoid discovery by the authorities. According to the mysterious lady, the power of a deity's boon can also be divided into sequences. Her abnormal pathway would also include the ability to promote fertility, manipulate life, and control the undead. Auror deduced that she could manipulate life and control the undead from Lumion's battle with the midwife. That was the same performance Madame Knight, who looked like Madame Puales, had showcased in Paramita with the undead chasing after her. Auror suddenly exclaimed, "What's the matter?" Lumion asked cautiously, did his sister uncover another ominous truth? Auror scowled at her brother and replied, "At the afternoon tea, Madame Puales said that love is unfathomable. She wished he would perish for his mistake, but when he faced death, she saved him and refused to tell the other party. I didn't comprehend it then, and I didn't dwell on it. Now, I wonder if she had an ulterior motive for saying that." Lumion was equally puzzled. She saved someone. When did she do that? Suddenly, he halted and stared at Auror. The siblings remembered that Madame Knight had saved them by distracting the undead in Paramita. But that was from the preceding cycle. Lumion was about to reject it, but he couldn't. He and Auror exchanged a look and realized their eyes were filled with shock and dread. If Madame Puales was referring to that incident, it meant she retained some of her memories from the loop. "It's impossible," Auror muttered to herself. "Never mind. Let's assume it's true." "I'd rather overestimate our foe than underestimate them," Lumion concurred. Then he had a thought. "Auror, a grand sower, considering that Madame Puales might have been a man, did she fall in love with you?" "I didn't do anything wrong. You were the one who spied on Louis Lund giving birth." "Puales is infatuated with you," Auror riposted. Lumion muttered under his breath. "Perhaps she believes that you instigated me." "I don't usually associate with her, but I did once bring some people to see her having an affair with the Padre. She teased me for it." "You, on the other hand, discuss literature and trends with her occasionally. You even go to her house to borrow a pony." "Huh," Auror's voice rose in disgust. "Then why was she trying to set me up with those awful men you told me about?" Lumion paused before responding. "Maybe she's trying to discourage your interest in men and lead you to her instead." "What kind of strange things have you been reading?" Auror glared at her brother. Not only could Lumion provide a rational answer, but he did it with forceful verve. "Your novels. You wrote something similar in one of them." "Is that so?" Auror fell into deep thought. After a moment, she looked out the window and said, "It's been a while, but Madame Puales hasn't come after us. The cycle hasn't started again. Perhaps she doesn't want to kill the foreigners." "If an investigator sent by the officials were to be killed, it would cause even greater trouble," Lumion speculated. "And she doesn't suspect me, so she doesn't suspect you either." The witness was dead, and no one else had seen him. Auror nodded and said self-deprecatingly, "I don't even feel like eating dinner." Suddenly, Lumion had an idea. "What if we go to the castle? Is the perpetrator returning to the scene of the crime?" Auror laughed. Lumion nodded. "I want to investigate the castle. Madame Puales doesn't suspect me, so I can go unnoticed. Oh, and I haven't picked any tulips yet. I can ask for a few under the guise of making fragrances." Since Auror and Madame Puales appeared to be friends, there was no issue with Lumion's actions. Auror thought for a moment before saying, "We can try, but we can't be sure that Madame Puales won't cause trouble. Yes, if you don't return in half an hour, I'll go to the edge of the village and trigger the cycle to start again." "All right," Lumion agreed. As Lumion arrived at the administrator's castle once again, the sun had already set behind the mountain, painting the horizon with a red hue. Passing through the garden, Lumion reached the open main entrance and approached a male servant. "Excuse me, my grand sower Aurora is creating a fragrance. Could I please borrow some tulips from Madame Puali's?" The male servant, dressed in a red shirt and white pants, responded without any hint of suspicion. "I'll inquire with Madame." He quickly disappeared into the castle. Shortly after, he reappeared. "Madame says you may go straight to the garden to pluck them. She really doesn't suspect me. Besides, it's as if nothing happened. Nevertheless, he refrained from entering the castle and headed towards the garden to search for the tulips. It was there that Lumion spotted the flowers and a lady's maid pruning a flowering tree in the shadows. As he casually sized her up, his gaze suddenly froze. The lady's maid was in her 40s, with brown hair, brown eyes, and a pretty face devoid of wrinkles. She was none other than the midwife who had fought Valentine and the others and was eventually killed by Ryan, yet here she stood, seemingly unscathed, her face shrouded in a shadow cast by the flowers and trees. Chapter 70. Spirit Channeling. The instant he laid eyes on the midwife, Lumion's heart seemed to cease beating. "She's still alive. I clearly saw her killed by Ryan, and her spirit was destroyed." Lumion remembered vividly how the midwife had eventually been reduced to tiny pieces of flesh scattered on the ground. Some parts couldn't even be found. This must be a freaking ghost encounter. No, wait, there's the sound of breathing. Lumion thought of some scenes from his sister's novels, and his heart went from stillness to rapid beating. If it weren't for the midwife not looking at him, preoccupied with trimming the branches of the flowering tree, he would have reacted to the stress. Catcha. Tiny tree branches that grew haphazardly fell to the ground, snapping the stunned Lumion out of his daze. He subconsciously took a step forward, walking towards the place where the tulips bloomed. The midwife didn't stop him or even turn around. Lumion couldn't help but steal another glance at her. She was focused on pruning the branches. The shadows cast by the flowers and trees made her profile look dark and gloomy. Not daring to linger, Lumion plucked a few tulips and left the administrator's castle. His heart was still pounding even when he returned to the village. After calming himself down, Lumion walked towards Riamund Greg's house. It was still too early for Aurora to trigger the cycle. It was also a 2-story building, but compared to Lumion and Aurora's house, it was clearly older, more dilapidated, and narrower. The outer wall revealed the gray color of stone amidst the many green plants creeping over it. At that moment, the Greg's door was wide open, allowing one to see the stove on the left, the table on the right, and the wooden buckets behind. Lumion recalled that the wooden barrels were used for storage. There were 2 simple wooden beds in the space they isolated. They belonged to Riamund and his sister. Lumion didn't knock and walked straight into the Greg's house as usual. Riamund's elder and younger sisters were helping their mother prepare dinner. Riamund's father, Pierre Greg, was sitting on a chair at the wooden table, drinking cheap wine with a gloomy expression. "I heard that Riamund is missing," Lumion asked Pierre Greg with a concerned look. Pierre Greg seemed to have aged significantly, and the few wrinkles on his face were even more pronounced. He looked up at Lumion and asked in confusion and surprise, "You don't know?" At this moment, Riamund's mother and 2 sisters stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Lumion. Lumion couldn't be any more honest. "I've been busy with my own matters. I haven't seen Riamund for days." Pierre Greg had already inquired and knew that Lumion was telling the truth. Otherwise, suspecting that this rascal had instigated Riamund to run away from home, he would have gone questioning him that afternoon. 2 afternoons ago, they said it was the 29th, Riamund didn't return after he left, Pierre Greg said with a gloomy expression. "We've been looking for him. His 2 brothers are still out searching." "Where do you think he'd have gone?" Lumion hesitated before responding. "He usually says that he doesn't want to learn shepherding, but he doesn't have much money on him. It's impossible for him to leave on his own. Let me see if he left anything behind." As he spoke, he walked naturally to the wooden barrels at the back of the first floor and passed through them to reach Riamund's bed. The bed was very simple, as if pieced together with a few planks of wood. However, the grayish-blue bedsheets, the pillow stuffed with straw, and the quilt with traces of mending were all clean. It was evident that they were often washed. This was because Aurora loved cleanliness and didn't allow lice to appear at home or on her body. Even Lumion had developed this habit. Therefore, when he interacted with his playmates, he would consciously urge them to maintain personal hygiene. He didn't allow those fellows to be dirty and live with lice and fleas all day. If Riamund and the others slacked off at some point and were discovered by him to have lice, they would definitely be pranked. They might even be pushed into the river and made to wash up even if they refused to. After a few years of oppression, Riamund habitually helped clean up the environment when he returned home. "We didn't find any message," Pierre Gregg said with a worried expression as he followed him to the bed. Lumion sat by Riamund's bed and reached under the pillow. He found 2 items, a cracked, dark red fountain pen and an exercise book filled with handwriting. Riamund was hungry for knowledge, but had little chance to receive an education. In Emperor Rosel's time, villages like Cordu had mandatory township schools, housed in the same building as the administrator's office. The building also contained an army recruitment center, a recruit physical examination committee, and other institutions, but ultimately, there were only a few staff members. In recent decades, many villages had lost their schools. The church provided Sunday school for larger populations, but Cordu had to rely on educated elders to teach the children sporadically. Over time, some young people became illiterate again. When Lumion was in a good mood, he would claim he needed money for drinks. So he sold his old fountain pens and workbooks to Riamund, Ava, and others at a low price, teaching them some words in the process. Riamund took every lesson as seriously as he did combat training and helping shepherds make cheese in the mountains to earn money. He was determined to change his fate. Lumion removed the fountain pen and exercise book, staring at them for a long time. I asked the padre. He said these are just simple words that don't form a sentence. Pierre Gregg sighed. Lumion flipped through the exercise book, noting how the handwriting had improved from messy and ugly to something acceptable. True, there's no message. He agreed with Pierre Gregg before adding, but I wonder if it's a code that can be deciphered into a sentence. You've heard a similar story, right? Aurora told it to many village children. Did they mention it at home? This included Riamund's younger brother and sister. Yes, they did. Pierre Gregg nodded. Cordu villagers would often gather in the kitchen at night for conversation, laughter, and storytelling when they couldn't afford the tavern. First-time guests had to follow Ainz social norms and bring a bottle of wine, even a cheap one. Pierre Gregg had heard a similar story from his youngest son during such a gathering. Lumion held up the exercise book confidently. I'll take it back to Aurora for her to examine and see if she can find anything. All right. Pierre Gregg didn't think it was anything valuable. After leaving the area surrounded by wooden barrels, Lumion walked toward the door and Pierre Gregg sat down again. A few steps later, Lumion heard Pierre Gregg sigh and mutter. If he didn't want to learn shepherding, he could have told me. Why did he just leave? Our family will soon be wealthy. He won't need to learn shepherding anymore. Wealthy? Lumion's heart raced as he turned around, feigning curiosity. What's this chance for wealth? Pierre Gregg didn't look up, keeping his head lowered as he said despondently, Our family's horoscope is about to change. Our luck will improve. What? Lumion felt a chill down his spine. Who told you this? He asked. Pierre Gregg didn't answer, continuing to lament. Upon returning home, Lumion immediately informed his sister that the midwife was still alive. Aurora frowned her blonde brows. She's not necessarily a living person. Huh? Lumion was taken aback. Aurora pondered and said, Didn't we discuss this before? Madame Puali's pathway might have the power to control the undead. That might be a zombie. Impossible, Lumion said. I saw her without activating my spirit vision. Besides, there were no signs of stitching on her body. Back then, she was diced into many small pieces by Ryan. Lumion recalled and said, Also, I heard her breathing. At this point, Lumion paused. However, she was indeed a little sluggish. Her expression was gloomy, and her eyes weren't lively enough. She looked almost exactly like Naroka. The one I saw on the night of the previous loop, when Naroka took the initiative to enter Paramita. Naroka, whose face was pale and eyes were blank. Of course, the midwife obviously resembled a living person more. Auror nodded and said, "A special state that's closer to the undead." Unable to deduce an answer, she gestured for Lumion to say something else. Lumion recounted everything that had happened in Riamund's father's words in detail, as if nothing had happened in the castle. Auror listened quietly and nodded. "Madame Pualis doesn't seem to want to pursue the matter of the castle. I wonder what she's holding back. Also, your discovery proves that a portion of the abnormality in the village is related to her, but she doesn't seem to be involved in the cycle." What she meant was that Madame Pualis's involvement in the abnormality was mainly the fertility, death, soul, and paramita. Nothing to do with the time loop. I think so too. Lumion had such an inkling during his explorations. It seems that the person behind the Padre and company is most likely not Madame Pualis, referring to Riamund's father's words, he guessed. The one who spread the news that doing something can affect the horoscope and obtain good luck, Auror acknowledged tersely. "We'll investigate tomorrow and see if we can channel Riamund's spirit tonight." After dinner, Auror saw that it was about time and began to set up the altar. She was praying to herself, so she only placed a single candle, but the candle was replaced by another one made of slumber flowers and other materials. Auror sanctified a silver dagger and created a wall of spirituality. Then she dripped the extract made of night vanilla and moon flowers onto the orange flames, stirring up a misty fog. Seeing that the preparations were complete, Auror glanced at the workbook on the altar and took a step back. She said in ancient Hermes, "I." As she uttered the word, her eyes darkened, as if an invisible wind was swirling around her. "I summon in my name." This was the second sentence she said, and she changed it to Hermes. As she didn't know where Riamund's spirit was, she couldn't directly communicate with it. She could only try summoning it. As a wild Beyonder, she didn't dare pray to the Evernight goddess, who was in charge of this domain. She could only rely on herself. The chances of success weren't high, unless Riamund's spirit was indeed somewhere in Cordu and was very close. Auror continued to recite, "The spirit lingering in Cordu village." The man named Riamund Gregg, the owner of this exercise book. The orange candle flame suddenly swayed, absorbing the surrounding fog and becoming slightly larger. Its light rippled and was dyed with a deep blue color. Beads of sweat appeared on Auror's forehead as she began to borrow strength from various materials. Amidst the howling wind, a figure appeared above the blue flames. Having already activated his spirit vision, Lumion saw a translucent figure. He had brown hair and eyes, looking rather ordinary. It was Riamund Gregg. He was indeed still in the village. Riamund's body was bloated, his face pale, and blood-colored tears were dripping from the corners of his eyes. Auror was clearly stunned. After the cycle was restarted, Riamund had only gone missing and hadn't drowned. How did his spirit end up like this? That's right. If he hadn't drowned, how could he have become a spirit? They were self-contradictory. Amidst her confusion, Auror asked, "Riamund Gregg, why did you disappear?" Riamund's expression suddenly turned ferocious as he shouted sharply, "They drowned me." Chapter 71. Underground? Lumion couldn't hide his surprise at Riamund's response. He had assumed that Riamund had drowned in the river of his own accord, becoming a sacrifice to some unknown entity. But now it seemed there were others involved. It wasn't just an unseen force that had pulled Riamund into the depths. "Who are they?" Auror demanded, Riamund's face contorted with pain and fury. His eyes burned with hatred. He spat the words, Pons Bainett and his men, they held me down in the water." After Ava and the others had left the riverbank, Pons Bainett and his thugs appeared where Riamund had washed ashore. They forced him back into the water, drowning him to turn him into a sacrifice. Lumion pieced together the scenario from Riamund's words. The entire Lent celebration had been twisted into a dark, sacrificial ritual. Auror pressed for more information, but Riamund only repeated the same few phrases, as if they were all that remained of his memory. Damn, we missed the best time for spirit channeling. All we have left is this lingering obsession. Auror thought for a moment, formulating a question that Riamund might or might not recall. Did they sacrifice you to a specific being? What's so special about him? Where is he? This time, Auror was more cautious. She didn't ask for the full name, only seeking indirect information to aid her judgment. She believed that if Riamund's spirit had sensed anything during the sacrifice, it would have left a strong impression. Otherwise, it wouldn't. Riamund hesitated, tears welling up in his ghostly eyes, turning the corners red. Lumien's expression darkened. Unconsciously, he began clenching his fists. Suddenly, Riamund cried out, "Underground, beneath the cathedral?" What? Auror could hardly believe her ears. Based on her question, Riamund was implying that the secret entity he had been sacrificed to resided beneath the cathedral. That's impossible. It's the fifth epoch. How can a god walk the land? Auror composed herself, considering that Riamund's spirit retained only a fragment of his obsession and some spirituality. His answers were disjointed and fixated on certain points. In other words, his testimony might not actually confirm the being's location beneath the cathedral. It could simply be a reaction to her prompting. But regardless of whether Riamund's answer was true or a reflection of his obsession, something was amiss beneath the cathedral. It held the key to the sacrificial ritual. Auror could only hope that the secrets hidden there wouldn't prove too horrifying or outlandish. She tried asking about other matters, but Riamund's spirit could only repeat phrases like, "They drowned me," "Pons Banet," and "beneath the cathedral." Seeing no further gains, Auror ended the spirit channeling and watched as Riamund's form vanished above the candle flame. The blue hue that had stained the altar swiftly receded. After dispelling the wall of spirituality, she noticed Lumien lost in thought, silent. What are you thinking about?" Auror waved her hand in front of her brother's eyes. The corners of Lumien's mouth curled up as he forced a smile. "I regret not hitting Pons Banet harder yesterday." He had kneed Pons Banet, causing him considerable pain, but he had held back, not wanting to escalate the conflict with the Padre and his allies before the 12th night. He had rationally restrained himself, not crippling Pons Banet outright. "There'll be a chance," Auror reassured him. Lumien nodded and chuckled. "Actually, we've been overlooking something. Before Lent, we're not the only ones afraid of escalating the conflict. The Padre and his goons are too. They're not ready and they haven't started the ritual." In other words, if Lumien had truly wanted Pons Banet to suffer irreversible harm, the Padre would likely only feign retribution and avoid any real action. They would bide their time until Lent. Regardless of whether Lumien had offended them or not, once the Lent celebration began, everyone in the village would be in their sights. Auror understood Lumien's point and nodded slightly. "You can decide how to exact revenge on Pons Banet. What we need to focus on now is how we can survive until the 12th night after the Padre and his cronies gain immense power during Lent." Lumien immediately sank into deep contemplation. Auror shared her thoughts. "We have two options. We either join forces with the three foreigners or we find a way to strengthen ourselves." She hesitated for a moment before continuing. "If we can confirm that Madame Pualis has no connection to the loop and is trapped here like us, we might even cooperate with her." "Huh," Lumien was taken aback. Madame Pualis was a terrifying and malevolent beyonder. Auror sighed and said, "A philosopher from my homeland once said that balance is needed between principal and secondary contradictions. We must unite all possible forces. Yes, there's definitely something off about the cathedral's underground. It might hold crucial clues. We have to investigate it before Lent, as we may not get another opportunity." From Auror's knowledge, most of the cathedrals in this world had underground chambers. Some stored sealed artifacts, while others served as burial sites for important figures. Although Cordu's cathedral didn't contain sealed artifacts or notable people to be buried, it still featured a large basement when constructed. "All right," Lumien agreed. "I'll talk to the three foreigners tomorrow." He then brought up Riamund's condition. Why can he only say those few words? Was the spirit not summoned properly? Auror sighed again. There's a critical period for mediumship, within an hour of death. After an hour, the spirit of the deceased rapidly dissipates, losing their original memories. All that remains are some thoughts, emotions, and images they can't let go. In the technical terms of our homeland, it's called obsession. Lumion nodded slightly. When the next cycle starts, we'll summon Riamund from the beginning. Does that count as an hour of death? But wait, why does Riamund remember the last cycle? Only then did he recognize the issue. After the cycle reset, shouldn't Riamund forget about drowning? Auror was stumped. Combining her thoughts from the ritual, she pondered and said, I believe it counts. It's not Lent yet. According to the timeline, Riamund hasn't drowned, so he shouldn't know the murderer's identity. However, because he lost his body, he can only exist as a spirit. It's similar to death. There will be lingering obsessions. Thus, the person we summoned just now remembers certain events from the previous cycle. In simpler terms, Riamund's state has become unique due to his body's loss. He retains a certain amount of memories when the cycle resets. It's like a glitch. The loop created a tiny error because Riamund's body was sacrificed. Lumion roughly understood his sister's explanation. Auror chuckled and added, It seems that the power allowing us to loop is very mechanical and rigid. It probably isn't under the original owner's control and operates autonomously. Otherwise, it could easily target Riamund's spirit. At this point, she appeared to relax somewhat. In that case, we still have a chance to break the cycle. Influenced by his sister's emotions, Lumion's somber mood lifted slightly. After all their efforts, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. The two of them cleaned up the altar and moved to the second-floor study. Auror taught Lumion Hermes and Ancient Hermes, word by word, based on the disordered and incorrect ritual he had written. Lumion had already learned some words, so his progress was promising. Under the bright electric lamp, Auror explained the pronunciation and structure of the words to her brother. While he revised, she used musk, cloves, blood, and other materials to create candles. As Lumion studied intently, he occasionally glanced at his sister working beside him, feeling as if he had returned to their warm life, free from loops or malevolent gods. Outside the window, the night was tranquil. Lumion woke up to find himself in his misty room. As he got out of bed, he walked over to the table and grabbed a pen and paper. He then wrote down the Ancient Hermes and Hermes words, but in the wrong order. He then corrected them by labeling each with a number. After finishing, Lumion let out a sigh of relief and looked over to the table. There were 4 items there, the 2 grayish-white musk candles made by Auror, one with Lumion's blood, and the other without. The bottle of gray amber perfume, the metal bottle containing tulip powder, and the silver dagger provided by Auror. That lady really sent them in? Lumion's heart calmed down when he saw the items. Lumion grabbed the items and looked for Auror's homemade incense. When he found it, he went downstairs and placed everything on the dining table. Then he went to the kitchen to grab a glass of water and a pile of coarse salt. The materials for the ritual were now prepared. Before falling asleep, Auror was worried that Lumion didn't have the corresponding symbol to pray for the boon. This would prevent him from burning the items on the replica goatskin to inform the target deity of his desires. However, since the mysterious lady didn't mention it, there was probably no need for it. After all, it was essentially praying to the power in Lumion's body. It could hear all the prayers without any additional paperwork. Lumion took a deep breath and slowly exhaled as he looked at the items on the dining table. Without wasting a moment, Lumion placed one of the grayish-white musk candles, the one with his own blood, at the top of the altar, representing the deity. He placed the other candle in front of him. Following the order of God before man, Lumion lit the candle by sparking his spirituality. He wasn't an expert at sanctifying the ritual's silver dagger or creating a wall of spirituality. As Lumion's spirituality flowed out from the tip of the silver dagger and connected with the air around him, he felt a mystical sensation that he couldn't explain. Soon, the wall of spirituality was complete, and Lumion's own spirituality was significantly depleted. He cleared his mind using Auror's homemade incense and cogitation, allowing him to enter a state where he could perform the ritualistic magic. With a sizzling sound, Lumion dripped the gray-amber perfume and tulip powder onto the candle that represented the deity. A strange fragrance filled the air, and Lumion felt a magical energy pulsing around him. Lumion took a step back, glancing at the small notebook beside the altar. He looked at the burning candle and shouted in ancient Hermes, "Power of Inevitability!" Chapter 72, Sacrificial Dance. Power of Inevitability. As Lumion uttered the words in ancient Hermes, the light above the altar dimmed ominously. The orange candle flame flickered wildly, as if buffeted by an unseen wind, compressing to the size of a peppercorn. Simultaneously, heat bloomed in his chest and his head spun. His ears buzzed, as if once again on the verge of hearing that terrifying voice emanating from an infinite distance, yet remaining unnervingly close. Lumion steadied himself and had a sudden realization. The corruption within him had been sealed by the master of the bluish-black symbol. Even if he delved into deep cogitation, he could only summon the thorn symbol and release a meager aura. He couldn't harness its true power. Could this ritual bypass the seal and absorb the boon only if the owner of the bluish-black symbol, that great existence, had tacitly granted permission? Remembering the enigmatic lady's self-assured demeanor, Lumion felt a surge of confidence. He even suspected that the ritual itself contained a component for seeking the Great Presence's approval, as for which part, his knowledge of mysticism was too limited to speculate. In the throes of the ritual, Lumion dared not delay. With a focused mind, he began reciting the subsequent incantations in ancient Hermes. "You are the past, the present, and the future. You are the cause, the effect, and the process." These words resonated within the sealed altar. The floor and artifacts seemed to writhe, as if innumerable bizarre entities were about to burst forth and invade the dream ruins. Uo! A black wind materialized out of nowhere, encircling Lumion. The candle flame, previously shrunk to a peppercorn size, swelled, suffused with a silvery hue and a touch of black. Lumion heard the voice that had always pushed him to the brink of death once more. But at some point, a faint gray fog had emerged from the altar, coalescing around him. The sensation left him suspended between deep cogitation and witnessing the Noodle Man's dance. He wasn't on the edge of death, but he wasn't comfortable either. It felt like severe tinnitus, dizzy, nauseous, and agitated to a degree, his mind a swirling mess. Barely maintaining control, Lumion continued the ritual. "I implore you, I beseech your benediction. I plead with you to grant me the power of dancer. Tulip, a herb that belongs to inevitability, please pass your powers to my incantation. Gray amber, a herb that belongs to inevitability, please pass your powers to my incantation." As the ritual progressed, Lumion's tinnitus and dizziness intensified. It felt as if countless maggots writhed beneath his skin. Finally, he completed the incantation. Almost instantaneously, the silver-black candle flame condensed, transforming into a pillar of light that illuminated his left pectoral. Silver-black phantom liquid poured forth, swiftly enveloping Lumion, rendering him sinister and fearsome. It felt as if his skin was pierced by 1,000 needles, his muscles and ligaments torn asunder. The mysterious voice became deafening, reverberating within his mind. Lumion was consumed by excruciating pain, his mind teetering on the edge of madness. His blood vessels seared as if incinerated from within. This torment far exceeded the near-death state induced by deep cogitation. All he could do was clench his teeth and endure, desperately clinging to his fraying sanity. As for everything else, it didn't matter. Amid the tempestuous onslaught, he was adrift. Time became an enigma. At last, the agonizing pain abated. Lumion felt as if he had been unburdened or had emerged from drowning, a sudden sense of relief washing over him. He swiftly collected his thoughts and looked up. The candle flame had returned to its original size, but retained its silver and black hues. Regaining his senses, Lumion took 2 hasty steps forward and snuffed out the candle representing him to avert any mishaps. Next was the candle symbolizing the deity. He meticulously followed the procedure, completing the ritual step by step. As he dissolved the wall of spirituality, he felt mentally drained and his body sore, as if he had battled a formidable beast. Before long, the dining table was cleared. Lumion began to assess his condition, and discovered a wealth of knowledge had materialized in his mind. There were three primary parts to this. First, it involved harnessing the power of dance, rhythm, and spirituality to tap into the forces of nature and communicate with unknown entities. This was the essence of being a dancer. With this knowledge, Lumion could not only beseech inevitability, but also craft new sacrificial dances tailored to various situations in order to appease other beings. The second and third parts were applications of the first. What Lumion desired most was the enigmatic dance performed by Noodle Man. The knowledge was directly implanted into his mind, enabling him to comprehend it instantly. All that remained was to practice. With this arcane sacrificial dance, Lumion could activate the black thorn symbol on his chest while exploring the dream ruins, suppressing or weakening the formidable monsters therein. The third segment involved another bizarre dance. It didn't resemble a traditional sacrificial rite, but rather a blend of sacrifice and summoning. By executing this dance, Lumion could attract nearby objects, and at the cost of his own blood, bond one of them to himself, thereby gaining access to one of its abilities or traits. Of course, Lumion would first need to endure such possession. Some attachments could inflict significant adverse effects on humans, while others might prove reluctant to depart, creating complications. Lumion felt it was crucial to understand the summoned entities fully. It would be far too hazardous to experiment without anticipating potential issues. The value of mystical knowledge was apparent in such a situation. Lumion desperately required resources like Mysterious Creatures Illustrated or Spirit World Creatures Illustrated. But even a warlock, renowned for their extensive knowledge, could not possess such information. Moments later, Lumion stretched and discovered that his flexibility had indeed improved dramatically. Although not quite on par with Noodle Man, a mutated monster with reassembled organs, he now surpassed nearly all ordinary humans, enabling him to execute the enigmatic sacrificial dance. Lumion effortlessly kicked backward, touching the back of his head, and nodded contentedly, murmuring, "That's right. I can perform many actions that were once impossible. My hunter combat skills have also greatly improved." Lumion practiced the mysterious dance to familiarize his body with the corresponding movements, aiming to reduce the time needed to complete the routine. Sometimes his movements were forceful and resonant, as if in combat, while other times they were gentle and unhurried, as if conveying a message, yet always rhythmic. As Lumion danced, his spiritual energy radiated outward, merging with the ambient natural forces. Gradually, his thoughts concentrated, his mind quieted, and he entered a transcendent mystical state. This allowed him to perceive various subtle phenomena surrounding him, as if his spirit vision had been activated. Simultaneously, he seemed to connect with the unseen power within him. His chest warmed once more, and a faint, horrifying voice echoed, but without consequence. "Phew!" Lumion ceased dancing, unfastened his clothing, and inspected his chest. The black thorn symbol re-emerged, accompanied by the bluish-black one. Lumion's thoughts briefly scattered but quickly returned to normal. He had achieved the desired effect perfectly. He then calculated the precise duration from the emergence of the black thorn symbol to its disappearance. It lasted approximately 1 minute. Lumion fastened his clothes and prepared to try the other bizarre dance. It was crazy and warped, and he couldn't describe it properly. As he danced, his spirituality spread out again, blending with the natural forces surrounding him. In the last third of the dance, he sensed something strange approaching. 3 figures appeared on the first-floor window, but they were blurry and transparent. Lumion recognized them as the skinless monster, the shotgun monster, and the mouth orifice monster with the black mark. He muttered in amusement, "Is this a victim's complaints meeting?" Lumion could make one of the monsters attached to him and borrow their abilities by taking out a ritual silver dagger. and making a cut on his body to release some blood. He craved the mouth orifice monster's invisibility, but resisted the urge, lest something happened via allowing a monster he murdered to possess him, and finished the dance. As Lumion danced the last few moves, he heard weak and soft voices. It sounded like many people communicating, but it was unclear where the voices came from. Lumion analyzed it and realized the voices seemed to come from his body, from the corruption that had been sealed. After the last move, Lumion stood there and muttered to himself, "What did I hear?" Lumion was only semi-literate in the field of mysticism and couldn't identify the source of the soft sounds he heard. He had no choice but to give up, as it wasn't more terrifying than the corruption itself. After the sound subsided and him finishing the two mysterious dances, Lumion confirmed that the dancer had enhanced his spirituality. Although he knew he was most likely inferior to Sequence 9s who excelled in spirituality, he had escaped the shackles of being a hunter. He felt he was above average. My shortcomings have been compensated for. Lumion was very happy about this. Lumion didn't dwell on what would happen to his body after enduring the dancer's power and the corresponding corruption. He couldn't stop it, so he decided not to think about it. He rubbed his tired head and made up his mind to rest for the night, returning to the real world to wait for the owl. Chapter 73. Tracking. Lumion's eyes snapped open, his aches gone and his spirituality restored. He sprang up, strode to the window, and yanked the curtains aside. Dawn had yet to break. The blood-red moon sank in the west while stars speckled the sky. On a nearby elm, the large owl with piercing eyes reappeared, gazing down at Lumion. Instead of alarm or anger, Lumion flashed a dazzling smile. "You're back," he said, almost too eagerly. His mannerisms, his tone, even his facial expression, it all made the target want to punch him. The owl stared for a few seconds before spreading its wings and vanishing into the darkness. Almost simultaneously, Aurora emerged from her bedroom, turned the handle, and entered Lumion's room. "How'd it go?" Lumion asked immediately. Aurora nodded. "White paper is on it." Her once light blue eyes had darkened, and the trees in them grew larger as they receded. She produced a mercury-plated mirror and set it on Lumion's table. Using pale white powder, she cast a spell that showed him what she was seeing. Lumion glimpsed the owl's silhouette. It circled Cordu at a low altitude, as if trying to shake off any pursuers. But white paper, a creature from the spirit world, was swift and unfazed, maintaining a constant distance. After a minute or two, the owl reached the village square. Without hesitation, it dove into the cemetery beside the cathedral. Why is it here again? Lumion sighed inwardly. The last time the siblings spied on Mitchell Garrigue, the lizard that crawled from the deputy padre's mouth, also wound up in the cemetery, slipping in and out of various graves. Lumion glanced at his sister. "You don't think it's like in stories, where the cemetery doubles as a villain's lair or hideout, do you?" Aurora scoffed. "You know life inspires art, right?" "I suppose," Lumion conceded, accepting the professional author's explanation. At that moment, the owl landed on an unremarkable grave. Like most graves in Ainz, it featured a deep pit filled with a coffin and covered with soil. One or two stone slabs lay atop it, and a tombstone marked its head. This was Lumion's guess, at least. From the outside, the grave seemed ordinary. The owl settled on the slabs sealing the grave. With white paper's aid, Aurora and Lumion uncovered suspicious traces. The tombstone was blank. The stone slab, which should have been dirty and overgrown, was clean, as if regularly tended. "Something's off about this grave," Aurora remarked. As she spoke, the slab sealing the grave fell. No, not fell, opened. Inward like a door, revealing darkness and stone stairs descending deeper. "Wow." Lumion marveled. "It's huge." Not the average grave he'd pictured, but more like a spacious mausoleum. Cordu has such a place. Aurora had thought 6 years in town taught her everything about Cordu, but it was growing stranger by the day. As the siblings talked, the owl swooped into the depths of the mausoleum. The underground space was no exaggeration. As white paper followed, it entered a tomb chamber. About the size of Lumion's kitchen, the chamber held a black coffin at its center. The coffin wasn't closed. The lid leaned against the side, resting on the ground. The owl flew over and perched on the coffin's edge. The dead warlock? Lumion tensed. Auror tersely agreed and instructed white paper to approach the coffin and peer inside. Almost simultaneously, Lumion spotted a figure lurking in a corner of the tomb. Before he could tell his sister to check it out, white paper's gaze fell into the open coffin. With a bang, the mercury mirror before them shattered, and Auror let out a pained, muffled cry. Lumion spun to face his sister, only to find her eyes squeezed shut. Blood-streaked tears traced her cheeks, and her facial muscles spasmed as if they might split. Without waiting for the semi-illiterate mysticism student to react, Auror retrieved a short incense stick from a hidden pocket and lit it with a match. A subtle scent wafted, distant and faint, soothing the body and mind. Auror's facial distortion eased. Finally, she exhaled and wiped her tears with a handkerchief. "Are you okay?" Lumion asked, concerned. Auror's eyes remained closed. "It's not serious. I'll recover after some sleep. Luckily, white paper is weak. Sometimes weakness is an advantage," she rejoiced. Lumion didn't understand. Auror laughed at herself. "In short, I saw something I shouldn't have, but white paper was too weak to handle it. It caught only a fleeting glimpse before suffering severe injuries that forced it to retreat into the spirit world. The impact on me lessened significantly as well. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to keep things under control. It could have been quite problematic. The world of mysticism is perilous. Lumion truly grasped the meaning of not seeing what one shouldn't. He waited for his sister to recover slightly before asking, "What did white paper see? Why was it so harmful?" "I saw a silver-black speck of light." Auror didn't dare to remember. "As for things that can cause damage just by looking at them, there are countless possibilities. Perhaps it's an object that reveals godhood, or a high-sequence Beyonder's mythical creature form, or something laden with curses and malice." Mythical creature form? Lumion had never encountered this term before. Auror casually elucidated. "The essence of the divine pathway is to transform Beyonders into deities. At Sequence 4, we can assume our own mythical creature form, albeit incomplete. For those below Sequence 4, merely witnessing this form can inflict harm. They might even lose control. Saints are that formidable. They're worlds apart from Beyonders below Sequence 4. No wonder they're deemed demigods at Sequence 4. Lumion instantly recognized his own ignorance. He had naively believed that the demigod title was basically no different from lower-ranked Beyonders. He then said, "Auror, when white paper neared the coffin, I think I saw a figure in a corner of the tomb, but I couldn't make out who it was, what they looked like, or what they wore." "Another person was there?" Auror was taken aback. Lumion nodded. "So, is the one inside the coffin the deceased warlock or the one in the corner?" "I think it's the one in the coffin." Auror, eyes still closed, pondered before continuing. "The one in the corner is either his puppet or subordinate or another Beyonder. They control the warlock's corpse." Lumion tersely acknowledged her words. "This means the warlock issue hasn't been fully resolved. Perhaps this is the root cause slowly corrupting Cordu." This discovery left him both elated and frustrated. He was pleased that their investigation had advanced significantly, but disheartened that merely glimpsing the warlock's corpse could injure them. Losing control was a high probability. How could they return to the tomb for further confirmation and pursue additional actions? Auror also considered this. "Let's not visit the tomb for now. We'll concentrate on the area beneath the cathedral. Maybe we can uncover vital clues there to help us resolve the tomb situation." "All right." Lumion had previously planned to discuss exploring the cathedrals underground with the three foreigners at dawn. In response, Auror added, "If I fully recover, I'll accompany you to the cathedral." Lumion hesitated for 2 seconds before consenting. At this point, they needed to marshal all their strength to find hope. With her eyes still closed, Auror asked, "Your ritual appears to have succeeded. How do you feel?" Lumion recounted the entire ritual process and his gains, but omitted the precise description of the being. "I nearly lost control when I received the boon. It stabilized afterward, and my body underwent no abnormal changes. Perhaps it's because my sequence is low enough." Aurora smiled, eyes still closed. The dance that summons abnormal creatures around and allows one to be possessed by them is quite intriguing. It reminds me of a legendary ability from our homeland, the spiritual boxer. Huh, Lumion couldn't comprehend. Aurora laughed and replied. It entails requesting partial possession from demigod-level creatures to utilize their combat prowess. That would require an incredibly robust body, soul, and mind, right? Lumion speculated. Aurora didn't pursue the topic further and instructed her brother. Help me back to my room. I need to rest. As Lumion assisted his sister and they walked to her bedroom, he casually inquired. What I find odd about that ritual is that I extracted a bit of power from the seal without the bluish-black symbol's owner's consent. Could it be that he has been watching me the entire time? That's impossible. How could he have that much free time? Aurora mulled it over for a moment before responding. You mentioned that the mysterious woman's description of the honorific name was vague and inaccurate to avoid drawing the attention of the corresponding being. Could it be that the black thorns and the bluish-black symbol have some sort of shared authority? Lumion pondered aloud. Maybe they both have power in the fate domain. And when you use a vague honorific name, it could refer not only to the person with the black thorns, but also the owner of the bluish-black symbol. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't matter much, but because you have the corresponding symbols and power on the altar, they reacted to the stimulation, and the existence discovered your actions. And since you were guided by the mysterious lady, it was easy for you to obtain permission. So when you finish reciting all the honorific names and point to the corruption in your body, there won't be any obstacles in extracting some strength. The back door has already been opened. What an ingenious ritual design. It has to be an expert at exploiting bugs. I see. Lumion said, finally understanding the situation. Chapter 74, Mute. His sister needed rest, so Lumion couldn't learn new Hermes and ancient Hermes words. He could only revise what he had already learned. Around 10 o'clock, he left the house and headed straight to All Tavern. He had two objectives. First, he wanted to see if the mysterious lady would appear after he became a dancer and provide him with some knowledge. Second, Lee and the other foreigners lived there. After yesterday's incident, they might not be out today. Upon entering All Tavern, Lumion quickly scanned the room and was disappointed to find that the spot where the lady usually sat was vacant. With a slow exhale, he walked to the bar counter, intending to ask if the three foreigners were around. At this moment, the tavern owner, Morris Bainett, appeared to have just woken up and was clearly not in high spirits. He had a bulbous nose and was conversing with a customer at the bar. The customer seemed agitated, gesturing wildly and making muffled sounds, but he couldn't speak. Mute. Lumion approached curiously and realized the customer wasn't one of the village mutes but Jean Maury, Sybil Barry's husband. Sybil was the mistress of Padre Guillaume Bainett, sister of Shepherd Pierre Barry, and a member of their small group. Jean Maury isn't mute. Lumion assessed the middle-aged man in confusion. His black hair was unkempt and his stubble was uneven. His eyes were filled with anger and fear. Uncharacteristically agitated, he gestured urgently, trying to communicate something to the tavern owner, as Lumion thought. Odd. He approached the bar counter and knocked on it with a smile. Hey, what's going on? Morris, did you sell fake alcohol to Jean? He looks so angry he can't speak. What's that got to do with me? Morris Bainett quickly defended himself. He muted himself. Jean Maury paused and glanced at Lumion, reverting to his usual sullen demeanor. He then turned and left All Tavern. After he disappeared through the door, Lumion lowered his voice and asked, What's wrong with him? Morris Bainett looked outside and whispered, I heard he caught Sybil and the Padre in bed together last night, and it made him so mad he went mute. Today, he's been telling everyone he sees. He doesn't even have the guts to go to Dari A tilde double dot G to confront the Padre. What a coward. Serves him right. Lumion was baffled and shocked. If he remembered correctly, Jean Maury knew about his wife Sybil's prolonged affair with the Padre. He just didn't want her to be with another man. How could he be so angry that he went mute over something he was prepared for? Something was off. Moreover, in the previous cycle, there had been no instance of Jean Mori becoming mute from anger. Otherwise, Lumion would have known. In Cordu, this was headline news. It would have spread rapidly. Could it be that their investigations had caused a disturbance, making Jean Mori encounter something he wouldn't have otherwise? As Lumion speculated, he showed an excited expression. Is that so? Then I'll have to ask him properly. Morris Baynett wasn't surprised by his eagerness for gossip, thinking it was typical. He scolded jokingly, "Damned kid, be decent and don't provoke that poor man. Besides, he's mute and can't write. How can he tell you what happened?" Lumion chuckled and said, "Can't he gesture?" He raised his hands and clenched his left fist, gently hitting his right palm. Throughout the Dari A~G region, and even across southern Intis, this was a universal gesture for the act between a man and a woman. Morris Baynett cursed angrily. "I hope you've got some decency left and don't play pranks on that poor man." "Don't worry. I just want to hear the story." Lumion waved his hand and dashed out of All Tavern, searching for Jean Mori. However, Lumion didn't know where the man had gone, nor was he gesturing his story to other villagers. Lumion scoured Cordu but found no trace of him. Finally, he arrived at Jean Mori's house. At the entrance, Sybil Berry, clad in a grayish-white dress, was sorting through spoiled potatoes. "What's the matter?" The woman looked up at Lumion. Like Pierre Berry, she had blue eyes, and her long black hair flowed softly down her back. Unlike other married women who always wore their hair in a bun, Lumion answered frankly, "I'm looking for Jean Mori." With plump cheeks and gentle features, Sybil replied indifferently, "He's not home." "Then do you know where he went?" Lumion pressed. Sybil replied calmly, "We had an argument last night. He might have left Cordu and doesn't want to return for the time being." Lumion's brows twitched. He sensed that something bad had happened. Clearly, Jean Mori couldn't leave Cordu. That would trigger the cycle and cause a restart. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumion wore a mischievous grin. "Why did you guys quarrel? I heard that you and the Padre—" He didn't finish the sentence, but instead punched his right palm with his left fist. Sybil's face turned cold as she cursed in a low voice. "Get lost! Get out of my house!" Lumion clicked his tongue and left Jean Mori's house. After walking for a distance, the smile on his face vanished. In truth, he didn't want to ask about Sybil's affair with the Padre. He had seen the Padre and Madame Puali's naked. What else was there to ask? But if he didn't ask, it didn't fit his persona in the eyes of the villagers. He had already visited them. If he didn't anger the mistress of the house, could he still live up to the name of Prankster King of Cordu? Therefore, Lumion had no choice but to ask. Otherwise, he might be suspected. The persona of a character was sometimes useful and sometimes troublesome. Judging by the Padre's actions and the information he had, Lumion suspected that Jean Mori hadn't become mute because of the affair but had uncovered something else. It was highly likely that he had been poisoned and rendered mute. I have to find him as soon as possible. If he goes around looking for people to complain to, he might just die like the previous one. No, he's already missing. The more Lumion thought about it, the more he felt that something had happened to Jean Mori. The villager who had snitched in Dari A~G previously had fallen to his death for no reason. Just as Lumion was making his last effort to find Jean Mori, he encountered Ryan, Lee, and Valentine, who were hanging around in the village. They were still wearing their original clothes. "Good morning, my cabbages," Lumion greeted them with a smile. As soon as they approached, he immediately asked in a low voice, "Did anything happen yesterday?" Lee replied with a smile, "That madam doesn't seem to want to pursue the matter. She didn't appear." As expected. Lumion looked around and saw that there was no one nearby. Only then did he tell the 3 official investigators about his sister's deduction of the Madame Puali's pathway and her guess of Pulet's identity. Valentine's expression soured as he listened, while Lee was rather excited. Ryan recalled and said, "It's rare for a demoness to appear in Riston province. We don't know much about this, but the higher-ups should know very well. I'll send a telegram later and tell them about Madame Puali's." I'll only mention how Madame Puali's room has Pulet's photo, but the Roquefort family doesn't have Puali's." Seeing Lumion's puzzled expression, Ryan added, In Intis, demoness-related matters often happen. So, my sister's pen pal is also an Intis. Lumion nodded and said, So far, Madame Puales doesn't seem to have anything to do with the loop. Also, she seems to be aware of the loop. That might be why she didn't pursue our search of the castle. Is it possible that we can join forces with her to some extent? Valentine blurted out. How can I work with such an evil and filthy person who's even more terrifying than a demon? Lumion didn't even look at him. He turned his gaze to Ryan and Lee. Seeing that they were somewhat hesitant, he tried to persuade them earnestly. A limited cooperation, only in the loop. When this damned loop is resolved, you can deal with her however you want. You can even tell her directly about this. I believe she can understand and accept it. Ryan thought for a few seconds, patted Valentine's shoulder and said to Lumion, Indeed, the most important thing now is to resolve this loop. However, we can't be sure of that madam's attitude. We don't dare to visit her directly. I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you or your sister to communicate with her and inquire. All right, Lumion agreed. He planned to do it himself. He didn't want his sister to be alone with Madame Puales when he realized that she might harbor abnormal feelings for his sister. Valentine kept a poker face as he listened to their conversation. He neither agreed nor disagreed. Lumion peered around furtively once more. There are 3 more clues. He recounted Riamund's case, Jean Maury's situation, and the burial chamber where the owl had flown into. Lee was stunned. How did you get so many clues so quickly? She even suspected this guy or his sister were off. That was why there were red flags and clues everywhere. Who were the real investigators here? Why hadn't we caught on? Blame yourselves for not remembering the first 2 cycles. Lumion smirked, spreading his hands in mock innocence. Lee nodded, swallowing his explanation. Ryan mulled it over for a beat before uttering in a gravelly voice. Then we gotta investigate the cathedral catacombs ASAP. Yeah, it's probably very dangerous down there. You should contact Madame Puales first. If she's down to joining, we'll have a way higher chance of nailing this. Chapter 75. Meeting Madame Puales again. Outside the administrator's residence, a building transformed from an old castle. Lumion strolled through the gardens and approached the front door. He said to the valet standing guard, I need a word with Madame Puales. The valet, clad in a crimson shirt and ivory pants, sized him up warily and asked, What's this about? Is this brat here to make trouble? Lumion scoffed. That's not for you to know. Why would some servant care so much? Who do you think you are? How many kids have you popped out? The valet hesitated before deciding to pass the message to Madame Puales and let her decide if she wanted to entertain this cheeky young man. Lumion loitered by the entrance for a few minutes. When the valet returned, Lumion said, Madam will see you in the small parlor. The small parlor was familiar to Lumion. The few times he had accompanied his sister here, he had been entertained in that very room. Without needing directions, Lumion made his way to the correct room. The valet trailed behind like an obedient dog. Lumion sprawled on the sofa in the parlor and helped himself to the black tea. Then Madame Puales glided through the doorway. The lady was dressed to kill in an exquisite black corset dress, a matching shawl draped over her shoulders. She wore a slightly askew lady's round hat and a diamond necklace laced in gold. The outfit struck Lumion as familiar. He realized that Madame Puales had worn this very ensemble when she came to seduce him. She did that on purpose, didn't she? Lumion thought with an icy smile. Good morning, Madame Puales. Just as the greeting left his lips, Lumion suddenly noticed the figure beside Madame Puales. It wasn't Kathy, the lady's maid, but the midwife who had met her demise at Ryan's hands just yesterday. The midwife wore a grayish-white dress. Her eyes were blank, her face expressionless. Her skin had a bluish tinge, identical to when Lumion had seen her corpse in the garden the previous evening. However, she wasn't carrying any gardening tools this time, bringing the midwife instead of her maid. She did that on purpose too, didn't she? Lumion couldn't help the cynical thought. Madame Puales smiled. It should be noon by now. She settled into the armchair that signified the host, while the midwife stood to one side like an accessory. If you haven't eaten lunch, it's not noon yet, Lumion quipped. His heart raced underneath the retort. He suspected Madame Puales had brought the midwife here to interrogate him about yesterday's events. If he didn't handle this well and Lee's group didn't restart the cycle in time, Lumion suspected he might have to play daddy for a few minutes, or longer. Madame Puales glanced at him, her bright eyes sparkling with an inscrutable smile. Casually, she asked, "What seems to be the trouble?" Lumion decided to cut to the chase. Solemnly, he said, "Madam, you must have realized we're stuck in a time loop." As he spoke, he watched Madame Puales's face closely, alert for any reaction. If she revealed surprise, shock, or confusion, he would quickly add, "Just kidding." Then he would start with something odd and see how she responded. Only then would he consider telling her about the time loop. Of course, if Madame Puales looked like she already knew and her secret was out, escape would be his top priority. The odds of escape were slim in that scenario, but how would he know if there was any hope without trying? Madame Puales sized Lumion up for a few seconds, then smiled. "Looks like you found a boss, too." She didn't seem surprised by the time loop concept, nor did she look puzzled. That was as good as admitting she knew what was going on. Boss. That was a favorite word in Auror's books. Did she mean some higher power that granted boons? Lumion interpreted Madame Puales's words. He believed she could retain memories across loops only because she had a boss, some kind of protection. Lumion smiled and pretended to sigh in relief. "Seems I won't need to explain much." "What are you getting at?" Puales asked, still smiling. The midwife stood motionless beside her like a mannequin. Lumion had an excuse prepared and launched into it with enough charm to convince anyone. "People outside already know about Cordu's abnormality. If we don't end this loop soon, this place will be wiped out. Everyone dies. We're in the same boat. Only by uniting can we avoid sinking. Only then do we have a chance of finding the key to escape this loop and return to normal life. Madam, time is running out. Let's work together." Madame Puales listened with a faint smile, not interrupting Lumion's story. At this, she chuckled. "Who said we're in this together? What? Could she be the one wanting to sink the boat?" Lumion grew alarmed. Madame Puales maintained her smile. "Why should I cooperate with you? I can leave here at a specific time." Lumion was stunned, but a glimmer of hope flickered. "Are you saying you have a way out of the time loop? You only need to do something at a precise time?" Madame Puales nodded and sipped her tea from fine porcelain. She said nothing else. The perks of a higher power's protection. Wait, this isn't the first cycle. Why is she still here? Could other cycles have restarted before that specific time? That explains why she didn't pursue us infiltrating the castle and killing the midwife. She fears the 3 Beyonders causing trouble and forcibly restarting the cycle. Lumion grasped things that had puzzled him. He suspected Madame Puales was also waiting for the 12th night. Amid his thoughts, Lumion smiled. "I wonder if you can take Auror and me out of this cycle? What official investigators? I've never heard of them." Madame Puales appraised him with amusement. "Why should I help you?" "Didn't you say that, love?" Lumion stopped, unable to continue. He meant to mention Madame Puales's words about love, hoping she might save him and Auror out of kindness. But since Madame Puales likely desired his sister, he couldn't say it. If Madame Puales loved him, a shameless man like Lumion would have played the love card and offered to bear her child to get them out of this loop. Well, he would grit his teeth and give birth himself if it meant Madame Puales evacuating him and Auror from this cycle. Madame Puales's expression shifted slightly. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "Are you suggesting love is unfathomable? Saving her despite clearly wanting her dead for her mistake?" Lumion didn't answer. He could tell Madame Puales referred to a she. Madame Puales didn't expect a response. She sighed. "But what if it's irredeemable?" "Irredeemable." Lumion's heart sank like plunging into an icy lake in early spring. Regaining his breath, he asked for confirmation. "You mean, at that time, you can only take a few people, but that doesn't include me or Auror?" Madame Puales nodded. "You can see it that way." "Looks like I still have to rely on myself." Lumion sighed, forcing calm. The rise and crash of hope was unpleasant indeed. He thought for a moment, then smiled. "Madam, the 3 foreigners and I will explore the cathedral's underground later. If anything happens, the cycle might restart ahead of time. We won't even make it to Lent. Let alone the 12th night. Madame Pualis narrowed her eyes, chin raised. Are you threatening me? No, just a reminder. Lumian smiled sincerely, the picture of relaxed. Outwardly, he feared angering Madame Pualis and being confined here to give birth. The 3 investigators would restart the cycle if he didn't emerge 15 minutes later. Madame Pualis gazed into Lumian's eyes for a few seconds. Seeing no flinch or evasion, she suddenly smiled. You're truly interesting. It would be lovely if you and your sister became my lovers. Without waiting for a response, she turned to the midwife. You destroyed a heretic spellmaster, yet I didn't blame you. I'm merciful enough, but you still expect my help. Heretic spellmaster. Lumian filed away the term and said earnestly, this isn't about help. It's about doing what benefits everyone. Madame Pualis fell silent for a few seconds before smiling again. I won't explore the cathedrals underground with you, but for Auror's sake and your courage, I'll provide some help if anything happens. Lumian was satisfied to negotiate this much. He stood and mimicked the gentlemanly posture from his sister's books. Pressing a hand to his chest, he bowed. I thank you, my lady. Madame Pualis chuckled. Shouldn't it be my sunshine? She referred to what Lumian had said in a previous loop. Madam, you are my sunshine. Lumian felt embarrassed, but had always been shameless. Pretending not to hear, he left the small parlor. After descending the hill from the castle and entering Cordu, Lumian spotted Lee, Ryan, and Valentine waiting to greet him. How did it go? Lee asked with a smile. Lumian recounted his conversation with Madame Pualis, concluding, this is the best outcome we could hope for. That's right, we can still count on someone to help in our direst moment. Ryan nodded. Lumian asked, did you get a reply? Before visiting the castle, Ryan had reported Madame Pualis wasn't truly of the Roquefort family and Pulet's photo was in her room. Lee exhaled, answering for Ryan. Our superiors remind us to consider the possibility of Pulet becoming a woman through potion or power. As expected. Lumian tersely acknowledged. When do we explore the cathedrals underground? Ryan had already decided. In a deep voice, he said, now. Chapter 76, Physical Examination. Now. Lumian jumped in fright, though eager to explore the cathedrals underground. Not to this extent, a thought occurred. Can't we wait until nightfall? In the dead of night, with only 2 or 3 servants left in the cathedral, wouldn't it be easy for Beyonders like them to infiltrate? Ryan replied gently yet firmly. Now is the ideal time. Think about it. If we realize there's no one in the cathedral at night and it lacks protection, how could the Padre and company not realize the same? I suspect they'll send their strongest to guard it in shifts or set subtle traps. Once triggered, there'll be an alarm. And now it's nearly noon. All villagers have gone home, so no one will come pray at this hour. Furthermore, it's daytime, so the traps won't activate to prevent accidents. With the 2 padres and servants in the cathedral, it's easy for people to lower their guard. In short, their strongest will be home eating in peace. We only face the padre, deputy padre, and 3 odd job workers. Lumian nodded, grasping it, and finished Ryan's thought. And before April 3rd, the padre is still an ordinary person without supernatural powers. Today was April 1st. Plus, though the deputy padre seems off, he's clearly not a core member of the padre's team. Same for the 3 odd job workers, Lee added with a smile. Can't 4 Beyonders handle 5 ordinary people silently? Lumian hesitated before replying. But won't this make it impossible to reach the 12th night? This amounted to triggering an abnormality on the Padre's side. History would change accordingly. You said it yourself. Compared to us, the Padre and company will hold back until Lent to usher in the 12th night. As long as we don't kill him, finding someone entering the basement will make him pretend not to notice and accelerate gaining supernatural powers, Lee said, smiling. Gaining power, he might hunt us with the others, but Cordu isn't small and we're not weak. We can hide and stall until Lent. Lumian accepted this reasoning. All right, let's do it now, he reminded them, but Auror's eyes haven't fully healed. I'm afraid she can't help us. Before seeing Madame Pualis, Lumian had checked on Auror. Her eyes might only recover by evening. It's fine. Madame Pualis backs us, doesn't she? Lee said half-jokingly, the bells above her head ringing. Lumion no longer objected and cautiously suggested, "Before the cathedral, let's walk around the village and confirm Shepherd Pierre Barry and the dangerous ones are home." He wanted to avoid running into Pierre and the others who had received a boon upon entering the basement. Ryan nodded approval, agreeing. Discussing details, Valentine glanced coldly at Lumion. "Do you need cleansing?" Lee quickly explained on her companion's behalf. "You went into the castle and spoke with Madame Pualis. You might have been corrupted again." "No, I believe Madame Pualis won't do that this time. It's meaningless." Lumion felt certain. He had no choice but to feel certain. He dared not let Valentine purify him again. Compared to yesterday, he was already a dancer. Evil aura had seeped from the seal inside. Once purified by holy water, there would likely be huge trouble. According to Auror's analysis, he needed full-body purification. Seeing Lumion having no issue with it, Valentine, just being kind, naturally said no more. Then, wandering Cordu, Lumion made his way home and told Auror their plan. Auror was vexed at the inability to join and help. She could only offer to wait in the village edge and restart the cycle if anything went wrong. This required little vision. It sufficed to vaguely see the road. Agreeing to have her restart before anyone came for her at 12:30, Lumion bid Auror farewell and reconvened with Lee's group. By then, the three official Beyonders had confirmed where Shepherd Pierre Barry and the Padres' core members were, making a half-detour. They reached the cathedral's side along a small path, the door they had used to catch the Padre and Madame Pualis's affair in a previous cycle. Lumion readied to volunteer when Lee strode over, using a wire to fiddle with the lock and push open the dark wooden door. Seeing Lumion's surprise, she smiled. "It's a necessary technique for investigation." "Don't make it sound so noble." Lumion didn't voice his thoughts as Lee had already entered the cathedral. The small silver bells on her veil and boots didn't move or make a sound. Lumion tried interpreting this. "It's very safe entering the cathedral. No danger." Lee glanced back. "Please add limited to dealing with the cathedral's people." Did this mean danger in the basement remained unknown? Lumion roughly understood, gaining insight into divination. However, even improved by Dancer, he lacked divination. Ryan passed him, following Lee into the cathedral. Steps in, a servant approached. In a blink, Ryan rushed over, raised a hand and chopped the servant behind an ear. The servant crumpled soundlessly. Ryan caught and dragged him into the nearest room. Lee rushed over, taking a colorless liquid-filled bottle and pouring it down the servant's throat. "What's this?" Lumion asked, curious. Lee maintained her smile, a sedative. "You're well prepared," Lumion sighed inwardly. Taking down the three odd-job workers without alerting the Padre, Lee crept into the Padre's room through the shadows, silently turning the handle and cracking the wooden door. She saw Cordu's mightiest man in a gold-threaded white robe, breathing slowly and deeply on a simple bed. Plates for lunch and silver cutlery were on a table by the door. Lee sized him up and leapt in, chopping the Padre behind his ear. Immediately, she poured most of the remaining sedative down Guillaume Bainet's throat. "That's it." Lumion stuck his head out from behind Lee. "Wasn't this too easy?" "What else? What did you expect of an ordinary person?" Lee asked, amused. Lumion tersely acknowledged, lifting the Padre's robe. "What are you doing?" Lee was shocked yet smiling, Lumion said without turning, checking his body. He wanted to see if the Padre had the black thorn symbol on his chest. Soon, the Padre Guillaume Bainet's top half was exposed, revealing nothing but tufts of black hair. No black thorn symbol. No black mark of a special contract. Lumion nodded imperceptibly, muttering, "Looks like the symbol is received after accepting the boon. Or does it exist now but only activates through cogitation? And how did I get mine?" The 12th night. Thinking the Padre Guillaume Bainet might lack the black thorn symbol now, Lumion couldn't help evil thoughts. If I kill him now, will it trigger the cycle? How would killing this man in advance impact later events? Considering the Padre's importance later, Lumion, still wanting to wait for the 12th night, convinced himself otherwise. Leaving the Padre's room, Ryan said to Lumion and Lee, "Can't find the deputy Padre." Ah, Lumion hesitated before understanding. Maybe he's home. He's not allowed to live in the cathedral, and no one brings him food. This demon's lackey is truly tyrannical, Valentine cursed, glancing at the padre in the room. Without further ado, the quartet headed in the opposite direction for the altar. In a corner loomed a stone staircase, narrow and steep, allowing only one person to pass through. It ascended into the cathedral's roof before winding deeper underground. Lee took point. After taking a few flights of stairs to the bottom, the veil and the 4 small silver bells on her boots rang at the same time. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The sound wasn't loud but echoed faintly in the small space, sometimes urgent, sometimes soothing. What does this mean? Lumion struggled to interpret it based on his past encounters. Lee turned aside and grinned. It means there's a level of risk, but I can't determine how serious. The divination had worked for the castle, Lumion muttered to himself in surprise. Doesn't this mean it's even more dangerous underground? Not necessarily, Lee soothed. Perhaps it's just interference. Hadn't Madame Puali's been absent at the castle at this point, it was impossible to back out over such a trivial hiccup. They descended the stairs one by one into the depths. Soon, the 4 saw an old brown wooden door in the basement. Lee pinched her glabella and activated her spirit vision before approaching the wooden door. Though Lumion hadn't mastered activating spirit vision, with the dancer's spirituality boost, it didn't take long for him to activate it. He saw everyone glowing red and healthy. When her companions were set, Lee opened the basement door. Amidst the creaking, Lumion caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. Elegant and sweet, he instantly made the connection and hurriedly told Ryan and the others. Smells like gray amber. This was the material used to revere the hidden entity called Inevitability. Chapter 77. Changes. Lumion had briefly informed Ryan and the others about the black thorn symbol on Guillaume Bainet's chest. Inevitability. In the hidden entity's honorific, gray amber, tulips, cloves, and deer musk for the corresponding domain. He claimed the source was the padre, and it had nothing to do with him. Hearing this, Lee, Ryan, and Valentine immediately grew alert with guesses. The sacrificial site, Ryan muttered. As he spoke, all looked to the basement. With dim light trickling down the stairs, they could barely see inside. The space under the cathedral was bigger than Lumion's whole first floor. The floor was grayish-white stone slabs, and it looked pitch black due to the lack of light. In the middle stood a stone platform half a man's height. The top of the stone platform caved in slightly, as if hiding something, but nobody could see clearly. As Lumion pondered, he whispered, "This might be where the Padre and company pray to the evil entity for boons." They actually built the evil god's altar under the cathedral. Valentine was furious. Lumion suspected he would combust any second and turn to holy light to purify everything here. "Calm down," Ryan patted Valentine's shoulder. "Get ready to light the fire." He then gestured for Lee to scout. Lee kept her sweet smile and sniffed. That hidden entity with Inevitability as an honorific name really likes fragrance? Sighing, she entered the basement, lips moving as if chanting. The 4 silver bells chimed again, sometimes intense, sometimes soothing. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Lee turned and said to Ryan and the others, "Nothing unusual around the entrance." Ryan, Lumion, and Valentine entered the basement through the old brown wooden door and came to where Lee had stopped. Lee kept moving forward. After a few steps, the silver bell on her veil and boots shook violently. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The sound spread everywhere. Specks of dawn-like light immediately appeared around Ryan and condensed, forming silver full-body armor over him. Simultaneously, a pure broadsword of light appeared in Ryan's hand. Valentine spread his arms, letting golden illusory flames burn around him. One flame suddenly lengthened and widened, and Lee walked out of it. She returned to Lumion and the others from near the altar. How magical, Lumion marveled at Lee's act again. Compared to the Sun Pathway's abilities and Ryan's combat state he could understand and imagine, Lee's various acts were even more bizarre and more magical. For example, her ability to transfer his wound from his thigh to his calf edge yesterday blew his mind. Faced with the sudden alarm, Lumion responded the only way he could. He drew the iron-black axe and hid behind Ryan, whose body had grown much larger. In this, he sized up his surroundings but found no abnormal changes. He had his spirit vision on, after all. Of course, Lumion had found something. With the golden flame's help, he saw piles of human bones at the basement edge. Some were even covered in light sheepskin. Sacrificial offerings from before. The Padre and company have conducted cultist rituals here for at least half a year, but Auror and I didn't notice at all. Lumion's thoughts raced as he again felt Cordu, where he'd lived nearly 5 years, was unfamiliar. At some point this place had become abnormal. Perhaps it had been abnormal from the beginning. Ryan warily eyed the altar direction and asked, "Is everything all right?" Lee shook her head. "I don't feel any issues, just signs of danger." "Strange," Lumion's voice trailed off as he turned to Lee. He saw that the beautiful woman's face had turned translucent, and twisted maggots seemed to crawl below. She was even scarier and eviler than legendary evil spirits, making his scalp tingle and heart race wildly. This exceeded Lumion's imagination. He suspected he'd have nightmares for a long time. "Why your face?" he warned Lee, unable to contain his fear. Lee subconsciously touched her face with her right hand and her expression changed. As for whether her expression changed, Lumion couldn't tell from the transparent and distorted maggots. Lee hurriedly looked at her hand back. The skin there had also turned translucent, and the flesh below seemed to have turned into strange maggots. "You're losing control." Valentine also noticed Lee's condition. Lee muttered confused, "But my mental state is all right." Ryan tilted his head and reminded, "Make sure you're not hallucinating." Almost simultaneously, Lumion realized the tall warrior was rapidly shrinking. The silver armor over him and broadsword of light disintegrated. In a blink, Ryan turned into a short man only about 1.5 meters tall. His brown coat and light yellow strides were either too big or too long. "He's also mutating?" "Only Valentine and I are fine." Lumion's pupils dilated as he subconsciously looked at Valentine. "Ryan, you've shrunk." Valentine, already a pure light figure, warned his companion anxiously. Lumion, nearly blinded, hurriedly asked Lee, "Any changes for me?" Lee said with countless transparent maggots that seemed to want to crawl out but couldn't leave the flesh, "You're very normal. But under such circumstances, normality might be the greatest abnormality." "I'm normal." Could the black thorn symbol have protected me, causing the danger here to think I'm one of them? Lumion suddenly guessed. At this, Ryan had finished checking his body. He said warily, "I'm not shrinking, but I've returned to my former self. I've even lost my superpowers." "Former self." Lumion blurted. He vaguely thought of something. Ryan nodded. "Yes, I'm naturally short. As a man, this is a huge misfortune, so I chose warrior when selecting my potion. It could effectively change my height. I don't know if I'm lucky or not." The past 5 to 6 years had many Beyonder monsters and abnormalities related to the warrior pathway appear, allowing me to be less worried about the materials needed to advance. Hearing Ryan's words, Lumion roughly understood the anomaly's source. "You've returned to the past." "As far as I know, the authority of that hidden existence is related to the past." With that, he mimicked the mysterious lady and deliberately paused a few seconds before adding another word. "It also involves the present and the future." Though now speaking in Tis, he still had to be cautious. Lee reacted quickly and blurted, "Valentine and I have entered the future. Is this the state of one of our futures?" "And I'm the present?" Lumion asked, confirming Lee's guess. He then thought of the three-faced monster he had encountered in the dream ruins. The monster had only one head, but it bore 3 faces. One aged, one in its prime, one youthful. Lumion suspected this was another gift from the owner of the black thorn symbol. Moreover, it was of a higher order, but the recipient couldn't withstand it or had met with an accident, turning into a 3-faced monster. Lee nodded gently. "Likely, but this change in state doesn't affect my mind. I don't feel like I'm about to lose control at all." "Nor do I feel like I'm immolating," Valentine added. Ryan pondered a moment and said, "Similarly, I didn't lose my memories." Perhaps there's only a little power left here that can't affect the mind, heart, and memories, but if we maintain this state for too long, I'm unsure if there will be any serious aftereffects. I'm fine. At most, I'll consume the potion again and advance again. As for you, there should be many possibilities in the future, but now, perhaps the future has been determined, one will lose control and the other will transform into holy light. This is an inevitability, I understand. How frightening, Lee exclaimed with a smile. Luckily, we can restart the cycle while also attempting to seek the present here. Seeing that there were no terrifying monsters attacking, Lumion suggested, "Shall we go out first and see if we can recover naturally? Besides, we might encounter a power that represents the present along the way." Ryan didn't object. "We can give it a shot." He was now an ordinary person, and it would be dangerous for him to go any further. "I'm afraid that another change in state will cause me to lose control," Lee said cautiously. "It would definitely be good to encounter the present, but it would be troublesome to encounter the past. They didn't know what would happen if future was additionally stacked on them." Lumion took the initiative to say, "Let me scout the way. I still have a chance to change my state." He mainly wanted to see if his luck was good enough to encounter the present, or if the black thorn symbol on his chest protected him. "Be careful," Ryan warned, and Lee nodded. Valentine's gaze on Lumion grew less cold. He couldn't help but think, this lad has a very sacrificial spirit. Furthermore, he's a devout believer of the Lord. Once the cycle is lifted, let's see if there's a way to remove the hidden corruption on his body and let him join our team. Seeing that Lumion was about to take a step forward, Valentine, who had regained his composure, suggested, "Let me see if I can rid myself of this state first." No one objected. Lumion was the same. This was because he was in the present. He didn't need to remove any negative state or undergo purification. In the next second, he realized he had miscalculated. Valentine didn't directly use holy water creation to purify Lee and Ryan. Instead, he used sun halo. A dark golden light flashed and an invisible force spread in all directions. Chapter 78, Traces. Lumion jumped in fright. It was too late to evade, so he could only brace for the invisible force to crash upon him. He instantly felt warmth, and valor flooded his body. It was as if the sun had at last arrived in winter when he lacked clothes. Other than that, he felt nothing peculiar. It was precisely the same as the experience in the castle yesterday afternoon. As a dancer, am I actually unscathed? Lumion couldn't help but swivel his head to glimpse the short Ryan and the terrifying Lee. He realized that there was no black fog or smoke billowing from them. Promptly after, Valentine, who was in the form of a figure of light, conjured holy water creation and let fall a few drops on Lee and Ryan. However, the two of them retained their transformed semblances with no signs of improvement. "Purification and exorcism are futile?" Lumion asked. He hoped to determine why it was possible and why not. Only then would he, who had already received a boon, know what to evade or feign that nothing had transpired when encountering something similar in the future. Ryan briefly explained to him, "Purification and exorcism aren't omnipotent. The correspondent power is in the category of evil. For instance, the aura of depravity and all undead. The last isn't necessarily evil, but it's incompatible with the real world. It needs to return to the spirit world so it can still be purified and exorcised. Just like how our definition of an evil god is based on their style of acting, the power of an evil god isn't necessarily evil." Lumion roughly fathomed and thoughtfully asked, "Inevitability, power doesn't belong to evil, nor does it signify depravity. So there is no way to purify or exorcise it?" Yes. Valentine had already affirmed this through his previous attempt. "From the looks of it, it's normal for me to be able to withstand the halo. But why can the holy water activate the black thorn symbol on my chest and permit me to hear the terrifying sound? This is because the corruption in the seal doesn't belong to me at the moment. It's incompatible with my body, rendering my body impure. Therefore, it needs to be purified." Lumion made a guess. He had wanted to use Shepherd Pierre Barry, who had already received a boon, as an example to ask if the mutation of the body was also in the category of evil and depravity. But the current situation was rather urgent, so he didn't have the luxury to discuss the topic. Lumion tried to walk to the basement door. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his ears. He could vaguely hear a voice that seemed to come from an infinite distance, but also seemed to be right before him. However, it wasn't clear enough and was very fuzzy. It only made his chest heat up slightly, and his mind enter a state of disorder. This was very similar to when he saw Noodle Man dancing. This made Lumion confirm that the black thorn symbol on his chest had been partially activated. He quickly pivoted around and gazed at Ryan, Lee, and Valentine, only to find that they didn't react abnormally. Lumion was immediately disheartened. He originally believed that the 2 symbols on his chest could suppress and weaken Beyonders to a certain extent. But from the looks of it, they could only target the monsters in the dream ruins, especially those that had been bestowed by the owner of the black thorn symbol. Of course, he wasn't sure if fully activating the symbol on his chest would affect the surrounding Beyonders. "Has my condition changed?" he asked Lee and the others. "No." Lee and the others shook their heads in unison. Lumion nodded indistinctly and affirmed 2 things. The first was the black thorn symbol on his chest, or rather, the evil god corruption sealed in his body. It could indeed help him resist the abnormality in the basement. Secondly, luck was on his side. He was affected by the power of the present. After a few seconds, Lumion attempted to take a diagonal step forward. The slight heat in his chest did not weaken, maintaining its previous intensity. "Any changes this time?" he asked Ryan and the others again. Lee was the first to shake her head. "You're fine." Lumion exhaled and muttered inwardly, "With the protection of the black thorn symbol, I can move freely here. Shepherd Pierre Barry and company should be the same. Wait, the Padre hasn't received any blessings yet. There's no thorn symbol. How did he reach the altar unscathed?" With this in mind, Lumion grasped something as he turned his gaze to the ground. With the help of Valentine's light, he saw many messy footprints that ordinary humans couldn't see. Apart from a small number of them, which were everywhere, they followed a certain pattern and extended to the front of the altar. Lumion immediately overlapped with the nearest footprint, and the slight heat in his chest began to weaken. This meant that he had returned to the present. As expected, there's a safe route here that leads to the present. Lumion suddenly became very happy. This was because the 3 powerful Beyonders, Ryan, Lee, and Valentine, hadn't discovered it, and he, a mere hunter, had found it. This reminded him of something his sister Aurora had said. Every pathway has its strengths. Before becoming a demigod, sequence 9 of some paths might trump sequence 5 of others in certain situations. Lumion had originally felt inferior and suppressed, useless before the powerful Beyonders these past 2 days of exploration. Now he'd regained a good amount of confidence. Finding faint traces in reality is a hunter's specialty. "Can you?" Of course, Lumion didn't forget that Aurora added, "But there are pathways good at everything." He gathered his thoughts, turned around, and commanded Ryan, Lee, and Valentine. "Take a step toward the altar at the same time." Ryan and the others were clearly puzzled. They couldn't just trust Lumion blindly without knowing why. Lumion could only explain. "Look closely at the ground. There are many footprints marking a safe path left behind by the Padres group." Ryan, Lee, and Valentine, lacking Lumion's abilities, could barely see a trace in the sun's dim light. They believed him. They knew that in Intis, many hunter pathway Beyonders had collaborated. Some sequences were skilled at detecting faint signs. Following Lumion's guidance, they trekked the secure route. Instantly, Lumion saw Ryan regain height, Valentine darken, and Lee's face normalize. They had returned to the present, no longer trapped in the past or future. Lumion easily rejoined the team on the safe route. He grinned and said, "No more slip-ups. There may be no coming back if anything else goes south." He was mimicking Ryan's tone and felt it fit their current situation. Typically, his attitude would have had him mocking them. "Ha ha, are you blind? Can't you see any of the obvious signs? Another mistake and you're done for." Lee touched her face and breathed a sigh of relief. "We're with you." Lumion wasn't humble. He carefully picked out the footprints on the ground and crept up to the altar. It wasn't as straightforward as heading back just now, since it didn't matter if he took a wrong turn, but Ryan and the others couldn't. This time, Lee's silver bells stayed silent. Only once all four had reached the altar did they start ringing, sometimes soothing, other times intense. "It's dangerous, but we can find a way around it," Lee, experienced enough, explained. Ryan instantly nodded. "Don't touch anything here for now. We'll just observe." Lumion had already set his sights above the altar. There was a depression at the bottom, as if hollowed out to hold something. Inside were grayish-white candles, a small bottle of clear liquid, and an unopened wooden box. But the most striking item was a black object, a long robe with a hood. In front, in the center of the circle, was a circular symbol made of thorns. Every part of it was twisted and pitch black, as if painted with some strange substance. It gave the feeling of slowly oozing. Seeing the symbol, Lumion felt dizzy and ringing in his ears. Ryan snorted, and a dawn-like light naturally emanated from him. This helped Lee and Valentine suppress the mental confusion. "Don't stare at that symbol too long," Ryan said in a deep voice. Lumion quickly shifted his gaze aside. The dizziness and ringing in his ears lessened. "That seems to be all for the altar." Lumion was about to suggest searching the area when he heard Lee ask Ryan, "Will your sunrise gleam activate the altar?" "Huh." Lumion whipped his head around and unconsciously looked at the altar again. Ding, ding, ding. Lee's veil and silver boots rang harshly, an urgent warning. In the same breath, the black altar robe leaped up as if inhabited by an invisible being. "Ooh-oh!" A chill wind gusted. Lumion glimpsed transparent faces under the hood, ferocious, warped heads radiating hatred. They swarmed into a strange, terrifying gestalt. Lumion recognized one face, pale, swollen, with blood and tears pooling in its eyes. Rhea Mund. Lumion dodged behind Ryan, uninterested in a closer look. "Save us! Save us!" The translucent faces shrieked in unison. Their shrill cries pierced Ryan and the others like needles, threatening to fell them. Valentine was unmoved. Arms spread, he summoned a holy flame-wreathed pillar of light from the sky. It landed over the black robe. Light erupted. Lumion and Lee shut their eyes on instinct. Chapter 79, Sufferer. Sensing the light dim, Lumion hurriedly opened his eyes. The black robe lay charred on the altar, resisting the golden flames licking at its edges. Yet still it struggled to stand, like a cursed puppet refusing to die. The translucent faces of Rhea Mund and the others flickered in and out of existence around him, ghosts trapped between the present and a future obliterated. "Down!" Ryan bellowed. Lumion dropped without hesitation. If there had been time, he would have thrown himself flat to the ground. Lee and Valentine were a heartbeat behind, scrambling to duck. In the same instant, Ryan plunged the sword of dawn into the altar's heart, piercing the robe. Silently, the broadsword shattered into a resplendent storm of light, tearing the altar asunder. When the radiance cleared, Lumion peered up to find the altar a ruin, reduced by a third. Candles, thorns, and black cloth had vanished, ground to dust floating on the air. Incredible power. Lumion had pondered this strike since the day before. "Everything okay?" he asked. Lee rose and spun swiftly around. The 4 silver bells decorating her veil and boots jangled ominously, their tune neither reassuring nor alarming. "This isn't over." She warned Ryan and Valentine before murmuring, "The altar's gone, so what's the catch?" As she spoke, Valentine conjured golden flames that floated in the air and lit up the space. At the far end of the basement, there was naught but piled human bones and a few sheepskins. The ceiling was bare and unadorned. Not even a chandelier. Lumion snickered. "No Beyonder characteristics." "Maybe they were sacrificed," Ryan said bluntly. "It's also likely they didn't get many boons in the beginning and weren't tough enough. They could only nab normal folks as sacrifices and only go after Beyonders once they had decent powers. For instance, this time." It was clear they weren't unfamiliar with getting boons. Ryan then said, "There's nothing else here. We should bail. No point tangling with danger we can't see." Lumion didn't react. Lumion scanned the room again, searching for any hidden doors from the subtle traces. The answer was no. He led the way out of the basement, Lee, Ryan, and Valentine trailing behind. As soon as Lumion emerged, Ryan grunted in pain. His body flew backwards, slamming into the basement door. The rickety stairs shuddered. Wham! Some invisible spear had pierced Ryan's chest, pinning him to the wall. Blood gushed from the gaping wound. If Ryan hadn't jerked aside just in time, that spear would have skewered his heart. Lee, who had her spirit vision activated the entire time, couldn't detect their attacker. It was as if some deity had singled Ryan out for punishment. Before they could figure out what was going on, Lee's smile twisted into a grimace. Her arms snapped back on their own. Bones shattered with a crunch as her limbs went limp. A crater bloomed in her stomach, as if she'd been sucker-punched. The impact sent her staggering backwards into the wall. Valentine shrieked from the foot of the stairs. His ribs collapsed one by one, like a sledgehammer was pounding his chest. With a series of bangs, bloody holes tore through Lee and Valentine's stomach and chest, spearing them to the stone wall. Lumion was stunned for a moment. While this inexplicable change confused him, he was relieved that he didn't appear to be the target of this bizarre attack. Did that black thorn symbol protect me? As this thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly felt an invisible force slam him against the wall by the stairs. There was nothing visible with his spirit vision. Remembering what had happened to Ryan and the others, Lumion immediately dodged to the side. Intense agony instantly filled his mind. The skin on his right chest tore open, roughly exposing his lungs. Lumion felt as if an invisible rod had impaled him and nailed him to the wall. As his bright red blood flowed out, Ryan lit up the area with spots of light that looked like dawn. This would effectively banish evil and dispel illusions. However, the four of them still couldn't see anything. Bang! Ryan's chest caved in, hit by an invisible hammer. As Lee's veil and silver bell boots rang out intensely, her nails were pried out by an invisible force, staining them red. This indescribable pain contorted her face in terror. Valentine spread his arms and let the holy pillar of light descend upon him. The light of the sun suddenly erupted, obliterating all evil and igniting Valentine's body. However, in the sun's glare, his arms were uncontrollably wrenched backward and stuck to the wall. 2 blood-red holes appeared on his wrists, nailing them in place. When the light faded, Valentine's face was charred, and his skin peeled off inch by inch. Seeing their ordeal, Lumion couldn't help but feel anguish for them. It was unknown if it was because of the black thorn symbol, but his misery had abated. His face felt as if slapped by an invisible hand repeatedly. His face was red and swollen, and his teeth were loose. He could hardly speak. Just as another round of attacks were about to descend, Lumion's vision blurred and he glimpsed a wilderness. In the distance loomed a mountain range, and close by stretched a grassy wilderness. 2 demon-like creatures with goat horns hauled a dark red, conch-like carriage from afar, hastening before Lumion and company. Seated in the carriage was a woman in emerald robes and laurel wreath. Chestnut locks swept up, hazel eyes bright and watery. Dignified and noble, reminiscent of Madame Puali's matured, she kept her pledge to proffer aid. Lumion startled, then delighted as the invisible force assailed them not. Somehow he knew the woman before him was not quite Madame Puali's, or rather, not Madame Puali's precisely. More an unearthly construct Madame Puali's had fashioned by dint of will. Lumion chose to call her Madame Knight. Unlike his Paramita encounter, Madame Puali's grasped an oak branch mistletoe-wreathed at its tip in one hand, a jadate bowl of sparkling liquid in the other. Madame Puali's dipped the oak branch in the bowl and sprinkled them. After the third sprinkle, Lumion saw his chest wound heal apace. The swelling receded swiftly, and no more was he pinned immobile to the wall. Lee, Ryan, and Valentine wholly healed, no trace of cruel injuries. What attacked us? Lumion asked, figuring nothing ventured, nothing lost. Madame Puali's, seated in the crimson carriage, replied superciliously, "There's a hint of sufferer taint on you now. Thankfully, it's minor. Otherwise, you'd have to restart the loop." Sufferer taint, what's that supposed to mean? Lumian exchanged puzzled looks with Ryan and the others. Madame Puales replied gently, "That's all I know." "Then do you know what happened to the dead warlock and owl in the cemetery?" Lumian pressed. Madame Puales glanced at him. "If I'd known, things wouldn't have turned out this way. I'd originally planned to rule this place, but now I have no choice but to leave." "Rule this place?" Alarm bells rang in Lumian's head. Falling into a loop might not be the worst fate. Auror and I have no idea how many babies we'd have if Madame Puales gets her way. Compared to that, getting looped and destroyed at any moment doesn't seem so bad. At least we'd die unadulterated. Madame Puales glanced at them but said nothing more. She had her pitch-black demon beasts pull her conch carriage into the wilderness. By the time she disappeared from Lumian and the other's sight, the wilderness was gone. Just then, they realized they were still in the basement. Half of them were on the stairs, the other half by the wooden door. If not for the blood and fallen nails on the ground and walls, they'd have thought they'd experienced a hyper-realistic illusion. "Let's get out of here first." Ryan quickly regained his senses and told Valentine, "Get rid of any traces we left." Valentine nodded and conjured illusory golden flames to burn the blood and nails away. The four of them faced no further attacks on their way back to the cathedral. It was unclear if the sufferer taint had been expended or if Madame Puales had wiped it out. Just as Lumian was about to leave through the side door, he suddenly spotted the deputy padre, Mitchell Garrigue, standing dazed outside the room where sleeping servants had been stowed. Was this fellow back from filling his stomach? Lumian was about to avoid him when Mitchell, with his curly brown hair and delicate features, suddenly turned and saw them. Ryan was poised to knock this guy out when Mitchell Garrigue asked with an unnaturally cheerful smile, "Here to pray. Need a confession." "Everyone else in the cathedral has collapsed, but you're concerned with confessions." Lumian looked at Mitchell as if he were mad. Compared to before, this guy's abnormality was glaringly obvious. Chapter 80, Joint Investigation Team. Lee sensed Mitchell's abnormality and turned to Ryan, asking with her eyes if she should knock him out. At this moment, Lumian spoke up. "Is the Padre not here?" Mitchell's eyes lit up, unable to hide his excitement. "The Padre is resting. You can pray to me." His face was filled with pleading. Lumian hesitated, obviously uneasy, before reluctantly saying, "Fine." Seeing Mitchell's elated expression, Lumian turned to Lee and the others, feigning annoyance. "What's wrong with you lot? Coming to the cathedral to pray is what any true believer would do. What is there to be afraid of?" What he really meant was that they had already escaped the basement without getting caught. Why worry now? As believers of the eternal blazing sun, it was perfectly normal for them to come to the cathedral to pray. Using a side door was a trivial matter. As for the Padre and his lackeys taking an extended lunch, what did that have to do with them? Lumian knew such excuses would only fool dimwits, but they should placate the Padre, at least for now. The Padre wouldn't expose them, until Ryan's group tried reporting the irregularities to the higher-ups and put an end to Cordu's depravities. As long as Lee and the others continued strolling around the village, casually chatting with people as if they hadn't found anything incriminating in the cathedral's basement, the Padre would be content to maintain the status quo. Add to that, Ryan had demolished their underground altar. It would take time for them to restore it. Lumian estimated the Padre wouldn't gain any boons for at least a couple of days, if not until after Lent began. By then, it wouldn't matter if the Padre suspected them or not. Appearing normal was the most pressing concern. Upon hearing Lumian's words, Deputy Padre Mitchell Garrigue vigorously nodded. "Absolutely. No matter your past sins, if you pray sincerely and repent, God will forgive you." "Is that so?" "What if the Padre repented to the eternal blazing sun and confessed that I had strayed long ago, believing in an evil God? Now I want to return to the righteous path." Lumian appeared pious as he strode to the altar, but he didn't buy it. Mitchell hastened ahead, seeming poised to take flight in his zeal. Lee couldn't help but glance sideways at Valentine, seeing his complicated expression at the fanatical clergyman. This should have earned Valentine's praise, but he knew the deputy padre was clearly deranged. Redirecting her gaze from Valentine, Lee rushed to Lumien's side and whispered in his ear, "Did you consider that half those present don't believe in the eternal blazing sun?" "You're not." Lumien seemed genuinely surprised. Not because he was perceptive and grasped her hint, but of the five there, aside from the unhinged deputy padre, Valentine was certainly one of the remaining four. Lumien himself barely counted as half. Lee nodded slightly, her bells chiming. She smiled and whispered, "Ryan hails from the machinery hive mind. I'm from Bureau 8. We don't belong to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church." Lumien had heard his sister mention that the machinery hive mind was on par with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Inquisition. It was a branch of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, dealing with matters concerning those from beyond. Bureau 8, full name was Bureau 8, under the Ainz Intelligence and Homeland Security Committee. It was the Republic's most official organization in the domain of the Beyonders. "Weren't you sent by the Church?" Lumien asked curiously, finding a chair and sitting down. Lee sat beside him, smiling thinly. "Too many dangerous run-ins with those from beyond have happened at country borders in recent years, especially in disputed territories. When Cordu called for help, the higher-ups decided to set up a joint task force to get into Cordu, figure out what's really going down, and give the best recommendation for how to handle it." "Who knew that this place?" She shook her head, seeming at a loss for words while her bells chimed. The strangeness and horror of this place was beyond her imagination. At times, she felt Valentine was right to suggest reporting everything and requesting Cordu's destruction. But she wasn't ready to die yet. She had to choke back her professional instincts and morals. At that moment, Deputy Padre Mitchell Garrigue picked up the book on the altar and glanced at the four praying. Lee then crossed her arms over her chest and bowed her head. Lumien was a little stunned. "And you claim not to believe in the eternal blazing sun." Lee sensed his gaze and turned, flashing him a wry grin. "God won't fault me for posing as a sheep of another flock during a crusade. If you doubt it, look." She jerked her chin to the other side. Ryan, hailing from machinery hive mind, folded his arms over his chest in a pious fashion. "So your moral compass possesses flexibility when questing." Lumien longed to jibe Lee and Ryan, but worship had commenced. He couldn't lag behind. After adopting a reverent mien and closing his eyes, the deputy padre, Mitchell Garrigue, riffled through the Holy Bible and intoned gravely. "God spake, 'Let there be light,' and there was light." Lumien suddenly felt a surge of nostalgia as he listened to the familiar sermon in the cathedral. Though he used to just go with the flow and float through the service, whispering and gazing around, he now longed for the simplicity of the past, even if he had to pray with the greatest devotion. Even the unpleasant events that had once annoyed him were now a source of comfort. By the time Lumien and the others left the eternal blazing sun cathedral, the padre and servants were still knocked out cold. Ryan glanced toward the castle and sighed emotionally. "That woman's far more powerful than I realized." "How powerful?" Lumien asked, curious. Ryan deliberated a moment. "It's like she's touched the threshold of godhood, yet not quite." "You seem to have said something, yet not quite." If Lumien didn't need Ryan and the others recently, he'd have spoken his mind. However, thanks to his extensive knowledge of mysticism, he could roughly guess what Ryan meant by the threshold of godhood. Sequence 4, the beginnings of a demigod. He pondered a moment. "I think Puali seemed off when she appeared as Madam Knight." He'd told them about Madam Knight in Paramita. "I got the same impression," Lee said with a smile. "Like a botched patchwork monster." Ryan nodded. "We have an understanding of Madam Knight to some extent. In the border region between Ainz and Fainapotter, similar incidents have occurred frequently in recent years. Some call her Madam Knight, some call her Madam Het, some call her the Benevolent, and some call her the Vile. But so far, we haven't caught any of them. We still lack a systematic grasp of them. Yes, this is the first time I've heard of Paramita." Lee strode to the edge of the village square with a tinkling gait. "Something about Paramita occurred to me from the description." "What?" Lumien never felt embarrassed to inquire. Lee glanced southward. "In Fainapotter's Church of Earth Mother, there's a saying, 'The soul returns to the land.'" The soul returns to the land. Images of the wilderness and wandering undead surfaced in Lumien's mind. He had to admit Lee's association made sense. Arriving at the elm tree at the village entrance, Ryan surveyed the area and remarked, "Let's not provoke that madam further. Regarding escaping the loop, even if she doesn't provide aid, she won't become an enemy. We just need to monitor her movements and see if we can utilize the specific temporal node she mentioned. Wasn't it because you clearly couldn't defeat her if you didn't provoke her?" Lumien suppressed his mouth, ready to retort. He then asked Valentine, "How many minutes?" He worried that if he mistimed, his sister would trigger the loop and restart everything. Valentine extracted a gold pocket watch and popped it open. 10 minutes remaining. "That's good," Lumien sighed in relief and waved at Ryan and the others. "I'm going to search for Auror. If you've nothing else to do, help me locate Sybil's husband, Jean Maury. Investigate who's spreading the rumor that the horoscopes are about to change and everyone will usher in good fortune. If you discover anything, come to my house to find me. Goodbye, my cabbages." That was what Lee and the others had planned to do, so no one objected. Lumien fell into deep thought as he bade farewell to the joint investigation team and walked to the agreed-upon spot at the edge of the village. After completing his exploration of the cathedrals underground, he had a darn good hunch about the anomaly in Cordu. The ones responsible for the loop were definitely the Padres group. They'd been secretly worshipping an evil god for at least 6 months, and had secretly sacrificed quite a few foreigners under the cathedral in exchange for loads of boons. Before Lent, the Padre, Pons Banet, and their lot had received a boon using the 3 Beyonders that Shepherd Pierre Barry had brought back, or at least one of them. The former instantly became a pretty powerful Beyonder. Hence, they kicked off a grand ritual at the start of Lent. On the 12th night, in the final stage of the ritual, the hidden being with the name of Inevitability would accept the large-scale sacrifice and complete something that the Padre and company had prayed for. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. The ritual failed to complete, and the power involving the past, present, and future dissipated, bringing about a time loop. As for what unexpected event had occurred, Lumien recalled something the mysterious lady had once said. "You belong to the group of individuals who are on the brink of being corrupted." Luckily, the mark left by that great existence was activated, and the corresponding power descended upon you, sealing the source of corruption and establishing balance. Chapter 81. Key. Beside the Serpentine River outside Cordu village, under the piercing sunlight, Auror, clad in a casual blue dress, sat on the ground with her eyes closed, listening to Lumien's conjectures and analysis. She remained silent for a while, as if lost in thought. After nearly a minute of contemplation, Auror spoke. If something truly occurred during the ritual on the 12th night, causing the hidden entity's power to disperse and trigger a time loop in Cordu and its surroundings, I believe that the people and even the spirits in this area at that time wouldn't have been spared. What do you mean? Lumien, also seated on the ground, struggled to grasp his sister's reasoning. Auror elaborated. I mean that it's both power and corruption. Once it disperses, everyone in this area will endure the corruption on relatively equal footing. Only those bearing the black thorn symbol or under the protection of other high-level entities can barely remain unaffected. Consider this. Isn't it like a dam bursting, flooding the entire place up to the rafters? Unless a boat was prepared beforehand, we'd undoubtedly be drenched. Lumien envisioned such a scene and hesitantly inquired. So, does that mean everyone in the village has been tainted by the dissipating power, effectively becoming a component of the loop? By component. He didn't mean participating in or being affected by the loop. More precisely, people became part of the loop structure. Auror, her eyes still closed and her blonde hair tied up, gently nodded. I suspect that not only will killing the Padre result in a reset, but also slaying other villagers in Cordu will trigger a similar effect. It's like trying to dismantle the loop's components. There will surely be a reaction to such disruption. But we just killed the midwife yesterday afternoon. Lumien trailed off before finishing his sentence. Suddenly, numerous thoughts raced through his mind, and he hesitantly proposed. Is it because the people in the castle are protected by other high-level entities? Is that why Madame Pualis claimed she could leave the loop at a specific moment? She wasn't tainted by that power. She's not part of the loop. She's affected, but she can exploit loopholes or seize opportunities to escape, Aurora sighed softly. That's why she said she can't save us or take us with her. We've already been corrupted and are fused with the loop. At this, she managed a bitter smile. Or rather, we're already dead. We're merely existing in the form of loop components. No wonder that mysterious lady said that if she forcibly ended the loop, everyone here would die. That's because we are the forcibly dispersed loop itself. Lumion fell silent. He yearned to contradict his sister and argue that they shouldn't be so pessimistic, but her words aligned with the mysterious woman's. What he couldn't comprehend all this time was that, given the woman's ability to freely enter and exit the loop and her audacity to mention the hidden entity, even if she couldn't break the loop without causing any harm, it ought to be simple for her to safeguard 2 or 3 people and facilitate their departure. Now, there was a more plausible and disheartening explanation to this conundrum. After a few seconds, Lumion found a counter-argument. Ava, Riamund, and Naroka are all dead, but their deaths didn't cause the loop to restart. Aurora, her eyes still closed, offered a complex smile. Perhaps they died before the loop began, so without participating in the ritual on the 12th night, they weren't tainted. Her implication was clear. In the timeline before the loop transpired, Naroka had perished before Lent, while Ava and Riamund had been sacrificed during the celebration. They didn't survive until the 12th night and were not part of the loop. She paused for a moment and continued. Jean Mori, who vanished today, might be in a similar situation. According to normal developments, he should have discovered something abnormal after Lent and before the 12th night. He wanted to escape, but was silenced. Our investigation merely expedited this event. The only thing I don't understand is that Riamund's corpse was sacrificed, right? He shouldn't have been in the loop from the start. Hearing his sister's words, Lumion instantly recalled the events beneath the cathedral. The invisible figure in the black robe was composed of Riamund and the others' spirits. Lumion combined his knowledge of mysticism and attempted to speculate. Maybe the Lenten sacrifice wasn't made directly to the hidden entity, but to the altar. It's part of the 12th night's ritual, so Riamund's spirit appeared beneath the cathedral. His body is useless, but before the loop began, Pons Banet and his associates could leave Cordu. To stop those downstream from finding the body and alerting the higher-ups, they might retrieve it after completing the ritual of sending it downriver. Once the loop started, the power had limits. It can't cover the area where Pons Banet and the others recovered the body. They're affected by the corruption in their bodies and won't consider leaving this area. Aurora pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. In the past few days of the loop, other than you, the 3 foreigners, and Madame Pualis and her subordinates, none of the villagers have thought of leaving Cordu to hunt or gather wild fruit. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have been the same. Aurora revealed a desolate, self-deprecating smile. We're already a group of monsters. We're barely surviving as humans by relying on the loop. No, there must be a way for redemption. That lady said it exists. Lumion interrupted his sister's self-pity. Aurora exhaled slowly and stated, "Can't you let your sister be vulnerable for a few minutes?" She continued, "Based on this line of thought, we can only rely on ourselves. Breaking the cycle with external forces is equivalent to killing us." Lumion sighed. "Unfortunately, there's no way to verify this speculation at the moment. We can only confirm it on the 12th night. We can verify it, but it'll waste a lot of our time. Besides, I can't do it," Aurora replied. "That's true." Lumion roughly grasped his sister's meaning and plan. Kill a villager not currently on the Padres team to see if it would trigger a reboot. If it did, they could find a way to lure one of the 3 foreigners into a death trap and see if it triggered the cycle. If not, it would validate Aurora and Lumion's guesses. Most people in Cordu village had been corrupted and were part of the loop. Those who came later were only affected by the loop and had a chance to escape it with the help of loopholes or external forces. However, that would squander many of the past few days, and Auror wasn't the type to kill innocents, especially those they had a good partnership with. Lumion had no moral qualms in this regard. From his perspective, dying in the loop wasn't true death. There was a high chance of only residual problems. That was much better than being trapped in the loop. Of course, if he really wanted to do so, he wouldn't try to murder Lee and the others. Instead, he would reason with the three foreigners. With Valentine's fanaticism and piety, he was confident he could persuade him to commit suicide. The siblings exchanged glances and fell silent, unsure of what to say. After a while, Lumion changed the subject. "Grand Sower, what do you think is the key to ending the loop from the inside?" Auror had been pondering this question. As she thought, she said, "We can't just end the loop from the inside. We have to use this situation to remove the corruption in everyone's bodies. Otherwise, what's the difference between this and suicide?" Yes, according to my previous guess, something happened to the ritual, causing the entire village to enter a loop. And the reason an accident occurred was that you bear the mark of that great entity. It was activated and sealed the heavy corruption in your heart. Auror assessed her brother as she spoke. Lumion instantly grasped her meaning. "You mean I'm the key to ending the cycle?" Auror nodded. "The source of the accident lies with you, so naturally, the key to ending the cycle is with you. Of course, this is only a guess. Perhaps the key to the loop is the vessel that will bear the power of the hidden entity's descent during the 12th night's ritual. For example, the Padre or someone else." Auror suddenly fell silent and looked at her brother for a few seconds. "Could these two speculations be equivalent? You are the vessel. Otherwise, as an auxiliary sacrifice and contaminant, even if something unexpected happened, the ritual wouldn't have failed disastrously, and its power dissipated uncontrollably." The more Lumion thought about it, the more he felt that his sister's guess made sense. He muttered to himself, "That black thorn mark on my chest is darker than the Padre's was. So when the priest tried to deal with me, he showed signs of losing control, allowing me to kill him. Therefore, that mysterious lady never said how to end this loop. She just told me to explore the dream ruins and figure out their secrets." Auror got a little pumped. "Yeah, that's probably a clue. Maybe the dream ruins stem from the corruption in your body or are closely linked to it. So you can rely on the black thorn mark to take down every monster you run into there. Once you unlock the secrets, you can rein in or safely tap into the power in your body to some extent and siphon off the corruption from everyone in Cordu. The loop will break on its own. Yeah, maybe this can only be done at certain times, like at the ritual on the 12th night." Lumion leapt to his feet. "I'm heading back to Dream now." "No rush." Auror slowly sat up. "Aren't you hurt? Aren't you going to rest?" Lumion patted his chest. "The liquid Madame Puali's sprinkled healed all my wounds and restored my spirituality." "Oh, was that Pomelo Sago, child-giving Guanian?" Auror muttered. "Huh." Lumion didn't get it at all. His sister was speaking a totally foreign language. Auror smiled with her eyes closed. "What I mean is, go home, fill your belly, take a nap, and explore your dreams." Chapter 82. Dream Divination. In the semi-subterranean two-story building, Lumion and Auror quietly consumed their belated lunch. The mutton, which should have been succulent and tender, tasted utterly bland on their palates. Barely satiated, Lumion was about to clear the table when tinkling sounds reached his ears. "Lee and the others." He glanced towards the door. Auror, too, sensed something. She set down her cutlery and fixed her gaze upon the entrance. Moments later, the doorbell chimed. Without hesitation, Lumion abandoned his seat and strode towards the door, peering at the visitors through the peephole. It was indeed Lee, accompanied by the other two foreigners. Valentine had finally changed his attire. Previously engulfed in flames due to the sufferer's aura, Madame Puali's had tended to his wounds, but his scorched clothing was beyond repair. Lumion swung the door open and greeted them with a warm smile. "My cabbages, you already miss me." "Oh, you actually can change clothes?" Valentine had swapped his white vest, blue tweed jacket, and black trousers for a yellow vest, black formal jacket, and dark pants. White fabric flowers adorned Lee's white cashmere dress. one large and two small, concealing signs of damage with impressive sewing skills. As for Ryan, Lumion couldn't detect any difference in his outfit or evidence of his previous injuries. Lumion suspected the man had packed at least two identical sets of clothing. "We've gathered information on those two matters," Ryan replied coolly, his eyes hinting that details would follow once they were inside. Lumion sought Auror's approval before fully opening the door and ushering the three investigators in. This was the first time Ryan and his colleagues had met Auror, and they exchanged polite introductions. About the impending horoscope shift and the villagers' supposed good fortune, it's tentatively confirmed that the Padre orchestrated the rumors, Ryan revealed, wasting no time as they settled around the dining table. But I don't think it's that simple. The methods and rhetoric resemble those of a village witch. Under normal circumstances, the Padre wouldn't devise such a scheme. Village witches were part-time fortune-tellers who frequented small towns and villages. Auror nodded thoughtfully. Could it be the influence of the deceased warlock? A way to lure villagers into secretly worshipping the evil god. And they believed it so easily, Valentine seethed. His expression conveyed utter disbelief at the gullibility of Cordu's inhabitants. It's all because believing in the eternal blazing sun doesn't alleviate their poverty, and they're still oppressed by the Padre and the administrator. Auror held her tongue, fearing a confrontation with Valentine. She could envision villagers experiencing tangible benefits from the Padre and his followers after turning to the evil god, such as reduced contributions to the eternal blazing sun or protection from Pons Baynet's harassment. They could even scare their irritating neighbors using the thug's name. In short, their lives would genuinely improve, giving them hope and fueling their devotion. Nevertheless, Auror didn't condone their actions. While the government and church primarily sought money, the cults demanded lives. Ignoring Valentine's question, Lumion helpfully suggested, "You should ask the villagers yourself and thoroughly investigate the cause of their wavering faith. If you uncover the truth, I believe the papacy will hold you in high regard." The papacy referred to the eternal blazing sun's pope, a title shared by many church leaders. Lumion had recently learned this after perusing the materials Auror had procured. Valentine fell silent, evidently intrigued. Auror shifted the focus to Ryan. "Did you locate Sybil's husband, Jean Morey?" Ryan glanced at Lee, prompting her to speak. Lee nodded and said, "We infiltrated Jean Morey's residence and obtained one of his belongings. Using this item, I performed a dream divination." "Dream divination," Auror nodded, unsurprised. As Lumion recounted their exploration of the castle the day before, Auror had already pieced together their pathways and approximate sequences based on the performance of the three official investigators. Clearly, Lee belonged to the more common seer pathway in Ainz. Moreover, she wasn't a Sequence 9 seer or Sequence 8 clown, but at least a Sequence 7 magician. This could be inferred from her Beyonder powers like paper figurine substitutes and damage transfer, as well as her skills in divination and acrobatics. Auror wasn't certain if Lee had reached Sequence 6, as her knowledge of the pathway's subsequent stages was limited. Valentine belonged to one of the main pathways controlled by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, the Sun. Likewise, he wasn't a Sequence 9 bard or Sequence 8 light suppliant. Auror deduced from his holy light summoning, holy water creation, and sun halo that he was a Sequence 7 solar high priest. Furthermore, he likely hadn't reached Sequence 6 notary, as he hadn't displayed the corresponding abilities. Ryan's Beyonder powers were uncommon in Ainz. He was likely a warrior. This pathway was primarily controlled by the Church of the God of Combat from the Faesac Empire in the north. However, in the past 5 to 6 years, numerous Beyonders and Beyonder creatures of the warrior pathway had appeared in various countries. Several members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society had either actively or passively chosen this pathway. According to Auror's knowledge, this was also known as the Giant Pathway. Sequence 9 was Warrior, Sequence 8 was Pugilist, and Sequence 7 was Weapon Master. Sequence 6 was a level that experienced a qualitative shift compared to previous sequences. They were called Dawn Paladins, who possessed the strength of giants and could create sunrise gleam in a certain area to eliminate illusions and negative or evil energies. They could also condense full-body armor known as Dawn and weapons they were proficient with. Among them, the most potent was the two-handed broadsword, the Sword of Dawn. With the Sword of Dawn, they could unleash their sequence's most powerful attack, Hurricane of Light. This could annihilate the human body, exterminate vengeful spirits, and even wound evil spirits. Considering Ryan's performance, Auror believed he was a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin, though he probably hadn't become a Sequence 5 Guardian yet. Auror had always felt that these three official investigators were on par with her. Now, she realized that each of them was stronger than the last. If she wasn't prepared, she wouldn't stand a chance in a one-on-one battle. It was well known that in the official categorization, Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 were considered low-sequence Beyonders. They had some unique abilities compared to ordinary people, but their flaws were apparent. Sequence 7 to Sequence 5 were mid-sequence, where they began to possess extraordinary powers. Sequence 4 and above belonged to the demigod domain, making them worthy of the title high-sequence Beyonders. According to some members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, who had infiltrated official organizations, when dealing with ordinary Beyonder matters, a team of 1 mid-sequence and 2 low-sequence Beyonders would be assembled to carry out the first round of investigations. They would then deploy more high-level forces depending on the situation. This time, facing the anomalies in Cordu, the Intis officials had sent 3 mid-sequence Beyonders. They weren't taking the situation lightly. However, even this joint investigation team didn't seem to be enough for Cordu. Auror had shared all this information with Lumion, and the siblings listened intently as Lee continued. In the dream divination, I saw Shepherd Pierre Barry. He emerged with a few nails wrapped in hair and stuffed them into the hay. Lee described the scene in the simplest terms. Haystacks, nails, and hair. Lumion instantly recalled his discovery under the guidance of the 3 sheep. He had also found some nails wrapped in hair in the haystack of the Barry's sheep pen. He frowned and said, "Are those Jean Maury's nails and hair?" Was he killed by Shepherd Pierre Barry at the Barry's place? Auror nodded. Originally, the custom of hiding one's nails and hair outside the house was to prevent it from affecting one's family horoscope and luck. It was limited to family members with a bad reputation or who committed suicide, as well as those who were murdered by their relatives. But because Jean Maury was killed at the shepherd's house, Pierre Barry still carefully cut off the other party's nails and took some hair to hide in the haystack outside the house. No wonder it was there before. That must be from their previous victim. How many people have they killed in secret? Lumion scoffed under his breath. At this point, he's still worried about messing up his horoscope and luck. Imbecile, Valentine cursed aloud. They had been briefed by Lumion earlier and knew about the 3 sheep, the haystack, and the old folk customs they represented. After discussing for a while and confirming they wouldn't try anything else for now, Lee and the others bid Lumion and Auror farewell and returned to All Tavern. The siblings didn't mention their speculations at noon, afraid it might deter the official investigators from cracking this case open from the inside. After all, they could only be affected and might escape with outside help. After clearing the table and helping wipe it down, Lumion returned to his room and lay on the bed. With conflicting thoughts and many unanswered questions, sleep eluded him for a long time. He relied on some meditation techniques to slowly calm his mind and finally drifted off. In the room shrouded in faint gray fog, Lumion opened his eyes and sat up straight. He lowered his gaze and looked at his chest. His vision seemed to cut through the thin cotton shirt and flesh, allowing him to see the black thorn tattoo and the bluish-black pattern underneath. Is this the root cause of this endless loop? Lumion thought. The blackthorn symbol was at the heart of the issue, and the bluish-black pattern brought protection from that ominous force, allowing Cordu to be salvaged. All of this could be traced back nearly 6 years. Lumion remembered clearly that he had still been a street rat at the time. He had barely survived by relying on seeming unthreatening due to his young age and extreme ruthlessness. Then, one day, he met a dying old man. Maybe it was because he had picked up some street smarts, or maybe because the old man reminded him of his only family, Pepe, who had raised him until his early teens but sadly passed on. Lumion chose to lend a hand. Though he ultimately failed to save the old man's life, Lumion still sent him to the crematorium and buried him in a public grave. He had found the bluish-black symbol on the old man's corpse during this. From then on, he often dreamed of the vast expanse of gray fog. His luck also turned sour, and he began struggling to scavenge enough food. Thankfully, he met Auror not long after. Chapter 83. A Sudden Encounter. Lumion exhaled steadily and reined in his racing thoughts. He slung his shotgun over his shoulder and clipped on his axe. Leaving the semi-subterranean two-story building perched on the edge of the wild, he strode into the dream ruins. Tracking a familiar route through the dense forest, he crept deeper into the tangle of collapsed houses towards the hulking peak of crumbling red stone. Thick fog clung to the summer sky. Weeds rasped at his feet. The whole world was dark and bleak. Soon Lumion left familiar ground behind, plunging into the heart of the ruins. He scanned the ruins constantly, cataloging every trace, theorizing how each might be useful in a fight. Caution slowed his progress, but hunting taught caution and carefulness above all. Finally, a clue. Fresh footprints, seemingly human, tucked behind a jumble of rubble at the road's edge, cunningly concealed. This one knows how to move unseen, capable of eliminating traces to a certain extent. Lumion observed for a while and made a preliminary judgment. He suspected that it was something similar to the shotgun monster, perhaps bearing clues to Sequence 8 of the Hunter's Pathway. Experience and Auror's speculation told him 3 types of monsters likely infested these ruins. The first bore no boons or Beyonder characteristics, like Noodle Man or the Mouth Orifice monster, probably under the sway of that hidden being called Inevitability. The second displayed Beyonder characteristics, but no boons, typified by the shotgun monster. The black thorn on Lumion's chest would suppress them. It meant that they were tainted by some hidden corruption, resulting in them turning into monsters. The third showed no boons or Beyonder characteristics, mere humans or creatures twisted into horrors like the skinless monster he first found. Whether monsters with both boons and Beyonder characteristics existed, he and Auror suspected so, but lacked proof. Therefore, it was very likely that a monster with hunter traits possessed Beyonder characteristics. Lumion tracked the footprints and discovered 2 lethal traps along the way, validating his hypothesis. Had he not tread carefully or lacked his hunter abilities, he might have become prey instead of predator. Soon, the footprints grew fresher. This meant a high probability of encountering his target if he pressed on, rather than rushing to greet. His target, Lumion circled around and located an ideal ambush spot. Then he began to dance. Amid the intangible melody, he stamped with powerful steps and spun in a gentle, graceful semicircle, reenacting Noodle Man's strange, mysterious sacrificial dance. His skills were rough and rusty, but with his dancer power, Lumion felt his chest heat up. After undoing his shirt and confirming the black thorn symbol's materialization, Lumion climbed into the collapsed house's center and settled into his chosen hiding place. He quickly glanced into the distance and spied a figure digging a trap. It was certainly a person, but its whole body was charred black, and crimson flames blazed on its surface endlessly. No way it's a pyromaniac, right? I've landed a big one. Lumion was both thrilled and vexed. He was thrilled that the primary ingredient matching a Sequence 8 provoker had appeared. What troubled him was that it was much stronger than the prey he had anticipated. Pyromaniac was a Sequence 7 of the Hunter Pathway. According to Auror, it was a sequence that had undergone a qualitative change. Its ancient name was Fire Mage. Lumion believed that with him being a hunter, a dancer, and possessing the black thorn symbol, as long as he wasn't careless, hunting a provoker monster shouldn't be an issue. However, he wasn't confident against a Sequence 7 pyromaniac. As long as the monster attacked him from afar, it might not be weakened by the black thorn symbol. After some thought, Lumion decided to retreat. He planned to devise an effective plan to handle the flaming monster after setting up a targeted trap. His initial idea was to head home and dance the dance that could summon the strange objects in the surrounding area and see what kind of adverse effects it would have on him when allowing the remnant spirit of the mouth orifice monster to possess him. If it wasn't severe and acceptable, he could borrow the other party's ability in the future, such as invisibility. Lumion wasn't too worried about the after-effects of being possessed, or whether the vengeful spirit would be willing to leave after successfully possessing him. In any case, he was in the dream ruins. As long as he didn't die on the spot, he could recover fully after returning to reality to rest. Just as Lumion made a move, the flaming monster suddenly raised its charred face and bulging eyes, looking right at him. Not good, Lumion thought. Instead of climbing, he jumped down from his hiding spot. Almost instantly, a massive fireball smashed into where he'd been, sending bricks and rocks flying, erupting in flames. Lumion staggered in a sorry state. When he crashed, he could barely control his body. All he could do was tumble and roll to cushion the impact. If not for Dancer's extraordinary flexibility, his muscles and ligaments would have torn from the twisted movement. By the time Lumion stood up again, the flaming monster had already materialized atop the collapsed building. Phantasmal fire ravens coalesced from flames around it. Upon seeing this, Lumion felt as if surrounded by soldiers with guns trained on him. Without hesitation, he bolted towards the collapsed building where the flaming monster stood. Faced with such a scene, he felt the only way to turn defeat into victory was by using the black thorn symbol on his chest. And this seemed to require closing the distance. Thud, thud, thud. As Lumion ran, half the fire ravens descended from the sky and detonated behind him, causing heat waves to surge and explosions to reverberate. The remaining illusory fire ravens banked and locked onto their running target. At that moment, Lumion arrived at the bottom of the collapsed building, no more than 5 meters from the flaming monster. In the next second, the charred monster enveloped in crimson flames froze. The remaining fire ravens around it were instantly snuffed out. It's working. Just as joy flooded Lumion's heart, the flaming monster pivoted and fled from the collapsed building in the opposite direction. "Hey, don't run," Lumion blurted subconsciously. He circled around the ruins before him and chased after the flaming monster. Lumion chased it for 2 blocks. As the monster was too swift, he completely lost sight of it. At this moment, the searing sensation in Lumion's chest vanished. He had no choice but to stop and adjust his breathing, gearing himself up to track the footprints and watch out for traps. As he panted, Lumion's gaze swept around and suddenly froze. Not far away, a figure loomed in the doorway of a half-collapsed building. The figure wore a black robe with a hood. Aside from that, it seemed ordinary enough, except it had 3 faces on its head. The front face was an old man's. Milky eyes, scraggly brows, wrinkled as a prune. The left was in its prime, chiseled and stubbled, icy blue eyes gleaming. The right was a child's, one less than 5 years old, smooth and round, blue eyes wide with innocence and ignorance. The 3-faced monster? That 3-faced monster. Lumion was truly frightened. As he was chasing after the flaming monster, he'd wandered deep into the ruins and stumbled on the 3-faced monster. Despite mastering the mysterious sacrificial dance and activating the black thorn symbol, Lumion had no intention of using the 3-faced monster as target practice. His instincts screamed that this foe was lethal. According to the mysterious lady's words, even weakened by the black thorn symbol, the monster could easily slay a weak hunter. Lumion's plan was to steer clear of the 3-faced monster's territory and practice on other monsters. He wanted to test the black thorn mark's power against enemies of varying might before deciding whether to hunt the 3-faced monster. Unexpectedly, the monster left its domain and stumbled upon Lumion. Would a little dance of contrition perhaps appease you? Lumion thought, Taking an involuntary step back, at the entrance of the crumbling building, the three-faced monster in a black robe and hood retreated a step. Lumion spun around. The three-faced monster mirrored him. Lumion bolted. The three-faced monster fled as well. Lumion, who had meant to flee and try dancing, ran a few paces before sensing something amiss. He halted and glanced back. By chance, he saw the three-faced monster retreating. Lumion stared, stunned. After a moment, Lumion vaguely grasped the situation. He touched his face and muttered, "Am I that scary?" The three-faced monster's actions reminded him of their first encounter. Back then, Lumion stole a glance at the three-faced monster and cowered in terror, praying to the eternal blazing sun to conceal him. Though the three-faced monster clearly peered toward his hiding spot, it didn't seem to notice anything. Instead, it took the initiative to retreat further away. So it wasn't the eternal blazing sun that shielded me, nor was I very fortunate. Did the three-faced monster sense my specialness and flee? Lumion nodded thoughtfully, hazarding a guess. In the dream ruins, can monsters of a certain level directly perceive my specialness without me half-activating the blackthorn symbol? Chapter 84. Dirk. Lumion broke the monsters in the dream ruins into 3 levels based on how the flaming monster and the three-faced monster reacted when they encountered him. The lowest level ones acted on instinct alone. As soon as they saw him, they would attack. When he activated or partially activated the black thorn symbol on his chest, they would immediately give up and submit fully to his mercy. The higher level ones would hunt him down before he partially activated the black thorn symbol. After he finished the sacrificial dance, they would cunningly opt to escape. But they couldn't sense the existence of the black thorn symbol beyond 5 meters. The flaming monster likely only remained in fear and associated the corrupting aura from the seal with Lumion. At a certain level, Lumion didn't even need to activate or partially activate the black thorn symbol on his chest, nor did they need to be within 5 meters of Lumion for them to obviously feel his specialness and show conspicuous dread. Were there any other levels above these 3? Lumion felt there should be at least 1, at most 3. For instance, the kind that wouldn't fear the partially activated black thorn symbol so much that they immediately fled. They would persist in attacking despite significant weakening. Or, for example, the kind that were so high in level that they wouldn't react to the black thorn symbol at all. Therefore, while Lumion was delighted that he could scare off the three-faced monster and seemed capable of doing whatever he wanted in the dream ruins, he didn't dare to be careless. Disregarding terrifying beings that might be higher in level than the three-faced monster. Just the flaming monster could incinerate him to ashes without being impacted by the partially activated black thorn symbol with its powerful long-range attack. With this in mind, Lumion hesitated for a moment before stealthily delving deeper into the dream ruins along the three-faced monster's escape route. He planned to scout the blood-colored peak and surrounding area today to gather information for the subsequent unlocking of the dream's secret. Along the way, he proceeded to a relatively concealed area less easily discovered, on guard against any monsters that might suddenly burst out. Perhaps because the three-faced monster had just passed by, frightening off the other monsters, Lumion didn't see a single person. He successfully passed collapsed buildings and gray gravel everywhere, and arrived at the base of the blood-colored peak. There was still a circle of ruins, but unlike the outer layers, the buildings here hadn't collapsed, but seemed to have completed a warped reassembly as if they had a life of their own. They were interconnected, as if a strange, thorny city wall had been built. The wall was dyed a faint grayish black. The windows and doors of the original buildings were embedded messily on its surface. Some were open, permitting one to see the shattered tables and chairs inside. Some were tightly shut, as if they couldn't be pulled open. Lumion scanned the area and gazed up at the blood-colored mountain behind the city wall. At this range, even with the heavy fog blanketing the sky and the dim light filtering into this realm, Lumion could see every detail of the mountain peak clearly. It was made of rocks and soil, no more than 30 meters tall, but it gave off a towering menace. The color on its surface was unnatural, neither the brownish red of the rocks nor the reddish-brown of the soil. They seemed dyed at a later time, making it look sinister. According to Auror's novels and paranormal magazines, this might be dyed red by human blood, Lumion thought. He raised his gaze higher and higher, glancing at the peak shrouded in thick fog. Suddenly, an unseen wind blew away some of the fog. The peak came into view. Sitting cross-legged was a giant 4 to 5 meters tall with 3 heads. He was naked and had 3 heads growing from his neck. One faced left, revealing anger, greed, and hatred, extremely evil. One faced forward with a warped expression of pain and regret. The other faced right, wholly, with pity in its eyes. The giant had 6 arms stretching out at odd angles. Its entire body, including the 3 heads, was made of flesh and organ fragments stitched together with pus flowing everywhere. Especially, transparent blood-like tears dripped from the head facing Lumion. Seeing the giant, Lumion's mind buzzed as he heard a terrifying voice seeming infinitely far yet right beside him. His head felt as if it had been split open with an axe, and intense agony occupied his mind, robbing him of all thoughts. Thick and thin blood vessels protruded from his body's surface, so red that they were about to be ignited, when Lumion woke up. From his near-death state, he realized that he was curled up on the ground, rolling back and forth, as if this wasn't enough to resolve the pain in his body. His vision was blurry, stained with blood, and everything he saw was misty. In this state, Lumion felt that even the skinless monster could easily kill him. However, perhaps because the black thorn symbol had been completely activated, no person dared to enter this area. As for the giant at the summit of the blood-colored mountain, it was unknown if it couldn't leave, or if it had been affected by the black thorn symbol and hadn't attacked Lumion, who had nearly lost control. After regaining his composure, Lumion stood up and noticed the linen shirt beneath his dark-colored jacket stained with blood and sweat. What the hell was that? The more he pondered it, the more dread crept in. With a mere glance, the black thorn symbol had flared to life and nearly overpowered him. It posed an even greater threat than wielding the dancer's might. He dared not recall the giant's visage, only deduce what he could from fractured impressions. An advanced variant of the 3-faced monster, sheer corruptive influence. Auror was right. There are sights not meant to be seen. It occupies the crimson mountaintop, the heart of this dreamscape in ruins. Does that signify it's integral to the dream's mysteries? As his thoughts raced, Lumion forced down the urge to gaze up at the mountain's summit. If he took another look, it would spell certain death. He resolved to withdraw for now and return to the real world to recover. He would resume his exploration at night. Lumion spun on his heel, ready to retrace his steps out of here, when a sudden clanging caught his ear. What's that? Curiosity seized him, and he devised a plan to sidle over for a peek. Of course, he would proceed judiciously, not hastily or rashly. He tucked himself into a half-collapsed building facing the city wall to recoup his spirituality. After a time, Lumion again performed the mysterious sacrificial dance. He seemed to morph into a high priest of the hidden existence, gratifying that existence with movements that could marshal the ambient forces of nature. When a burning sensation flared in his chest, Lumion halted and honed in on the intermittent clanging. Skirting the blood-hued mountain crest and dilapidated city wall, dancing anew, he spied an orange glimmer through a half-open brownish-red wooden door in the wall. A flickering orange flame shone behind a half-open wooden door. Clang, clang, clang. The figure in the room was reflected in a grimy, diagonal glass window above. It looked humanoid but too spindly in the dim light. In that moment, the figure raised a hammer-like object and smashed it down with formidable might. Clang. Another metallic clash rang out, crisp and ominous. A blacksmith. There's a blacksmith in these ruins, Lumion guessed, relying on his knowledge. Trusting that the thorn emblem on his chest hadn't vanished yet, he dropped into a crouch and darted to the glass. He turned and peered in. Though Lumion's eyes weren't healed, and his vision unclear, he could just make out the scene beyond the city wall. Shattered furniture and debris littered the space. In the center was a stove, its top half gone, housing a fire. On top, an iron plate cobbled together, mismatched. A pewter-black dirk lay on the plate, twice as long as a normal dagger, strange patterns coating its surface. Just looking at it made Lumion dizzy. Clang, the figure pounded the dirk like a skilled blacksmith, hammer blows ringing out in a steady beat. He wore a black robe, decay marring the side of its face visible to Lumion, even revealing bone in places. Another monster. Is it picking up where it left off when it was still human? That dirk isn't run-of-the-mill. It's a tad sinister. I wonder if it's a sealed artifact or a Beyonder weapon, Lumion thought. He was less than 3 meters from the rotting blacksmith, but the other party didn't seem to detect the black thorn symbol on his chest. He kept pounding the dirk in silence. Given that the black thorn symbol was about to vanish, Lumion recoiled and tiptoed away from the window. He had only taken a few steps when the searing sensation in his chest disappeared. The next moment, a creaking sound came from behind him. Lumion whipped around and saw the mahogany door swing open. The black-robed blacksmith emerged. There were 4 or 5 putrid gashes on his face that bared its bones. Half of his left eyeball dangled from its eye socket. It looked like a corpse that had been dead for some time. He clutched the hammer in his right hand and the pewter-black dirk in his left. Lumion's reflection glinted in his lifeless eyes. F***CK? Lumion couldn't help cursing. He instantly grasped the situation. The blacksmith monster had clearly been influenced by the black thorn symbol, so he had been quietly pounding the malicious dirk, feigning nonchalance. When the black thorn symbol disappeared, he immediately seized his weapon and emerged to hunt him. How cunning. Chapter 85. Appropriating. As soon as Lumion confirmed the situation, he pivoted on his heel and bolted. He couldn't leverage the environment here, and he was clueless about the blacksmith monster's abilities. What choice did he have but to run? Once he escaped to the nearest natural trap, and it was still in hot pursuit, he'd consider counterattacking. Thud, thud, thud. Lumion didn't run in a straight line, but snaked left and right in an S shape. He worried it might predict his trajectory and hurl a fireball or long-range weapon. The old Lumion could run on a curve, but he'd have to throttle back at points. Otherwise, his body couldn't take it and he'd eat dirt. Things were different now. He was extremely limber, far beyond ordinary humans. His muscles and tendons easily let him arch his body in a smooth semicircle. With this move, he felt that, unless the blacksmith monster had special abilities, he should reach the ruins 7 to 8 meters away. Suddenly, dread gripped his heart with premonition. Without thinking, Lumion plunged forward, riding his momentum. Sizzling, sharp pains seared his back. The evil pewter-black dirk had sliced him, spurting bright red blood. The blacksmith monster had caught up in a single bound and swung its weapon. It seemed to have shortened over a dozen steps to one. Lumion endured the pain and rolled twice before finally touching a half-collapsed building. He vaulted in with a whoosh. Slithering through the walls and furnishings as cover, he bolted out the back entrance. Being back in this area was like a tiger returning to the deep mountains or a trout in a river. He adeptly wove through the ruins and buildings, at times circling around, other times going straight. Within 10 seconds, he arrived at a natural snare he had spotted earlier. He ducked behind the roof that had slid to the ground and held on for the blacksmith monster to turn up. He didn't try the sacrificial dance because he felt there wasn't enough time. The other side clearly had some distinctive tracking prowess. As time passed, Lumion didn't spot the blacksmith monster, nor did he catch any sound approaching. He didn't note any indistinct footprints around him. It didn't chase after me. Lumion couldn't help but frown. He was glad, but he also felt this situation was a bit odd. After some thought, he guessed the blacksmith monster couldn't leave the city wall, so the moment he went into the building ruins, it gave up chasing him. Considering he had already suffered 2 injuries and was drained, Lumion decided not to explore further. Leveraging his terrifying flexibility, he treated the wound on his back and headed toward the edge of the ruins. After walking a long time, he looked at the familiar collapsed buildings and suddenly felt something was off. It has already been more than enough time to finish a meal. The dream ruins aren't especially large, I should be able to walk out in a straight line. Why haven't I escaped yet? The more Lumion contemplated it, the more he sensed that something was amiss. His thoughts were becoming foggy and disjointed, as if severe exhaustion was overtaking him or he was about to drift off to sleep. He forced himself to focus, relying on his hunter abilities to locate the path, hoping to get out of these ruins immediately. However, as he walked, he couldn't help periodically slipping into a daze. Eventually, he didn't even know what he was doing. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lumion's eyes abruptly reflected the flickering orange glow of a fire. He found himself back by the city wall and the chamber where the blacksmith monster was. Not good, I'm under its influence. No wonder it didn't chase me, it seems. I can't force my way out. I can only think of a solution, starting with that monster. Lumion's thoughts slowed and fogged. As he approached the chamber involuntarily, he struggled to perform the mysterious sacrificial dance. Since he had to confront the blacksmith monster, his greatest reliance was the black thorn symbol on his chest. He had to activate it immediately. Amid the sonorous but intermittent noises from within, Lumion saw the door emitting orange flames open. The monster in a black robe holding a pewter-black dirk and hammer appeared in the doorway. Unlike before, much of the rotting marks on its face had vanished, and fresh flesh had grown over the wounds that exposed its bones. Its eyes lit up as it gazed at Lumion with undisguised greed and amusement. This made it appear more human than zombie. At the same time, Lumion saw himself reflected in the glass window. His face was pale, and his eyes were dull. Some of his skin showed signs of decay. He looked more like a zombie than a human. Lumion instantly realized the truth. I will take its place. It will walk out as a human. Lumion, who didn't know what ability had affected him or when he had encountered the anomaly, only had one thought, giving it his all by finishing the sacrificial dance and partially activating the black thorn symbol on his chest. He slowly but firmly began his dance, but the blacksmith monster didn't seize the opportunity to attack. It seemed to be patiently waiting for the outcome, afraid that additional actions would impact its fate. As he edged closer and danced each step, Lumion's vision grew increasingly blurry. He only knew that the blacksmith monster's smile was becoming more and more human. After advancing some distance, Lumion's mind buzzed. He heard a terrifying sound that seemed to come from an infinite distance, yet also seemed close at hand. This wasn't clear enough and was very illusory. It only caused some disorder in his mind, preventing him from experiencing a near-death experience. Amid his grogginess, Lumion's thoughts cleared, and his vision returned to normal. He felt a burning sensation in his chest and knew that the partially activated black thorn symbol meant trouble. Almost simultaneously, he saw the smile on the blacksmith monster's face freeze. Numerous silver and black warts protruded from the monster's face, head, and hands. The wicked dirk in its hand buzzed and vibrated violently, as if trembling in fear. Pa! Amidst a crisp metallic snap, a jagged fracture shot across the pewter-black dirk's demon-etched blade. The blacksmith monster crumbled into silver-black warts and warped maggots crawling across its black robe. The maggots and warts stopped moving, turning into lifeless gray flesh. Lumion gawked at the scene, dumbstruck. It was as if the enemy had suddenly committed suicide mid-battle while he stood by helpless. After over 10 seconds, he snorted at the fleshy lumps in bemused disbelief. So you dragged me here to attend your own funeral? You should have said so earlier. No need for all this pomp and show. I'd have gladly shown up and applauded your swan song. He strode over to the chunks of flesh the blacksmith monster had crumbled into and scrutinized them intently. Nothing else seemed amiss, save that the slightly cracked pewter-black dirk still quivered minutely, like a wounded animal encountering its mortal foe. Lumion's heart raced as he looked down at his chest, sensing the black thorn symbol beneath his clothes. He realized the truth and grabbed the pewter-black dirk with his right hand. The evil dirk trembled vigorously but didn't struggle or resist. It was docile. As soon as he held it, the heat in his chest intensified. Something leaked out, resonating with the pewter-black dirk. Amidst the metallic hum, Lumion grasped a greater understanding of the sinister dirk in his grip. It was a corrupted Beyonder weapon, gaining power and a semblance of life. In other words, Lumion hadn't encountered a blacksmith monster. The dirk was the true menace. The blacksmith monster was its puppet, or rather, wielder. It could gradually transform any living being who touched its cold steel and drew blood into a zombie, robbing them of will and reason. They would always clutch it and act on its desires. Those who were cut by it, spilling crimson, would have their destiny appropriated by its edge. When seizing one's fate, it could inflict no further harm. Just now, it had bartered the fate of the blacksmith monster, becoming a puppet to exchange for Lumion leaving the wilderness as a human. If there was nothing to trade, he had to kill the target completely to strip a portion of his fate from him and store it in the dirk. This ability came from the dancer's corresponding sequence 5, Fate Appropriator. Therefore, after the corruption in Lumion's body was half-activated, it resonated with the evil dirk through flesh and blood, letting some knowledge seep out. Otherwise, he could only get someone to use divination and figure out patterns to grasp the pewter black dirk's abilities and characteristics. He could also rely on his repeated experiments to gather information. After sorting out the additional knowledge in his mind, Lumion looked at the evil dirk that was still trembling in his hand and chuckled. "Actually, I don't mind you appropriating some of my destiny, but you'll have to bear the consequences. If you can swap with my fate of being trapped in this time loop, I'll kneel and grovel before you 3 times. Tusk, but randomly appropriating destinies will only hurt you." The pewter black dirk merely trembled, not daring to respond. Lumion now understood why the dirk was so obedient. First, the half-activated black thorn symbol suppressed it. Second, encountering Lumion had traumatized the sentient weapon. Exhaling, Lumion said, "From today onward, your name is Fate Appropriator Dirk." "Got it." The dirk bobbed up and down twice, as if nodding. "Unfortunately, you're only a Beyonder weapon. Your power will gradually fade. You could have lasted 2 years, but now, severely damaged from your foolishness, you'll only survive half a year," Lumion said regretfully. In fact, he could replenish Fate Appropriator by extracting power from the corruption in his body, but that required finding someone to repair the crack. No sooner had he spoken than the heat in his chest quickly vanished. The minute was up. Wasting no time, he hurled Fate Appropriator dirk away as if it were red-hot coal. Chapter 86. Another idea. The pewter black dirk clattered to the ground, bouncing a few times before coming to rest. Lumion heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, without the protection of the half-activated black thorn symbol, "This thing's a ticking time bomb." Luckily, he already knew how to avoid the sinister dirk's adverse effects. Lumion approached the grayish-white remains and picked up the black robe left behind by the monstrous blacksmith. He tore off several strips of cloth and wrapped them tightly around his right hand, as if applying a thorough bandage. Then, Lumion grasped the Fate Appropriator dirk. The pewter black dirk remained unresponsive the entire time. Prepared to discard the item in his hand at any moment, Lumion relaxed and whispered, "I need to find a scabbard to carry it around safely. Do I have to permanently bandage my left or right hand just to have time to protect myself when I need to draw the blade in an emergency? This thing is dangerous, but it's also incredibly powerful. Besides its short lifespan, it outclasses all the Beyonder weapons Auror mentioned. Many level 3 sealed artifacts might not even compare." While muttering to himself, Lumion swaddled the Fate Appropriator dirk in layers of black cloth. Once wrapped securely in 3 layers, he slid the evil dirk into his left belt with a sense of relief. Having done this, Lumion rubbed his temples and, despite his physical and mental exhaustion, entered the room from which the blacksmith monster had emerged. He searched the room meticulously. Aside from the smoldering furnace, he found nothing. Lumion's investigation concluded cautiously and carefully as he retraced his steps. Unhindered by fate, he successfully left the ruins, crossed the desolate wasteland, and entered his semi-subterranean 2-story building. Not in a rush to sleep, Lumion left the room, stowed the Fate Appropriator dirk, and rested briefly. Once his spirituality recovered and his needs were met, he performed the bizarre dance, alternating between madness and distortion in his bedroom. He aimed to attract the peculiar creatures in the vicinity, and let one of them possess him to test the negative effects. Having sensed the fear and reverence of the flaming monster, the three-faced monster, and the fate appropriator dirk towards the black thorn symbol, he was no longer as terrified of allowing certain entities to possess him. His corruption was far more powerful. Moreover, he was quite exhausted and would soon fall asleep. When the time came, even if the strange being he harbored was reluctant to leave or caused severe negative effects, he would recover after resting in the real world for a day. Is this what Auror often calls cheating and exploiting loopholes? Lumion mused as he danced. As the dance intensified, his spirituality expanded, merging with a certain force of nature that radiated in all directions. Gradually, Lumion, seemingly fused with his surroundings, sensed something entering the area. He lifted his leg, took a step, and spun around. Without activating his spirit vision, he saw 3 translucent figures materialize at the bedroom's glass window. They were the familiar skinless monster, shotgun monster, and mouth orifice monster. Seems like my spiritual perception isn't strong enough or my level is too low. I can only summon them. Lumion didn't mind. He drew the ritual silver dagger Auror had given him and sliced a wound on the back of his left hand. A drop of crimson blood quickly welled up but didn't spread. On the spot, it congealed and took on a demonic hue. The 3 ghostly figures outside the window instantly stirred. Lumion deftly used the ritual silver dagger to pick up the congealed drop of blood. With a final flourish of his dance moves, he pointed the blade towards the mouth orifice monster. He was inviting the entity to latch onto him. The monster, bearing 3 black marks on its upper body, opened its vortex-shaped mouth as if responding to Lumion's call, but it hesitated to take further action. That's right. The window is still closed, and the monsters in the dream ruins don't dare enter my house. Lumion swiftly grasped the situation. In sync with his dance rhythm, he leapt, landing gracefully on the desk before the window. With his left hand, he slid the tightly shut glass window open. Then he extended the ritual silver dagger, bloodied tip first, outside the house. Instead of devouring the drop of blood and entering Lumion's body through the ritual silver dagger, the maw-like creature retreated 7 or 8 meters, floating amidst the howling wind, still mesmerized by the dance. "Hey, come over." Lumion, on the verge of completing his final dance step, couldn't help but urge anxiously. The 3 hazy, translucent figures outside the house drifted further away. As Lumion's dance came to a halt, they vanished entirely. Lumion stared at the scene, baffled by the mouth orifice monster's refusal to possess him. He carefully reviewed the dance and the bloodletting process, certain he had made no mistakes. Could it be that its fixation remembers that I killed it, so it's unwilling to attach itself to me? But the knowledge that came with Dancer didn't mention this. Logically, it should be more eager to possess me and take revenge. Lumion pondered. Recalling the 3-faced monster's flight upon seeing him, he formulated a new hypothesis. I'm corrupted by an evil god and sealed by a greater being. Are these strange creatures terrified and unwilling to attach themselves to me? This was an extremely rare circumstance. It made sense that Dancer's corresponding mystical knowledge wouldn't cover such anomalies. The more Lumion considered it, the more he believed this was the cause and the angrier he became. So you guys just watch me dance, but aren't willing to possess me. What's this called? In Auror's words, freeloading. Lumion's disappointment grew as he realized that, before reaching Contracti, one of Dancer's abilities was rendered useless. He couldn't attract strange creatures and exploit their traits or powers. He consoled himself, hoping that only the Dream Ruins creatures behaved like this. After all, they were closely tied to the owner of the Blackthorn symbol. I wonder what I can attract in reality. Will they dare to attach themselves to me? Lumion mused, walking to his bed and lying down. His mood lifted as he glanced at the fate appropriator dirk, ensconced in layers of black cloth, on the cabinet beside him. This powerful Beyonder weapon would aid him in delving deeper into the dream ruins and uncovering their secrets. The only drawback was its inability to be brought into the real world. I wonder if that mysterious lady can help bring it out, just like how she brought the potion and ritual ingredients into the dream ruins. But the next time I explore the dream ruins, I'll have to trouble her to bring the fate appropriator Dirk back in. She's definitely unwilling to keep providing help. She's clearly averse to hassle and prefers slacking off. With these thoughts, Lumion drifted into a deep sleep. When Lumion woke up, the sky was an unnatural shade of Inkai black. Only a smoldering crimson smear of sunset remained in the distance, filling him with a bleak melancholy as if the entire world had abandoned him. Adjusting his emotions, Lumion left the room and descended to the first floor. Auror was busy cooking dinner. "Are your eyes okay?" Lumion went over to help. "Pretty much." Auror tucked a stray lock of blonde hair behind her ear and widened her eyes at him. Lumion peered into their light blue depths but saw nothing amiss beyond a hint of blood. Auror continued frying the lamb chops and casually asked, "Discovered anything interesting in the dream ruins this time?" Lumion began chopping ingredients for the last dish, recounting his encounters. "That blade is powerful indeed." Seeing her brother was unharmed, Auror stifled her concern with a laugh. "If it were me, I'd never call it fate appropriator Dirk. Too straightforward, lacking charm." Lumion asked curiously, "What would you name it then?" Auror smiled and said, "Fallen Mercury?" "Fallen Mercury it is." Lumion nodded immediately. He had to use the name his sister gave. Auror burst out laughing. "Actually, it's not the best name, but that's all I could think of on short notice." The monster's behavior confirms our theory. The black thorn symbol on your chest, or rather the corruption in your body, isn't simple. It can suppress something powerful to an extent and relates closely to that hidden existence. Perhaps the key to the loop lies with you. "Yes," Lumion nodded. "Let's see what secrets the dream ruins hold. Then we'll wait patiently for the 12th night." So far, they had investigated almost all abnormalities. Only the tomb where the owl was had not been explored. It was far too dangerous. Auror didn't believe she, Lumion, and the 3 foreigners could face it. Her only hope was asking Madame Puales for help, but she clearly didn't intend to interfere, merely waiting for the opportune moment. Lumion didn't hold much hope, recounting how the strange creatures his dance attracted were hindered by the 2 symbols on his body, preventing success. "Grand Sower, any ideas to circumvent this restriction?" Auror scooped up the lamb chops, pondering a moment. "Since it's impossible to invite a god to possess you, why not try giving an order?" "Order?" Lumion's eyes lit up. Auror nodded slightly. "Since those strange creatures fear the corruption in your body and the seal of that great existence, use their fear like a fox assuming the authority of a tiger. Order them to attach themselves to you. Right, use ancient Hermes when you try." "That's an idea." Lumion understood what his sister meant by a fox assuming the authority of a tiger. Chapter 87. Catharsis. Auror carried the plate of lamb chops to the table and said, "I'm not sure if ordering them under those circumstances will work. After all, I'm not a dancer and I don't have any relevant mysticism knowledge. However, you won't lose anything by trying." "That's true." Lumion took over at the stove and said with a grin, "It'll just be another wound while I bleed a little. I'll recover after a nap." "What do you think the 3-headed giant at the top of the mountain is? What does it have to do with the hidden existence and the corruption in my body?" Auror set the plates down and turned around. "Don't you think you're overestimating me? I've never encountered or heard of such strange things." Without waiting for Lumion's response, she added thoughtfully, "However, there are many similar concepts in the myths and legends of my hometown. They have 3 heads and 6 arms, gods or demons," she continued. "And according to our guesses, the dream ruins are closely related to the corruption in your body. There's a high chance that the giant's image reflects some aspects of the hidden existence. You said that the honorific name or description of that person is different from the usual ones. Every segment contains 3 aspects and 3 forms that symbolize a certain authority. Therefore, it's very normal to correspond to 3 heads, just like how the three-faced monster has faces that represent the three stages of humanity. As for why it has 6 arms and why it sits atop the blood-colored mountain, there's too little information. I can't guess. Focus on the circle of walls for the time being. I feel that we can find many useful clues. All right. Lumion followed his sister's instructions and placed the sliced shredded potatoes into the pot, stir-frying them with oil. Auror ended the topic regarding the dream ruins and said to Lumion, "When you went to bed in the afternoon, I thought about it seriously and decided to invite the 3 foreigners to stay with us." "Why?" Lumion was puzzled. Auror watched her brother bustling around and sighed. "We assumed the Padre would react like a normal person, but we can't forget that some of his followers have already accepted a boon. In a way, they're corrupted. According to the mysterious lady, the boon's effects concentrate on the body and mind. So, besides gaining abilities, one's personality will shift. The more boons a person takes, the more severe the change will be, especially if they can't handle it." "Right." Lumion recalled the mysterious lady's words. She warned that if the body couldn't endure such a massive boon, the recipient would either turn into a monster, become a puppet of an unknown entity, or transform into someone else who'd treat things they cherished in the past with indifference. Auror concluded. Thus, Shepherd Pierre Barry and his followers, who have received the boons long ago, might disregard the Padre's plan and seek greater vengeance. If the 5 of us stick together and support each other, we can effectively improve our chances of survival until the 12th night. Lumion pondered her proposal and agreed, but he raised a logistical issue. "So, where do they stay? In the living room downstairs? It won't work as well if we're on separate floors." Auror glanced at her brother, who approached with a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes. "You can move into my room, and we'll let the 3 foreigners use your bedroom and the study upstairs. They can divide the rooms among themselves." "Huh!" Lumion didn't expect such an arrangement. "I'll share a bed with you." Auror couldn't help but laugh. No big deal. Strong, independent women don't sweat the small stuff. "Huh!" Lumion didn't grasp his sister's last remark. Auror chuckled, explaining, "I'm saying that given our situation, let's not get hung up on trivial matters. You want to share a bed with Ryan and Valentine, or should I sleep with Lee?" "True. I can't fully trust them." Lumion nodded. The 3 official investigators only cooperated with the siblings because they were trapped in a loop. Who knew if they'd secretly manipulate the situation while they slept together, planning to capture the 2 wild Beyonders once the loop ended? Auror chuckled and suggested, "If they're concerned about us and decide to share a room, you can sleep in the other one. Better to stay in the same room." Lumion felt the walls offered little protection. Auror said no more, only adding, "Remind me to restock our food supply tomorrow. After Lent, the villagers will grow stranger. We might need to defend this place or hide in the nearest high mountain pasture." Then, she urged her brother to eat dinner. Before sunset, Lumion left the semi-subterranean 2-story building, ready to invite Ryan and the others to move into his home. Upon seeing all tavern in sight, Lumion spotted a few familiar faces. Pons Baynett was strolling down the village's main road with his 3 thugs. Almost instantly, the black-haired, blue-eyed, muslin-bound villain noticed Lumion. He couldn't help but clamp his legs together, as if recalling some excruciating agony. Eyeing Lumion, Pons Baynett faced a dilemma. He craved revenge, but feared history would repeat itself with him and his men beaten to a pulp. As Pons Baynett wavered, Lumion flashed a brilliant grin. "Hey, isn't this my rebellious son?" He strode towards the villain and his 3 thugs who had drowned Rhea Mund, poised to pummel them. Pons Baynett saw this and didn't hesitate. With his eyes, he signaled to the 3 brutes beside him, ordering them to charge. The 3 thugs immediately rushed at Lumion and pulled out short sticks, iron rods, and other weapons. Lumion sped up too. Just as he was about to collide with the 3 thugs, he abruptly leapt at one of the enemies. This unorthodox move caused the 3 thugs' attacks to miss. Lumion grabbed the target's shoulder and did a somersault. His back seemed to flex like a spring, helping him grab the enemy and build up enough force for the roll. In an agile, exaggerated forward somersault, Lumion hurled the enemy and smashed him into the ground. Bang! The thug's vision darkened. His whole body ached and he couldn't rise for a moment. At that instant, Lumion landed behind the other two, only 7 or 8 steps from Pons Bayonet. He crouched slightly and charged at the villain. As Pons Bayonet frantically dodged, he shouted, "Quick, quick, stop him!" The remaining 2 thugs hastily turned and chased after Lumion. Pons Bayonet composed himself and brazenly charged at the bastard, preparing to stall him before they surrounded him. Just as the 2 thugs were about to catch up to Lumion, who had deliberately not run at full speed, suddenly stopped and squatted. Amid grinding sounds, not only did the 2 thugs fail to hit their targets back, but because they couldn't halt in time, they lost their balance and collided with Pons Bayonet. Lumion pounced like a tiger and grabbed the 2 thugs' necks. He lifted their bodies and smashed their heads together. Bang! The 2 thugs' foreheads instantly swelled and they fainted on the spot. Immediately after, Lumion tossed away the burden and exerted strength with his feet. He twisted his body and slid behind Pons, who had just risen. He grabbed the other party's arms and bent them backward. With a cracking sound, Pons Bayonet let out an extremely pained scream. "How is it? Does it feel good?" Lumion asked Pons Bayonet with a smile as he hoisted him and marched out of the village. Before long, he arrived beside the river, grabbed the back of Pons Bayonet's head and forced him under water. As bubbles surfaced, Lumion lifted Pons Bayonet's head, turned his face, and asked with a smile, "Does it feel good to bully others?" Pons Bayonet's face was soaked, and he looked to be in extreme agony. Snot and saliva flowed out, making it impossible for him to answer. "Doesn't it feel great?" Lumion's voice suddenly intensified. He grabbed the villain's head and smashed his forehead into the water, hitting the cobblestones. Bright crimson liquid seeped out of the water. Pons Bayonet struggled uselessly with his legs, unable to lift his head. Gulp. Gulp. As time dragged on, his struggles weakened. Only then did Lumion haul him up. He thrust out his left hand and smacked Pons across the face. "I'm asking you, does it feel good to bully others?" Pure terror filled Pons's eyes. He didn't know how to respond. Just then, a figure ambled over to the riverside. It was the hooded shepherd Pierre Barry. He glanced at the pathetic Pons and gently told Lumion, "We're all from the same village. Enough. You want to kill him?" Lumion immediately released Pons's head and stood up. He grinned at Pierre Barry, replying, "I'll listen to you. Make sure this jerk doesn't bully others again." Without waiting for Pierre's response, Lumion strode past the shepherd into the village. On the second floor of All Tavern, in Ryan's room, Lumion relayed his sister's thoughts to the 3 official investigators. Ryan exchanged a look with Lee and Valentine and nodded. Smart thinking. In a situation like this, spreading ourselves too thin just makes us an easy target. "We can move into your house now." As they headed to Lumion and Auror's house with her luggage, Lee asked Lumion amidst her tinkling sounds, "So what's the plan for the tomb?" "The plan?" Lumion snorted. "You think we can just waltz in there?" Lee smiled, relieved. "Good, you're still being cautious." Ryan chimed in. "What we mean is if whatever's in that tomb really leads to the cycle's key, it'll show up during the 12th night ritual. And if it's got nothing to do with the source of the cycle, why take the risk going in? In short," Lumion said, catching on, "we just wait patiently for the 12th night." Chapter 88. Ryan nodded at Lumion's confirmation. "You can interpret it that way, but if there are any other abnormalities worth investigating, we can't ignore them." "All right." Lumion actually shared the same thought. He hadn't even planned on participating in Lent, just in case he couldn't resist attacking when he saw the performance at the celebration. The 4 of them rapidly reached Lumion's residence, where Auror led them to the 2nd floor. Now dressed in a pure white cotton dress that accentuated her down-to-earth charm, Auror pointed to Lumion's bedroom and study, offering the 3 official investigators a choice. "You can choose either room." Ryan glanced at Lee, seeking her opinion. After pondering for a few seconds, Lee raised her right hand, pointed at the study with a smile, and said, "That recliner looks pretty good. I could sleep there." "Ryan, bunk in that room with Valentine." While Auror had the same question in mind, Lumion asked, "You trust us that much?" He assumed the 3 foreigners would opt to sleep in the same room on the floor, fearing an attack if they were separated. Lee grinned and answered Lumien's half-mocking, half-doubtful query. "My divination tells me the two of you can be trusted." As she spoke, she walked into the study. Accompanied by tinkling sounds, she lay on the recliner with a contented expression. Auror found Lee intriguing and approachable. She smiled and advised, "A friend once told me that you can believe in divination, but not blindly. Divination is not all-powerful." My mentor said something similar, but we're all in the same situation. "If I don't trust it, what else can we do?" Lee replied with a grin, snuggling into the recliner. Auror didn't mind relinquishing her favorite seat. She pulled over a chair and sat down. Their study also served as a small living room. It occasionally hosted afternoon tea parties, so there was ample space and chairs. Ryan surveyed the corridor briefly before returning to the study. He said to Auror and Lumien, "I have some suggestions. Please go ahead." Auror politely assumed an attentive posture. Ryan nodded and offered, "First, when you sleep at night, don't close any doors. Let everyone be in the same space. This way, no matter where an abnormality occurs, we can react promptly. Second, considering we've destroyed the altar, someone might attempt to deal with us before Lent. Starting tonight, everyone will take turns on night duty. Yes, from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next morning, 2 hours per person." How professional, Auror muttered almost silently. Lumien glanced at her, as if asking why she hadn't thought of it. Auror spread her hands slightly, signaling her lack of experience in team operations. She then turned to Ryan and Valentine, stating confidently, "Lumien will cover the period between 10 p.m. and midnight." Lee and the others didn't object to this arrangement. From their perspective, it made sense. Among the 5 present, Lumien had the lowest sequence and least experience. He was most prone to mistakes on night duty, but from 10 p.m. to midnight, others would still be awake to cover for him. Lumien knew his sister's intentions extended beyond this. He had to explore the dream ruins undisturbed after falling asleep. After finalizing the first schedule, Valentine volunteered. "I'm used to sleeping and waking early. I'll take the 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. slot." "You get up early to welcome the sunrise," Lumien teased instinctively. Valentine's gaze on him softened. "Yes, I want to greet the rising sun and praise the light," his eyes seemed to say. "As expected, only a devout believer of the eternal blazing sun understands me. Hey, I'm mocking you, brother." Lumien felt slightly defeated by Valentine. In the eternal blazing sun church, brother was a term used among believers. The 2 mainstream organizations within it, the Order of Preachers and the Brotherhood Minor, employed the term. "I'm not used to being woken up mid-sleep," Lee chimed in. "I'll take the midnight to 2 a.m. slot," Auror nodded. "I like to wake up late. I can take 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., and don't wake me for breakfast tomorrow. I'll get up around noon. Leave the rest to me." Ryan claimed the worst period with satisfaction. He also entered the study and found a chair to sit on. A conversation flowed effortlessly. Auror, though seldom venturing out, possessed a wealth of knowledge spanning from astronomy to geography. She had her finger on the pulse of the latest trends, scandals, and supernatural events in metropolises like Trier and Backlund. This left Lee, Ryan, and the others secretly in awe of her. As expected of the renowned author Auror Lee couldn't help but exclaim. "No wonder you can tackle any theme." Auror inquired with genuine curiosity. "Have you read my novels?" Lee's eyes sparkled as she replied with a smile. "I've been reading your first novel since I was a young girl. By the way, I'd love your autograph." As she searched for papers and fountain pens, the silver bells on her veil and boots jingled. "Are those sealed artifacts?" Having heard Lumien mention Lee's performance with the 4 bells, Auror couldn't resist asking. Lee produced a stack of post-it notes and a fountain pen, casually responding. "Yes, they can proactively warn me and enhance my divination abilities. The downside is they're rather noisy and not exactly discreet. Plus, the wearer must dress fashionably, with a dress being mandatory. It has to look good, or it'll be not only useless but also potentially misleading or even dangerous." Auror chuckled. "I can't decide if these bells were originally a man or a woman." Lumian agreed. If they were from a woman, it was a remnant of her vanity. If a man, he was undoubtedly a pervert. Lee offered a faint smile. That involves some confidentiality, so I can't say any more. She stood up, handing Auror a post-it note and the fountain pen. Auror signed and asked, "Which genre of my novels do you prefer?" "Romance," Lee replied without hesitation. "Your first novel, Eternal Love, left a deep impression on me." "I wrote that book too early," Auror admitted with a hint of embarrassment. "I was young and my writing skills were unpolished. I lacked experience. Many scenes felt rigid, and much of the dialogue was overly emotional and unrealistic." Lumian chimed in, "But it's sincere and original." Having read his sister's novel, he knew it dealt with a couple's separation through life and death, interwoven with adventure, misunderstandings, and terminal illness. It was a trailblazing piece in the Ainz literary world. Naturally, this drew criticism from conservative authors and critics. They echoed Auror's self-assessment and claimed it couldn't qualify as literature, deeming it a mere pedestrian novel. "That's right," Lee agreed, retrieving the paper and pen. She looked at Auror and asked with a smile, "Miss Author, would you consider becoming our informant at Bureau 8? Seeing Auror's surprise, she continued, "Our primary objective in targeting wild Beyonders is that they are unpredictable and may lose control or cause disaster at any moment. Otherwise, they can use their Beyonder powers for all sorts of malicious purposes to satisfy their desires. Over the past few days in the village, I've carefully observed both of you and confirmed that you're orderly Beyonders. Prior to arriving in Cordu, the information we gathered indicated that you haven't committed any wrongdoing on the surface. This meets our recruitment standards. Moreover, once you become our informants, you won't need to worry about being targeted by official Beyonders." Auror found the proposition enticing. She glanced at Lumian and gave a slight nod. "I'll think about it. I'll give you my answer when the cycle is over." Lumian immediately understood why his sister had looked his way. "I don't have a problem, but will a heavily corrupted guy like you bomb the test?" After chatting briefly, the siblings bid adieu to Lee and the others and headed back to Auror's room. Auror perched on the edge of the bed and glanced at the door. She hushed her voice and muttered, "Lee's socially adept. What do you mean?" Lumian also sensed Lee had made the vibe harmonious in the study. Auror smiled and said, "She took the initiative to bring up my novel and asked for my autograph to bond with me, so she could pitch recruiting me. The recruiting was to fix the distrust and barriers we have, easing teamwork the next few days. The whole process seemed natural, not off-putting or wary. That's a sign of high EQ. You should follow her lead." Lumian remembered the chat and said self-deprecatingly, "If it were me, I might have been booted by now." Amused, Auror leaned back and said, "At least you know yourself." She ruffled her blonde hair and said, "I'll nap a bit. My eyes haven't fully healed, so I need more rest. Rouse me at 10 and I'll keep watch over you. It's your first night shift, so better safe than sorry." Lumian didn't object and agreed instantly. He watched his sister lie on the bed unhesitatingly, pull the blanket over her and close her eyes. The room instantly turned eerily silent. Lumian quietly switched off the electric lamp and drew the curtains. Then he sat on the chair by the desk and quietly watched his sister sleeping peacefully under the crimson moonlight. His heart gradually calmed down. Chapter 89. Nothing happened. The wind outside rustled, almost silent. Lumian allowed his thoughts to wander in this tranquil state as instinctive questions ran through his mind. There's still light in the corridor. Lee must be awake still, reading Auror's book collection. Pitch darkness blankets my bedroom. Valentine should be resting in bed. I wonder what Ryan's up to. They didn't bring any alcohol on their first visit. They've no clue about Darij's customs. If the cycle lifts, Grand Sower can turn informant for Bureau 8. When the time comes, she won't fret over any investigation if she goes to try her. As for me, I needn't undergo any special tests as an informant, right? Now we've a full theory of the whole affair. The sole thing we can't be sure of is the owl and the dead warlock in the tomb's role, if they bewitched the Padre and company, causing the abnormality to achieve some goal with the 12th night ritual. Why did they do nothing but monitor my progress exploring the dream ruins? Could it be that, like Madame Puali's, they await a specific time or the ritual on the 12th night, intending to complete the disrupted part? Is that why they want no changes to the loop, restarting it ahead of time? Their actions, in turn, prove the key to the loop lies with me. That's why they repeatedly try to confirm how far I've explored the dream ruins. If I unlock the dream's secret before the 12th night comes and master recycling the corruption, will they ignore the possibility of the cycle restarting ahead of time and attack me to hold me in custody? Yes, it's very likely they still have their memories. As all sorts of thoughts raced through his mind, Lumion suddenly heard faint commotion. Bah! It was a sheep's bleat, as if from afar. Lumion instantly thought of the 3 people turned sheep and shepherd Pierre Barry. Don't tell me he really wants to attack us dead of night. Lumion stood up and listened intently. Outside the window was but the wind's sound through leaves and branches. No bleating. It seemed Lumion, so engrossed in his thoughts, was hallucinating. But he didn't think so because he felt slight heat in his left chest. The black thorn symbol seemed to have appeared again. This meant an invisible force closely tied to the hidden existence had quietly invaded the room. Lumion had no time to think. He rushed to the bed and shook Auror. "Wake up. Wake up," he shouted in a hushed voice. He instinctively worried Lee, Ryan, and Valentine would sense something amiss with him. Auror opened her eyes, her light blue eyes clearly dazed. "What time is it?" she asked in a weak voice. Obviously, she was still not fully awake. "There's a situation," Lumion said decisively before continuing. 9:30. They were one of the few families in the village with wall clocks. Auror's eyes snapped open. She bolted upright, threw out her right hand, and massaged her temples. She had no time to consider what she might see that she shouldn't. If she couldn't pinpoint the anomaly and confirm the problem as soon as possible, she might not have to worry about seeing anything again. The dead had no need for eyes. Auror scanned the room, her gaze darkening as if reflecting strange, indescribable lights and shadows. Lumion seized the chance to tell his sister about the sheep's bleat he'd heard in the distance and the triggered heat in the black thorn symbol on his chest. Auror frowned. "But I didn't detect anything." "The burning in my chest remains," Lumion rumbled. He felt inexplicably terrified. The darkness around him was not simple. An indescribable danger lurked. Auror scrutinized every corner of the room, trying to find the unknown. Silently, Lumion broke into a cold sweat, a stark contrast to the searing heat in his left chest. He deliberated for a moment and said, "Why not tell Ryan and the others? Maybe they can find something." Auror pondered, then nodded. "Use your sudden sense of impending danger as an excuse." "Right." Lumion opened his mouth, about to yell outside, then froze. "What is it?" Auror asked, alarmed. Lumion frowned. "The heat in my chest is dimming fast," meaning the blackthorn symbol was fading rapidly. "The danger invading our room has left," Auror mused. "Because we prepared, it did nothing." "Perhaps." Lumion turned to the corridor and bellowed, "Something's wrong." Ryan appeared in the doorway in the blink of an eye, followed by Lee, then Valentine, who looked jolted from sleep. Without waiting to be asked, Lumion recounted what had happened, using his sense of danger in place of the burning in his chest. Ryan listened intently, not doubting this was Lumion's hallucination. He sighed. It's useful indeed to take turns on night watch. Mostly it's boredom, but if it saves everyone, it's almost life and death. As he spoke, he conjured pure sunrise gleam around him, circling every room on the second floor. Though he couldn't find the sinister power, he could at least sanctify the environment. Lee paced around, muttering under her breath. Her veil and boots jangled ominously, then fell silent just as abruptly. Finally, she said to Auror and Lumion, "It was dicey just now. On top of that, whatever it was could block my sealed artifact from giving me any warning. I'm afraid these stupid bells will only go off once that thing really starts targeting someone, but now it has left." "Well, that's reassuring." Auror sighed in relief. "Maybe it wasn't a single creature." Lumion relaxed and grinned. "Could have been more than one." Ryan and the others were silent. "That's even worse." Auror lashed out at Lumion and told the investigators, "Now that the alarm's off, let's get back to our schedule." She didn't mention who might have snuck in to attack them. There were too many possibilities. Shepherd Pierre Barry, the unknown corpse in the tomb, or the shady deputy padre. Without solid clues, speculating would just waste time. Better to wait until daylight. For now, they just had to remember that nighttime held real danger. Someone was out to get them, so they'd need to stay on high alert. Once Lee and the others had gone to their rooms, Lumion glanced at the wall clock and asked Auror, "Want to sleep in a bit more?" "No way, waking up and crashing this late sucks." Auror stretched her arms overhead. "Ugh, just to handle emergencies, I got this dress with pockets for spell components and useful stuff. I didn't even dare roll over, scared I might stab myself. I slept like a board." As she spoke, she hopped off the bed and strode to the window. She yanked back the curtains and peered outside. Cordu was silent. Many houses were still lit up. "I thought that Owl would come after us for sure, but there's no sign of it out there." Auror surveyed the area and explained to Lumion. Lumion nodded. "That was my guess, too." He then leaned in and whispered everything he had figured out to his sister. "Not bad," Auror said with a smile. "You're getting better at analyzing situations. I've got nothing to add." She paused. "But we can't take matters into our own hands. That tomb is too dangerous." At this point, she exclaimed, "At dawn, we'll pay Madame Pualis a visit and tell her your theory. Let her know the Warlock's and Owl's motives might affect her escape from this time loop at that precise moment." "I'll go myself," Lumion said. He didn't want Auror anywhere near Madame Pualis, who had designs on her. Auror didn't argue. She only reminded him, "Watch your back. Don't piss her off or else." She eyed his abdomen meaningfully. Auror sighed and said, "Truth is, that mysterious lady at All Tavern is clearly stronger, but she wants nothing to do with this time loop. No way she'll help us investigate that tomb." "Yeah," Lumion agreed. He then said, "Still, I'll drop by All Tavern tomorrow to see if I can run into her. What if she changes her mind?" "Fair enough." Auror didn't object. They chatted in hushed tones until midnight. After Lumion relieving his post with Lee in the study, he returned to Auror's room. He lay beside his sister, inhaling her familiar scent and sinking into the soft mattress. Sleep eluded him. "What's wrong?" Auror asked, noticing his tenseness. "Just not used to this," Lumion said carefully. Auror scoffed. "What happened to the bold Lumion, I know." Lumion didn't reply. Auror exhaled slowly and smiled. "Remember when you first started tailing me? You were scared I'd slip away and refused to sleep at night. You were super vigilant." "Yeah, I do." Lumion drifted into the past. "Back then, you'd hum me a lullaby and let me doze off to the sound of your voice." As soon as the words left his lips, a familiar melody reached his ears. Light and soothing, it calmed his body and mind. Leaning against the bed, Auror gazed into the deep crimson dark before her. She hummed the lullaby from her hometown, soft and wistful. It was a song their mother had crooned when Auror was just a kid, coaxing her to sleep. "Go to sleep, go to sleep." Lost in the gentle tune, Lumion gradually unwound and slipped under. Lumion woke up amidst the faint gray fog. He scoped the room and realized that he wasn't in his sister's room. He was still in his own room, Chapter 90, trying again. "Indeed, no matter where I fall asleep, I'll wake up here." Lumion tumbled out of bed and glimpsed at the fate appropriator Dirk beside him. No fallen Mercury. He paced to the window in the faint gray fog. He planted his hands on the desk and cast his gaze at the blood-colored peak. At the summit of the mountain, the fog was dense and stratified, utterly masking the three-headed, six-armed colossus. I nearly lost control with just a glance the last time. I really have no idea what to do if I have to face it in the future. Lumion sighed in frustration. He didn't sink into such emotions for long and quickly broke free, because he still had numerous things to do. Lumion contorted himself into a deranged dance within his bedroom, emitting a distorted spiritual pulse. Combined with the stirred forces of nature, he broadcasted himself in an unspecific direction. Before long, he sensed approaching entities and saw the translucent forms of the mouth orifice monster, the shotgun monster, and the skinless monster reflected in his glass window. Lumion was in no hurry. Following his dance, he withdrew a ritual silver dagger and stabbed the back of his left hand. A droplet of crimson swiftly surfaced and congealed into a bead atop his skin, guided by his spirituality and the forces of nature. The trio of creatures shifted but did not dare enter Lumien's abode or attach themselves to him. Lumien spun around, elevated his left hand and bellowed, "I!" Shouting in the ancient tongue of Hermes, it caused the room to rock faintly. Employing his ritual dagger, Lumien collected the droplet of blood and aimed it at the mouth orifice beast. "I command you, on to me," again in ancient Hermes. An imperceptible gust blew. The translucent form of the mouth orifice monster trembled visibly, as if seized and vigorously shaken by an invisible entity. Just as Lumien completed his dance, believing it would have no effect, the mouth orifice monster hurtled into the house and landed upon the ritual silver dagger, devouring the droplet of crimson. It then convulsed violently as it tunneled into Lumien's body through the silver dagger. Lumien could not help but gasp, his mind flooded with thoughts of so hungry, starving, starving. He hastily turned and stared at the full-length mirror on his wardrobe. He saw his visage was pallid and tinged cerulean. His maw gaped wildly, resembling a cadaver more than a living being. Success. Lumien exulted, gazing at his reflection as if regarding a stranger. It felt somewhat alien. He resisted his intense hunger and attempted to sense the mouth orifice monster possessing him. It was like acquiring an additional brain. Much of it brimmed with hunger, bloodlust, madness, and more. Instinctively, he had a proclivity to harness its characteristics. Lumien could utilize his will and spirituality to magnify one of those instincts. It equated to employing the mouth orifice monster's traits or abilities. Without a second thought, Lumien chose invisibility. In the blink of an eye, his reflection vanished from the full-length mirror. Everything from his body to his clothes to the ritual silver dagger had disappeared. Lumien took a few steps forward and back, but he couldn't spot any traces of himself in the mirror or glass. Of course, his footprints and scent remained. Lumien stuffed the silver dagger Auror had given him, raised his arms, and punched the air a few times. With each whooshing punch, the full-body mirror stayed empty until Lumien swung a fist at its surface. The moment his knuckles connected with the mirror, his outline materialized. His face was pale with a tinge of blue, and his eyes glinted dangerously. Unbelievable. No matter what I do, the invisibility stays on, but I can't mute it. However, as long as I attack the mirror, I lose invisibility. I thought it was optical invisibility, like Auror said, but it seems to be a result of mysticism. Attacking something forms a bond with it, rendering me invisible to its gaze. Lumien hovered his right fist over the mirror. After verifying the effects and limits of invisibility, ravenous hunger overwhelmed him. He stomped downstairs into the cellar and found 2 steaks. If not for his rationality, he would have sunk his teeth into the dark meat. Lumien abandoned the ingredients and grabbed the cheese he had stockpiled, realizing he had to fry the steak medium rare with no fire set up. He didn't care if it was clean or delectable. Like a ghost starved to death, he shoved food into his mouth. After eating a few cheese slices, Lumien finally satiated his intense hunger. Looks like this is the downside of the mouth orifice monster. He evaluated seriously. Luckily, I can still control my body and haven't lost my mind. That thing is obsessed with revenge, but overpowered by even greater fear. If I utter leave in ancient Hermes now, it'll bolt faster than anything. By now, Lumien was sure the mouth orifice monster's possession had acceptable side effects. Invisibility would become a potent weapon to explore and battle in the dream ruins. Coupled with fallen Mercury, he felt his combat ability had more than doubled. Lumien returned to the dining table, pulled out a chair and sat down, patiently awaiting the possession's end. Soon, his spirituality nearly depleted. He didn't strain himself. He stood up and performed some seemingly insane moves. It was the same dance to attract monsters. Its purpose was to force the possessing creature out. Without Lumien's command in ancient Hermes, The mouth orifice monster's blurry and translucent figure flew out and vanished through the glass window on the first floor without glancing back. Lumion couldn't help but make a self-deprecating remark. "Don't run so fast. You're acting like I have a cesspit on me." He knew he could maintain possession for about 3 minutes given his spirituality. Once invisible, his consumption rate would double. Of course, that was under normal circumstances. In danger, he could strain himself to last longer. But that risked losing control, best avoided if possible. Though the mouth orifice monster had left, Lumion still felt ravenous. He lit the stove and fried the steak medium well. Then he picked up his knife and fork and quickly forked it, and put it into his mouth. He felt that the juice locked in the meat was delicious. Lumion devoured 2 steaks in under 10 minutes, sating his hunger. Looking at the empty plate, he sighed. 3 minutes of possession needs at least 2 hours to recover. This didn't only mean eradicating hunger, but a recovery of spirituality too. Lumion knew his current state wasn't fit for exploring. He found flour, sugar, and other bits, using the oven at home to bake biscuits. With cheese, this would be his main source of fuel in the ruins. Had he more time, he'd have gotten jerky 2 food shepherds often carried. As a Cordu resident, he knew how to make them. Busy with this, Lumion pondered his dream ruin plans. First, circle the city wall. Then hunt that flaming beast. Only by amping up my strength can I better explore and unravel the secrets of the dream. The flaming monster's strength was at least sequence 7, and there was a high chance it was from the hunter pathway. Its various abilities perfectly squashed Lumion. He hadn't planned on dealing with that dude anytime soon, hoping to first seek out prey that was weaker and on par with a provoker. But now, scoring fallen Mercury and invisibility gave him a certain level of hope. When his spirituality had mostly recovered, Lumion placed the baked biscuits and sliced cheese into a cloth pouch and slung it around his waist. Then, he seriously wrapped his left hand in layers of white bandages and grabbed the evil dirk called Fallen Mercury. Hauling his shotgun and axe, Lumion strode towards the door on the first floor with the other stuff he needed. Suddenly, he had the feeling that he was a fully armed hunter preparing for a dangerous hunt. Many thoughts surfaced in his mind. My first move is to track the flaming monster's movements. Then I'll use invisibility to sneak up on it and stab it with Fallen Mercury. Before that, I'll hunt a weak monster and steal its bad fate. Then swap that fate with the flaming monsters. I can't do the sacrificial dance while possessed and half-activate the black thorn symbol. Otherwise, the mouth orifice monster will bolt from my body immediately. So, how do I get away from the flaming monster after hurting it and wait for the fate swap to finish? It'll easily lock onto me through my traces. Invisibility alone won't cut it. Lumion hadn't figured out the last part yet. That depended on early intel. As he opened the door and went into the wilderness, he had an odd feeling. If I can successfully hunt the flaming monster, my hunter potion will be fully digested. In the area where he'd met the flaming monster before, Lumion held his pewter-black dirk in his left hand. He carefully searched for any traces, on high alert for sudden attacks. After circling cautiously for nearly 10 minutes, he finally found signs of the flaming monster. In a collapsed house's corner, there were black scorch marks on a stone unlike any around it. Where there's one, there's two. Lumion quickly tracked the flaming monster's location and slowly, cautiously followed its trail. When the marks were fresh, he stopped and began to dance. Chapter 91. Scheming. Lumion danced to lure in strange creatures. His objective: to use invisibility to slip closer and analyze the flaming monster's habits and movements, gathering intel for future hunts. Within a mere 30 to 40 seconds, he used Ancient Hermes to reattach the mouth orifice creature to himself. An overwhelming hunger consumed Lumion, compelling him to open his mouth. It was as if his mouth had sprouted vortex-shaped teeth. Swiftly, he stifled the ravenous and insane thoughts flooding his being, pulled out a small biscuit and a cube of cheese, and shoved them into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. Simultaneously, he strengthened the mouth orifice creature's invisibility, causing him to vanish from sight. Having quelled his hunger, Lumion tried hard to clamp his mouth shut to prevent the aroma of biscuit and cheese from escaping. He then trailed the flaming monster along the road's edge. Before long, Lumion spotted the charred monster, its every limb ablaze. It was constructing a new trap in the clearing from before. "You're already a monster, yet you're still so dedicated." Lumion silently jeered. Naturally, he understood this was merely an expression of the monster's instinctive behavior. Lumion dared not approach too closely, halting beside a crumbling wall at the clearing's perimeter. He studied the flaming monster for a few moments before glancing back at the path he had traversed. He noticed that, although his footprints were faint and concealed in less conspicuous areas, they still existed. Lumion eyed his current position and hatched a plan. Closely monitoring the monster's movements, he seized a larger rock and hurled it to the side. As it flew, he pressed his right hand against the decaying wall and vaulted up, landing securely atop the wall. Crash! Lumion's actions were flawlessly masked by the sound of the rock striking the ground. After changing his vantage point, Lumion felt much more at ease. Monitoring his dwindling spirituality, he intently observed the flaming monster. He discerned that the flaming monster's traps were neither concealed nor challenging to detect. They didn't exploit any logical vulnerabilities or inertia-driven movement. They were simple and exposed. The most elementary example was the flaming monster stretching a rope slightly above one's ankle between two ruined buildings across the clearing. Any human or monster with normal vision could easily discover this trap. At first, Lumion didn't grasp its purpose, but after placing himself in the monster's position, he gradually discerned its potential significance. The intent of such traps was not to directly harm or ensnare enemies, but to forge an environment that enabled hunters to exhibit their full potential. In the heat of battle, one struggled to observe the environment and maintain situational awareness. Constantly distracted by these limitations, they occasionally had to slow down or alter their stance to evade traps. Hunters possessed the unique ability to remain alert to their surroundings at all times and exploit the environment to their advantage. This disparity widened the gulf between their strengths, an open conspiracy. Lumion nodded in understanding, recalling Auror's words. Suddenly, he perceived the flaming monster as a stern instructor imparting valuable lessons about hunters to him. Simultaneously, he remembered the content of Auror's novel. Stealing from a master is punishable by death. Eventually, the flaming monster ceased its activity. Its charred face instinctively scanned the vicinity. Then, it strode towards the edge of the clearing near Lumion, flames dancing from its body, following a predetermined route to the next location. Lumion mused to himself, his excitement mounting. For hunters, discerning a quarry's path was invaluable. Most traps lay hidden along such routes. As the flaming monster ambled, it scrutinized its surroundings and examined the ground, remaining vigilant. This caused Lumion to furrow his brow. He realized that a higher sequence hunter wouldn't be easily handled. The most effective counter to Beyonders was often individuals or objects of a higher sequence from the same pathway, even if the gap was only one or two sequences. "I'm better at your strengths than you are. You may lack what I possess." If not for his dancer-related abilities and the fallen Mercury dirk, Lumion wouldn't have dared to entertain any designs on the flaming monster. 7 to 8 seconds later, the flaming monster reached the edge of the clearing, approximately 5 to 6 meters from the crumbling wall. As before, the flaming monster's gaze instinctively roved. It paused, as if observing footprints near the wall's edge that appeared to have been left by someone. Thump, thump. Lumion's heart pounded involuntarily. He wasn't prepared to hunt the flaming monster just yet. Despite the 5 to 6 meters between them, Lumion hesitated to kill the enemy with fallen Mercury, knowing the latter hadn't stored an exchangeable fate. If a fight erupted, he'd be hunted before he could activate the black thorn symbol. Lumion struggled to control his heartbeat and breathing. His right hand hovered over the black cloth covering fallen Mercury's blade, ready to tear it away at any moment. If he leaped with full force from his current position, he might reach the flaming monster and avoid a long-range battle that favored his opponent. 2 or 3 seconds ticked by. The flaming monster averted its gaze and moved on. It didn't seem to have noticed Lumien's footprints. After covering another 10 meters, the flaming monster suddenly spun around. Flames erupted from its body, condensing into a massive, searing white fireball. The fireball rocketed like a cannonball toward the spot where Lumien had been perched at the edge of the crumbling wall. Following his instincts, Lumien, who was crouching on the wall, leaped down to the other side, where the flaming monster had laid its trap. Boom! A fiery blast erupted, causing the already unstable wall to collapse. Upon landing, Lumien rolled twice to avoid falling debris and the shockwave laced with flames. He immediately sprang back up, maintaining his invisibility. As he sped through the traps left by the flaming monster and headed toward another exit in the clearing, the flaming monster couldn't detect its enemy right away, so it focused on searching for clues. Finally, it spotted a series of faint footprints. By then, Lumien had reached the rope stretched between 2 collapsed buildings, easily jumping over it and fleeing the clearing. He dashed to a natural trap and shook off his pursuer. Having deactivated his invisibility, Lumien cursed in pain. Too treacherous, too treacherous. One of these monsters' heads is worth 2 of Ponz's. After finding my footprints, it pretended not to see them and deliberately increased the distance between us, fearing it might be defeated. As Lumien cursed, he felt like he had learned something new. Of course, there were drawbacks to this approach. The increased distance gave Lumien room to escape. Furthermore, his invisibility meant the flaming monster couldn't lock onto him right away. His chances of escaping were high. After catching his breath and restoring some energy, Lumien mused while eating biscuits and cheese. Based on what just happened, as long as I plan carefully and strike at the right moment, I can rely on invisibility to create distance and escape to a safe location, waiting for the fate exchange to complete. Lumien's invisibility would break upon attacking, but as long as he avoided contact, he could use it again. This valuable insight emerged from his reconnaissance. However, he also realized a problem. As a hunter, I didn't bring water when I went hunting in the mountains. I'm so thirsty. Both cheese and biscuits required water. The jerky Lumien intended to make in the future fell into this category too. After resting briefly, he resolved to hunt Noodle Man, strip its bad fate, and store it in fallen mercury. He couldn't risk being defenseless in an emergency again. A puppet's fate also belonged to fallen mercury and could be exchanged. But Lumien wasn't a wielder. He couldn't swap his fate with others. If he could, he'd gladly give away the bomb on him. About 30 minutes later, Lumien tracked down Noodle Man, the grotesque hodgepodge of limbs and features. Having completed the ritualistic dance in advance, Lumien strode towards Noodle Man openly. As expected, he found Noodle Man prostrate on the fetid ground, trembling uncontrollably. Very obedient, Lumien praised, gripping an iron-black axe in his right hand and the pewter-black fallen mercury dirk in his left. Though fallen mercury dirk's malignant aura seeped into Lumien's skin even without contact, he had long grown immune to its corrupting influence. What might drive ordinary Beyonders to losing control was nothing to him. Lumien glowered at the pathetic Noodle Man cowering before him, retracting his gaze from the gnashing maw on its forehead. According to Auror, death is a mercy for your kind. The sooner you expire, the sooner your suffering will end. As he spoke, Lumien crouched and plunged the pewter-black dirk deep into the back of Noodle Man's neck. Noodle Man spasmed, but did not resist or struggle. Lumien wrenched the dirk free and gripped his axe, swinging the weapon down with fluid grace. The axe head cleaved through flesh and bone, sending Noodle Man's head tumbling across the ground with fallen mercury's swipe. Blood erupted from the severed neck, splattering everywhere. Noodle Man's twitching remains soon fell still, lifeless at last. Lumien strode over to the head and retrieved fallen mercury with his left hand. In the fleeting second between breaths, an illusory river shimmered before his eyes. The river appeared to be constructed from intricate mercury symbols, and each symbol seemed formed by the river itself. At once, the river's branches disappeared, leaving only the primary current. It fractured midway and kinked as if wanting to double back to its source, but for now could not prevail. Chapter 92. Stripping Fate. Lumion couldn't grasp the meaning of the illusory river he saw or sensed. All he could surmise was that it symbolized fate. Guided by fallen Mercury's instincts, he lifted the blade's tip and aimed it at a Mercury symbol within the river. As soon as he made contact with the Mercury River, a series of scenes flashed through Lumion's mind. Noodle Man performing an enigmatic sacrificial dance. Noodle Man cowering before the black thorn symbol and prostrating itself. Noodle Man gathering the scattered flesh and blood throughout the dream ruins to satiate its hunger. Noodle Man attempting to approach the city wall circle, but retreating each time as if afraid of something. Noodle Man's head severed by an axe. Is this its entire existence since the loop began? Lumion realized this as he tried to stab the tip of fallen Mercury at the Mercury symbol representing Noodle Man's demise, the end of the illusory river. It was too immense and heavy for him to succeed. At that moment, the Mercury symbol started to dissipate, and the illusory river gradually faded. The images in Lumion's mind grew hazy. There's a time limit. Lumion didn't dare to dawdle. Adhering to the principle of proximity, he aimed the dark pewter dirk at Noodle Man's fate of succumbing to the black thorn symbol. The Mercury symbol, seemingly formed by the river's entanglement, was pried open, condensing into a droplet that seeped into the blade of fallen Mercury. In the next instant, the illusory river vanished entirely, preventing Lumion from witnessing Noodle Man's fate again. He glanced down at fallen Mercury and noticed the heretic symbols on the pewter-black blade undulating gently like water, as though infused with some vital force. They had been mesmerizing from the start, but now they appeared even more sinister. Success, Lumion whispered to himself in relief. Fallen Mercury was now complete. In the future, as long as he could wound the flaming monster with this heretic dirk in battle, he could swap the monster's fate of cowering before the black thorn symbol with the former. Lumion wrapped the blade of fallen Mercury in black cloth and sheathed it in his belt. He dealt with Noodle Man's corpse briefly, moving it into a half-collapsed building. He destroyed the building's last support, allowing rubble and wood to fall, burying everything inside. After this, Lumion circled back to where the flaming monster had appeared. This time, he didn't approach for observation. Instead, he searched for footprints and other traces, taking time to identify which ones the target left while deliberately circling around. After nearly 2 hours, Lumion gradually deciphered the flaming monster's habits and patterns. A mental hunting map emerged. He spent some time surveying the predetermined battlefields, seeking natural traps to exploit. Eventually, Lumion rubbed his forehead and decided to delve deeper into the ruins while he still had energy, gathering information for future explorations. He remained vigilant and performed the sacrificial dance again, partially triggering the black thorn symbol. With the amulet in hand, Lumion quickly followed the same path as before. He encountered monsters along the way, but they either fled before attacking or vanished from sight at a distance. The deeper he went, the more similar situations occurred. Finally, when the burning sensation in his chest from the second sacrificial dance subsided, Lumion spotted the city wall composed of twisted houses once more. He rested a while, waiting for his spirituality to recover before performing the sacrificial dance again. After the dance, sometimes forceful, sometimes graceful, Lumion headed in the direction where he found fallen Mercury, the black thorn symbol activated. After passing through the room where the flames had been extinguished, he slowed his pace, wary of a sudden assault. After walking a while, Lumion noticed the light ahead had dimmed considerably. It was as if a massive creature high in the sky blocked the light, or the sun was obscured by something. Lumion instinctively looked up, but saw only thick fog. Unable to determine the cause, he could only draw fallen Mercury and cautiously proceed. In a moment, it felt as if he had transitioned from day to night. Of course, this was an exaggeration. Lumion thought it more accurate to liken the foggy weather to a place shrouded in dark clouds. Almost simultaneously, he yawned involuntarily, his exhaustion intensifying. "No, I can't sleep." Lumion forced himself to keep his eyes open as he retreated from the shadowy base of the mountain. His mental state improved significantly. Although still tired, he could endure it. You fall asleep the moment you enter. The deeper you go, the sleepier you become. Lumion mused silently. He turned and walked in another direction. After another sacrificial dance, he arrived at an unfamiliar area. To his right were walls stacked with doors and windows. To his left lay a wasteland connected to the circle of building ruins, and ahead stood brown trees. In the desolate ruins, the trees seemed incredibly resilient. They intertwined and embraced each other, forming a wooden wall 5 to 6 meters tall. This wooden wall had numerous green leaves and branches, a stark contrast to the deathly silence and desolation surrounding it. If it hadn't blocked the path to the back of the city wall, Lumion might have praised its tenacious vitality. But now, he could only express his dissatisfaction with the crude gesture of raising 2 middle fingers. He could have chosen to take a detour and enter from the other side of the dream ruins, but he wasn't familiar with that area. His spirituality was nearly depleted, so there was no need to take the risk. Lumion yawned unabashedly, his chest still burning as he retraced his steps. As Lumion awoke, the first light of dawn had already crept through the thick curtains, casting an outline of the desk, chair, wardrobe, and other furnishings within the room. Still early, he thought, glancing over at Aurora beside him. Aurora's blonde hair lay strewn across the white pillow, her eyes closed in peaceful slumber. Her right hand gripped the edge of the blanket, occasionally attempting to turn over but stopping instinctively. Her brow furrowed before gradually smoothing out. Lumion had a good idea why his sister reacted this way. She had hidden numerous bottles within her nightgown as a precaution. Sleeping on her side or stomach would undoubtedly cause her harm. How exhausting! Lumion sighed inwardly, his expression tender and his heart at ease. After a moment, he carefully slid out of bed and left the bedroom. He moved toward a side balcony that led to the rooftop. Facing the distant crimson sky, he stretched his body. Within a minute, Valentine emerged from his room and stood in the corridor. "Are you also greeting the sun?" he asked, his usual cold demeanor replaced with warmth and approval. "Can I say no?" Lumion smiled. "That's right." Satisfied, Valentine stepped onto the balcony and stood tall, facing the rising sun. He spread his arms wide, lifted his face toward the sky, and whispered, "Praise the sun." With no other choice, Lumion mimicked the gesture. "Praise the sun." Valentine lowered his arms and crossed them over his chest. After a moment of silent prayer, he opened his eyes and said to Lumion, "If the loop is successfully resolved, I'll introduce you to the Bishop of Dari A.G. Or would you prefer Big Aura?" "I prefer Trier," Lumion answered, smiling. "But where I go isn't up to me. It's up to my sister." Valentine nodded and dropped the subject. He turned back toward the corridor and began patrolling. Nothing happened until 8 o'clock. The pair then went downstairs and prepared breakfast together. Soon after, Ryan joined them to help. Lee woke up just before 9, leaving Aurora still asleep. Ryan bit into his toast and asked Lumion, "Do you have any plans for today?" Lumion hesitated before responding. "We should leave someone at home. Aurora can't be left to face a potential attack alone. The remaining 2 will accompany me to stock up on food and fetch some water. We must hold out until the 12th night." Cordu lacked a proper water supply. Aurora had installed a water tank on the roof during her renovations. As long as it was regularly filled and disinfected, it was as good as having running water. "Yes, we need to do all this before Lent," Ryan agreed. Lumion smiled brightly. "By the way, we should visit Madame Puali's and ask if she can help us investigate the dead warlock and the owl in the tomb." As expected, Valentine frowned, and Ryan's smile stiffened. Lee sipped her water and offered a smile. "I'll stay with Aurora." "No problem." Lumion agreed on behalf of Ryan and Valentine. With no other choice, the 2 men acquiesced to visit the administrator's residence that morning. Following breakfast, The trio exited the semi-subterranean two-story building and made their way toward All Tavern. They passed Shepherd Pierre Barry's home along the way. Lumien's heart raced as he suggested to Ryan and Valentine, "Let's check on the 3 sheep." He recalled the bleating he had heard the night before. Understanding his meaning, Ryan and Valentine offered no objection. They circled around to the rear of the Barrys' home, only to find an empty sheep pen. The 3 sheep were gone. Chapter 93. An Early Sacrifice. Gazing at the empty sheep pen littered with hay and dung, Ryan furrowed his brow and said, "Did they really fix the underground altar so quickly?" He suspected the 3 missing sheep had been taken for sacrifice. "Maybe these heretics have some special powers," Valentine replied with disdain. As Lumien listened to their conversation, he suddenly remembered the faint sound of a sheep's bleating he heard the night before. Could it have been one of the sheep being sacrificed? Puzzled, he shared his suspicion with Ryan and Valentine. "That seems unlikely," Ryan dismissed, shaking his head. "The cathedral is hundreds of meters from your house, and the altar is underground." What he meant was that even with a hunter's enhanced hearing, it would be impossible to hear anything from the cathedral's underground. Lumien shared that doubt, but couldn't explain why he heard the bleating. Simultaneously, a distinct burning sensation appeared in his chest as the black thorn symbol partially activated. There was no way to fake this. Burning sensation. Lumien's heart raced, recalling something the mysterious woman had said. "Pray to yourself," the principle of proximity, thinking back to the ritual that invoked Dancer's power and the black thorn symbol, he formed a new hypothesis. He heard the sheep bleating during the sacrifice because of mysticism. In simpler terms, when the Padre and his group performed their ritual and prayed to the hidden being, the principle of proximity also targeted the corruption in Lumien's body, partially triggering the black thorn symbol. As a result, Lumien could faintly hear the sheep's cries from afar. Him being unable to respond or knowing how, with the corruption now sealed by the owner of the bluish-black pattern. The Padre's ritual ultimately contacted the hidden entity. After the ritual, the burning sensation in Lumien's chest faded. It seems no invisible, strange power had invaded Auror's room last night. The anomaly in my body was just half-activated by the Padre's ritual. Lumien roughly understood how events had unfolded. At that moment, Ryan warned his companions. "It appears our investigation of the cathedral's underground has alarmed the Padre and his people. They found a way to repair the altar and pray for strength ahead of time. From now on, we need to be extra vigilant. Don't assume things will only turn dangerous as Lent approaches." "If I weren't worried about restarting the loop, I'd have dealt with them already." Valentine spat hatefully. Then he added gloomily, "Can you stop calling that servant of the evil god a Padre? He's not worthy." Why was he a Padre if he wasn't worthy? Lumien dared not voice his thoughts. He wasn't afraid to voice his thoughts, but wanting to maintain his image in Valentine's eyes, he kept silent. After all, he might need to persuade this fanatic to do something later, like using his suicide to verify the essence of the cycle. Ryan nodded. "Let's visit Madame Puali's as soon as possible to replenish our supplies. We should stay inside as much as we can in the future." Lumien said nothing more, leaving Shepherd Pierre Barry's house through the back door and heading towards the castle on the hill. Passing through the vibrant garden, the trio approached the partially open door and informed the red-coated, white-panted manservant, "We need to see Madame Puali's." "Wait a moment." The valet glanced at Ryan and Valentine before swiftly turning and vanishing through the door. Soon after, the pale-faced midwife in a grayish-white dress emerged. Compared to last time, her face was even paler, and her eyes were so blank that it made one's heart turn cold. Had Lumien not informed Ryan and Valentine beforehand that the midwife wasn't dead, they would have been shocked. They had seen plenty of dead people turn into zombies. The Solar High Priest specialized in such matters. Valentine had purified dozens of similar cases, but it was beyond their understanding how a person diced into pieces could revert to their original appearance and seem more alive than dead. The midwife spoke in a monotone. "Madam doesn't want to see you. Please leave." "We have urgent matters," Lumian insisted. "Isn't Madame Puali's concerned that the person underground will disrupt her plans?" The midwife maintained her tone. "Madame says it won't affect her." Hearing this, a chill ran down Lumian's spine. It meant they would have a hard time getting Madame Puali's help again. Lumian smiled without displaying frustration or disappointment. Looking at the midwife, he said, "But we might explore the tomb." He implied that during the exploration, either side could encounter trouble, triggering the loop to restart prematurely. Unfazed, the midwife remained stiff and blank. "You can try, but you'll only be disappointed." What does she mean? Lumian couldn't grasp Madame Puali's message. Does she mean they could explore all they wanted, and she would offer some help at crucial moments, but they wouldn't find any valuable clues? The more Lumian pondered, the more he doubted that was her intended meaning. Otherwise, she wouldn't have refused their meeting request through the midwife. Before Lumian could consider other possibilities, Ryan thoughtfully asked, "Is Madame Puali's trying to tell us that the person in the tomb can easily control us and prevent our investigation without triggering the loop?" "Yes." The midwife nodded slowly, turned, and retreated deeper into the castle. Lumian, Valentine, and Ryan exchanged glances and left, feeling helpless. Their next stop was All Tavern, where they could purchase plenty of provisions and barrels of cheap wine. Compared to potable water that spoiled easily, wine was more stable. As long as its alcohol content wasn't too high, it could substitute for water. Entering All Tavern, Lumian scanned the room but didn't spot the mysterious woman. Disappointed, he focused on the bar counter, telling tavern owner Morris Bainett what they needed. After Ryan and Valentine hauled out wine barrels, Lumian lowered his voice and inquired, "Where's the other lady?" Morris Bainett shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe she's in her room somewhere else in the village or even in Liege. She rented the room until the 9th. She's free to do as she pleases." "The 9th? The 12th night?" Lumian nodded thoughtfully. April 9th was the so-called 12th night that he and Auror had deduced. This also confirmed that March 29th was indeed the loop's first day. If Ryan and the two other foreigners hadn't happened to enter Cordu on a particular cycle's first day, the loop would immediately restart and commence on March 29th whenever outsiders invaded the area. Damn. Lumian slapped his forehead and told the tavern owner, Morris Bainett, "My stomach's acting up. I need the restroom. Tell them to wait for me." Morris Bainett's expression seemed to say, "What are you up to now? Don't mess with me." The downside of having a bad reputation rears its ugly head once more. Lumian chuckled. "Don't worry, I'm really just using the restroom." As he spoke, he waved and sprinted toward the staircase. He did want to use the restroom, but he was heading for the one upstairs. Morris Bainett glanced at his retreating figure and muttered, "Spring is here, and this scoundrel's hormones are raging." His voice barely reached Lumian's ears. Upon reaching the second floor, Lumian approached the restroom and positioned himself in front of the mysterious lady's room. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door, no answer. Noticing the absence of a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the handle, Lumian knocked twice more, each time louder than before. Unfortunately, the mysterious lady never showed. Lumian pondered for a moment before producing a slim wire and jiggling it in the keyhole. The door creaked open, revealing an empty room. The bed's blanket lay neatly folded, as though no one had occupied the space recently. Lumian exhaled quietly and closed the door without venturing inside. In the afternoon, the siblings congregated in Auror's bedroom under the guise of instructing Lumian in the art of Hermes to swiftly enhance his strength. Lumian kept his voice low as he recounted his excursion into the dream ruins the previous night. At last he inquired, "Anything to add?" "About hunting the flaming monster?" Though he was armed with fallen mercury and invisibility, his confidence in hunting the flaming beast remained low. It was a sequence of the hunter pathway that had experienced a qualitative transformation. Auror chuckled. "You've covered all the bases." "The only thing I can add is," she lifted her hands, formed fists, and shook them gently. "Break a leg." Lumian felt defeated by his sister's jest. However, the tension in his chest subsided. Auror then said, "What remains are some cliched words. Be careful, be careful, be very careful." She sighed. It's a shame the mysterious lady isn't here. Otherwise, I could have crafted some simple, supplementary talismans along with the integrity brooch and had them brought into your dream. That's true. While Lumion felt disappointed, he wasn't disheartened. He had no intention of giving up. At 9:50 p.m., Lumion slid out of Auror's bedroom and stalked down the hallway towards the washroom. He intended to relieve himself before beginning his night watch. Bathed in the crimson glow of the moon, the washroom was shrouded in darkness. Only the toilet was faintly visible. Lumion bent over and unfastened his belt. Behind him, the shadow on the wall abruptly writhed and morphed into a silhouette brandishing an axe high above its head. Chapter 94. Attack. Lumion's eyes were narrowed, his body tensing as he sensed the pores on his skin open. An overwhelming premonition of danger washed over him. In the dream ruins, he'd had no shortage of similar experiences. Instantly, he halted and tumbled to the side, like a boneless sack of flesh. A whistling wind filled his ears as a razor-sharp axe grazed his body, slicing through the air. Lumion hit the ground with a thud, attempting to roll to his feet. But pale white and pitch black, eerie arms extended from the surrounding shadows, grabbing his clothes and coiling around his body. The cold sensation and stiffness seeped into Lumion's flesh. Twisting wildly, trying to escape the restraints with his powerful agility, he shouted, "Help!" Too malicious, bumpy palms smothered his mouth, stifling his voice abruptly, leaving only a whimper. Simultaneously, Lumion glimpsed an elongated humanoid shadow on the wall, raising the axe at him. Clang! A two-handed broadsword of pure light blocked the axe's slash. Ryan was the first to rush over, not bothering with his dawn armor, and simply summoned a sword of dawn. The shadowy axe took on a heavy, sharp, and dark appearance the moment it detached from the wall. The second person to arrive at the washroom door was Lee, who had been in the opposite study. The silver bells on her veil and boots tinkled softly. Lee raised her right palm and aimed her silver revolver at the strange arms grabbing Lumion. They tightened, as if trying to drag Lumion into the shadows. Blue blood vessels bulged from Lumion's neck, forehead, and hands, straining with all his might. Yet he couldn't fend off the pale white and pitch-black arms. His body dissolved into the shadows piece by piece. Bang! Lee fired, and a golden bullet wrapped in blazing flames struck a pitch-black arm that seemed to drip ink. The arm ignited, quickly releasing Lumion's neck and retreating into the shadowy corner. Auror arrived at the washroom to find such a scene. Seeing a third of her brother's body thinned and darkened into a shadow, his expression growing increasingly rigid, Auror wasted no time. She pulled iron-black materials from her hidden pocket and sprinkled the powder at Lumion, her light blue eyes darkening. Lumion felt an invisible hand grasp him and pull him toward Auror. He recalled his sister using a similar spell before, but it had pushed him away. This time, she yanked him closer. The colossal hand's strength equaled that of the sinister arms, stopping Lumion's slide into the shadows. Clang, clang, clang. Ryan drove the figure with the sharp axe back into the wall. The next second, Valentine appeared behind Lee and Auror. Witnessing Lumion's state, he spread his arms wide. Golden illusory flames materialized around Lumion, incinerating countless wicked arms. The pitch-black or pale-white arms either melted like candles or evaporated into black wisps of smoke. Within seconds, 4/5 of the strange arms grabbing Lumion vanished. The remaining arms struggled to resist the invisible hand and Lumion's efforts, releasing him one after another. Feeling the grip on him loosen, Lumion was pulled by the invisible hand, half flying and half pouncing toward Auror. As the pitch-black and pale-white arms retracted, the axe-wielding figure froze on the wall, merging with the surrounding shadows, leaving no trace. Lumion stood and surveyed the area, sneering. "Is that it? Aren't you looking down on us by only sending one person?" Auror glared at him. "Don't speak." How could he utter such ill-omened words at a time like this? As Auror's voice echoed in the corridor, a black, spiked vine, abnormally thick as if from the abyss, descended from the study's ceiling. At its top bloomed a massive blood-red flower with a foul odor. The flower expanded, as if stretching its mouth to the limit. It suddenly engulfed Lee's head and writhed frantically. As it chewed, the object in its mouth turned into a thin piece of paper and was shredded. Immediately after, the radiant broadsword of light flew from the washroom, impaling the massive evil flower to the wall. Streams of bright red blood oozed from the sword, evaporating into mist. Simultaneously, tendrils of black vines cascaded from the ceiling of the Lumion residence, enveloping the walls and sealing the windows with enormous red blossoms. Auror swiftly produced a pearl-like powder and tossed it into the air, mingling it with summoned natural forces. An unseen, warm breeze blew, causing the black vines to wither and lose their vigor, no longer able to support the vivid red flowers suspended in midair. The wilted vines dangled lifelessly from the second floor. Not a bad result. Auror mused to herself. She had obtained the spell from a member of the curly-haired baboons' research society. Intended as a gardening spell for weeding, Auror had acquired it at a bargain price, thinking it would be useful someday. Typically, it was used to clear weeds from building walls, but today it proved invaluable. Nonetheless, the abyssal black vines were unnaturally resilient. They merely withered and didn't perish instantly. This bought time for Valentine, who summoned the golden and illusory fire of light to incinerate the vile creatures in the corridor and rooms. Ryan then flooded the area with the pure sunrise gleam, banishing all evil and obliterating all illusions. Confronted with this situation he was powerless in, Hunter Lumion stifled his urge to perform the enigmatic dance. He observed his sister, and the three outsiders collaborate to eradicate the anomaly that had invaded the second floor. Soon, the black vines and red flowers disintegrated into smoke. But Lee's veil and the silver bells on her boots continued to jingle, signaling that danger still lurked. Lumion swiftly surveyed the scene and sniffed. The air doesn't smell right. A faint, sweet scent lingered. "I feel a little dizzy and want to sleep," Lee confessed her unease. The fumes from the burning vines and flowers contain an anesthetic. How sinister. Auror, possessing extensive mysticism knowledge, acted promptly. She produced a handful of transparent powder and scattered it forward. A fierce wind materialized from nowhere, gusting through every corner of the second floor. Ryan, Lumion, Valentine, and Lee dashed into separate rooms, throwing open the windows that had been sealed by the black vines. As the innocuous wind subsided, Auror turned to Lumion and inquired, "And now?" Lumion sniffed cautiously. "Don't smell it anymore." "I feel better, too," Lee chimed in. At that moment, the silver bells on her veil and boots ceased their movement. The crisis was averted. "A probing attack from the Padre and company?" Auror speculated. Lumion glanced at Valentine, who appeared troubled. Could be Guillaume Bainet, who just received a boon, or the already powerful shepherd Pierre Barry. Valentine's expression softened at Lumion's choice of words. Ryan surveyed the area and declared in a deep voice, "Whichever the case, we must heighten our vigilance. From now on, let's split into 2 groups for shifts. We'll alternate between resting and standing guard day or night. A single guard risked being ambushed without timely assistance." "No problem." Auror and Lumion exchanged glances before adding, "I'll be in the same group as my brother." Ryan and the others didn't object. Over the next few days, the 2 groups maintained a watchful eye in 6-hour rotations. Although nothing transpired, as Lent drew near, they all felt the impending danger, anticipating relentless waves of peril. During this period, Lumion continued exploring the dream while resting. He didn't immediately hunt the flaming monster. Instead, he suppressed his impatience and sought to understand the creature's patterns. With his invisibility, long-range tracking, daily observation, and ample patience, Lumion finally gleaned the information he desired. The flaming monster would set traps in the dream clearing each morning, practicing techniques it had mastered for 45 to 90 minutes. It would then follow a fixed route into a flesh-strewn area to replenish its energy. Its afternoon activities were unpredictable, mainly patrolling its territory via different paths. Lumion had yet to discern its criteria for choosing routes. In the evening, it would retrace the fixed route and re-enter the hunting zone. Lumion remained ignorant of its nocturnal activities. He had only spent a maximum of 6 hours in the dream ruins and never ventured there at night. The night before Lent, Lumion jolted awake in the hazy gray fog of the dreamscape bedroom. He glanced at fallen Mercury beside him and his mind snapped into sharp focus. This was the night. He would hunt down the flaming monster. Chapter 95. And out in the open ambush, Lumion meticulously wrapped his left hand in layers of white bandages. He gathered his supplies: fallen Mercury, his iron-black axe, gray-amber perfume, biscuits, cheese, bloodied mutton chops, rope for traps, and a bag of cooled boiled water. Slipping his shotgun over his shoulder, he left his semi-subterranean dwelling. Through the thin, gray fog, he ventured into a barren wasteland, riddled with cracks. He entered the dreamlike ruins and strode toward the clearing where the flaming monster often lurked. Hearing a distant noise, Lumion veered towards a path he anticipated the creature would take, arriving at a natural trap he'd discovered earlier. A deep pit lay beside the road, with collapsed walls to the front and left. Stacked rocks bordered the right side, and behind it, a mostly collapsed house loomed. Such a trap was difficult to spot. Lumion had found it only after scouring the area multiple times. He crouched behind the pit, tossing in a few sharpened wooden stakes. He covered it with a rope net he'd woven earlier and camouflaged it with soil. With the simple trap set, he placed his bait: 2 blood-soaked lamb chops, half on solid ground and half suspended above the pit. Lumion stepped back, assessing the precarious balance. He retreated into the mostly collapsed house, perching himself on the remains of an outer wall. He adjusted his position to watch the trap without being seen by passing monsters. Next, he took out the gray-amber perfume and sprayed it on the wall. A delicate, sweet scent wafted through the air, carried by sporadic gusts of wind that blew through the ruins. The fragrance clung to the wall and to Lumion. Without hesitation, he leaped away, looping back to the path where the flaming monster would appear, positioning himself closer to its hunting grounds. Once more, he changed direction, crossing the path and entering the ruins of a building opposite. Reaching the rear of the crumbling structure, he stopped, leaned against the wall, and waited. As with his strategy against the shotgun monster, Lumion never expected his trap to fool the flaming monster or wound it severely. These decoys and alarms targeted the creature's keen senses, observation, and behavior. Only a hunter knew how to exploit a hunter's strengths. Of course, all this relied on the target operating primarily on instinct, its intelligence limited to combat. Leaning against the wall, Lumion gripped fallen Mercury in his bandaged left hand, tearing off the pitch-black cloth shrouding its surface. He couldn't know how long it would take for the flaming monster to arrive. All he could do was be patient. Patience was his strong suit, a remnant from his vagrant days. Time crawled by. Unseen by Lumion, a charred, flame-tinged monster entered the path. After walking over 20 meters, its nose twitched. It detected the faint scent of blood. The monster didn't immediately turn. As it continued, it surreptitiously scanned the source of the smell. Passing the collapsed wall, the bloody lamb chops caught its eye. Tempting food, but the flaming monster resisted its instincts, not devouring the bait. It pressed on, slowing its pace. Soon, an unusual fragrance filled its nostrils. It instantly deduced the meat was a trap and a hunter lay in ambush nearby. This hunter seemed different from the one who had previously observed it while invisible. It lacked sufficient knowledge of hunters and hadn't masked its scent beforehand. Taking a few more steps, the flaming monster used the fragrance and subtle footprints to pinpoint the enemy hiding on the outer wall of the building behind the trap. Feigning ignorance, it increased its distance by another 7 to 8 meters. Suddenly, it whirled around, its scarlet flames rapidly condensing into a fireball tinged with white. Boom! With a flick of its right palm, the fireball hurtled towards Lumion's ambush location, collapsing the outer wall and causing the house to shudder. Hearing the explosion from a distance, Lumion abandoned his hiding spot, darting into the clearing, his movements a wild, distorted dance. The explosion was like a signal flare, a stark reminder for him to swiftly ready the second phase of the trap. Lumion and Auror had devised this intricate plan, luring their prey into sending out their own signal flares. In the midst of his mesmerizing dance, Lumion detected the hazy forms of the mouth orifice monster, the shotgun monster, and the skinless monster. By then, the flaming monster had already approached the collapsed wall, searching for any trace of its enemy. Lumion danced for another 10 to 20 seconds, his movements growing more intense. He drew out the ritual silver dagger with his right hand, making a small incision on his left wrist. A single drop of blood emerged, congealing into a tiny sphere. Lumion stepped forward, pivoted, and snatched up the blood droplet, aiming it at the mouth orifice monster. He uttered the word in ancient Hermes, his voice barely above a whisper. At that moment, the flaming monster had discovered the faint footprints Lumion had left behind. Catching a whiff of a subtle scent, it started tracking him. Quickly shouting his follow-up command, Lumion watched as the mouth orifice monster swallowed the blood droplet from the tip of the silver dagger and entered his body. A wave of madness, bloodlust, cruel intent, and ravenous hunger washed over him. Lumion fought back the discomfort, hastily bandaging his insignificant wound with a white strip he'd brought along. Next, he popped a piece of cheese into his mouth, chewing and swallowing to make sure the residual gray-amber scent on his body would mask any other mingled odors. Throughout this process, Lumion sprinted to the edge of the road and halted at an inconspicuous spot. He clenched his jaw tight and spun around, carefully retracing his steps along his previous path. Relying on a hunter's observation skills and dancer's exaggerated flexibility, Lumion made sure to leave only faint footprints and no additional marks. It wasn't long before he reached the center of the road and stopped. Maintaining his invisibility, Lumion remained in plain sight on the road. He waited, using shallow cogitation and constant suspension to suppress any thoughts of attacking the flaming monster, a rudimentary way to disrupt its danger premonition. His inspiration came from a hunter's keen self-awareness. Auror had once written about the tactic of retracing one's footsteps to lie in ambush mid-road in a novel. After 7 or 8 seconds, the flaming monster's pitch-black form appeared in Lumion's sight. Utilizing his uncanny flexibility, he twisted his body to observe the approaching target. The flaming monster followed the faint footprints and sent left behind by its enemy. Uninterrupted, it continued its pursuit. Once back on the main road, it sniffed the air, unsurprised to detect a mild fragrance. It instinctively lowered its head and found the inconspicuous footprints. But it found no trace of traps in the vicinity. Without hesitation, the flaming monster tracked the footprints to the other side of the road. The charred face and displaced eyeballs loomed larger and clearer in Lumion's sight. Holding his breath, Lumion didn't disrupt his cogitation again, striving to empty his mind. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. He lunged at the target, raising the fallen Mercury in his left hand for a swift slash. He didn't wait to close the gap further, fearing that it would trigger the prey's danger sense and prompt evasive maneuvers. The flaming monster suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Without thinking, it leaped to the side. Simultaneously, its vision captured Lumion's figure, attacking with a pewter-black dirk in his bandaged left hand. They were so close that despite the flaming monster's reaction, evasion was impossible. Lumion collided with it. With a tearing sound, fallen Mercury's sharp blade sank into the flaming monster's right chest. The fate extracted from Noodle Man infiltrated the target's body as an illusory mercury bead. Meanwhile, a river of countless intricate mercury symbols briefly surfaced. Some of the destinies rapidly converged towards the pewter-black blade. Lumion didn't bother selecting the destiny to exchange, letting fallen Mercury do as it wished. Boom! The monster's flames erupted. The forceful shockwave hurled Lumion and his fallen Mercury away. Crimson flames ignited his clothes and scorched his facial skin. Lumion bore the searing pain, twisting his waist midair to alter his trajectory. As soon as he landed, he sprang to his feet and fled. However, unable to re-enter the invisibility state until the flames were extinguished, he remained visible. Boom! Despite his serpentine sprint, Lumion was still knocked off his feet by the fireball's aftershock. His back throbbed with numbing pain. He struggled to his feet, scrambling away from the path and into the ruins where he had been hiding before. The flaming monster pursued Lumion, who was unable to turn invisible once more. Chapter 96, Prey and Hunter. The flaming monster pursued relentlessly, hurling crimson fireballs that blasted craters in the earth. Lumion was thrown off balance multiple times. Flames licked at the charred logs that littered the desolate landscape, casting flickering red light in every direction. Lumion barely spared a thought for the fire still consuming his clothes. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he was sent sprawling by the shock waves of detonation after detonation. He staggered to his feet and careened wildly towards his destination, veering left, then right, arcing and darting straight ahead. Mercifully, he didn't have far to go based on his plan. Just as he felt the taste of blood in his mouth and his body threatened to give out, a dilapidated building loomed before him. Boom! Lumion contorted his body mid-stride, narrowly avoiding a fireball. The scarlet projectile exploded just ahead, unleashing a hellish maelstrom of flames. Seizing the moment, Lumion dropped to the ground and rolled beneath the worst of the conflagration. With the momentum, he tumbled into the partially collapsed structure. The flaming monster halted and hesitated, wary of pursuing its prey into a potential death trap. It watched as Lumion rolled deeper into the building, summoning a swarm of red fire ravens around it. Their screeches filled the air as they took flight. Half of them dove towards the building's support beams, while the others bore down on Lumion from all sides. These avian flames were unerring, constantly adjusting their trajectories to match Lumion's movements. In that instant, the flaming monster could almost see its enemy's charred remains. Fire ravens were far more difficult to dodge than mere fireballs. And then Lumion disappeared from the monster's view. He had rolled into a well-preserved basement. Bang! Lumion slammed the wooden door shut and leaped aside, using the force of the impact. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The scarlet fire ravens slammed into the door. Boom. The heavy door disintegrated into flaming splinters. Rumble. The remaining fire ravens struck their intended targets, bringing down the decaying structure in a torrent of debris. Stone, wood, and dust engulfed the area, entombing the basement. Lumion had already taken refuge in a corner, using the accumulated dirt to smother the flames that clung to him. But he was still badly burned, his internal organs battered by the force of the explosions. Without swift medical attention, he wouldn't last another day. The flaming monster's attack had been devastating, even more potent than Ryan Sands' hurricane of light. Lumion had intended to use invisibility to elude the flaming monster, slipping into the basement to perform his enigmatic sacrificial dance, activating the black thorn symbol on his chest to terrify his foe. He'd planned to bide his time for fallen Mercury to complete the exchange of fate. But the persistent fire had thwarted his invisibility, nearly costing him his life. The one consolation was that he had a backup plan in the event he couldn't escape the monster's pursuit, nor could he perform his sacrificial dance in peace. He'd even considered collapsing the building to bury the basement and buy time, but the flaming monster had done the job for him. Phew! Exhaling deeply, Lumion sat cross-legged. He retrieved the bottle of gray-amber perfume from Auror, unscrewed the cap, and placed it before him. Outside the demolished building, the flaming monster's gaze cut through the swirling dust, searching for any trace of its quarry. It was certain that the cunning intruder wouldn't have been buried alive so easily. Given the complexity of the traps he'd laid and his intimate knowledge of the ruins, he must have left himself an escape route. The flaming monster wasn't particularly intelligent, but its hunter's instincts led it to circle the collapsed building. In less than 10 seconds, it discovered a hidden cave entrance angling downward. The opening was concealed by debris from the fallen structure, sheltered from the ensuing collapse. It was difficult to spot and tucked away in a discreet location. The monster raised its right hand, conjuring a fist-sized white fireball in its palm. With a sudden lunge, it hurled the fireball down the passageway. The flames streaked through the air, penetrated the basement, and collided with the far wall. Boom. The blast wave didn't affect Lumion, who was deliberately hiding in another corner. It only overturned the bottle of gray-amber perfume in front of him and quaked the entire basement. The gurgle of liquid flowed from the open bottle, its elegant and sweet fragrance intensifying instantly. Lumion leaned against the wall, eyes closed, lost in cogitation. His mind conjured a crimson sun, holding it steady for a few seconds. Suddenly, a terrifying sound reached Lumion's ears, as if from an infinite distance yet unnervingly close. Blue veins bulged across his face, hands, and neck, quickly turning red. Simultaneously, silver-black spots seeped from his skin. He opened his mouth to scream, but collapsed and curled up before a sound could escape. Fallen mercury slipped from Lumion's left palm, but it dared not make a move. It didn't even attempt to approach his exposed face or right hand to create a marionette through contact. It just quivered there, violently. Outside the basement, the monster poised to conjure a fireball froze beside the entrance Lumion had excavated. It couldn't help but shudder. A few seconds later, it fled, abandoning the hunt. Lumion plunged into a darkness teeming with flickering flames. His mind was overwhelmed with excruciating pain and malevolent thoughts. In that moment, death seemed preferable. He sensed something deep within him rapidly growing and taking form. It appeared to be a trauma, composed of all negative personalities and a particular will. Once assembled into human shape, it would utterly supplant the original him. Amid the unending darkness of despair and pain, Lumion caught a whiff of a scent, elegant and sweet. It was Auror's fragrance, a familiar aroma. Auror, grand sower, Lumion slowly regained his composure as if hearing the comforting melody once more. I want to live. The loop hasn't ended yet. A rush of thoughts flooded back to him. Lumion finally vanquished the pitch-black will and the agony-laced darkness within his heart and opened his eyes. The first thing in his sight was the toppled bottle of gray-amber perfume on the ground. It toppled. Lumion's heart ached as he reached out his right hand. Initially, he'd only intended to mimic Auror's use of incense to control his symptoms and rely on the natural perfume as a wake-up call. Unexpectedly, more than half the bottle had spilled. In the next instant, his body quivered. He saw the charred, blood-stained back of his hand and the silver-black circular spots that had yet to fade. Without needing a reminder, Lumion could smell the unfamiliar, hair-raising scent on himself. If he crossed paths with Valentine now, he'd be purified. By his holy light summoning without revealing a thing, Lumion scooped up the remaining half of the gray-amber perfume, tightened the cap, and stowed it away. He then picked up fallen mercury, still trembling violently, and asked in Hermes, "Is the fate exchange over?" Fallen mercury swiftly shook left and right, signaling it wasn't. Lumion exhaled in relief. He feared that by the time he awoke, the fate exchange would have been completed. The shock would last no more than a minute. If he couldn't locate the flaming monster in time, his recent torment would be futile. Breathe in, breathe out. Lumion adjusted his dreadful condition and mustered his remaining strength before crawling out of the basement through the hole he had dug earlier. Each motion tugged at various wounds, making him wince in pain. Upon exiting the basement, Lumion searched for the flaming monster's tracks and sighed inwardly. Using cogitation in such a state, and fully activating the thorn symbol on my chest is downright suicidal. I haven't done it since becoming a hunter, barely repressing the symptoms with gray-amber's scent. Had I done it a few times before, my body might have mutated slightly, turning me into a monster. I can't risk this for a while unless I have a death wish. He opted for cogitation to fully activate the black thorn symbol on his chest, rather than the sacrificial dance's partial activation. As time was of the essence and he couldn't perform the dance, with cogitation, he could frighten off the flaming monster in 5 or 6 seconds. The enigmatic sacrificial dance, however, took 30 to 40 seconds, even with his familiarity. In Lumion's hunting strategy, this was his last resort. If he couldn't evade the flaming monster's pursuit by other means, he'd attempt cogitation. Lumion hadn't anticipated that cogitation would leave him gravely injured from the start and on the brink of losing control, turning into a monster. Before long, Lumion discovered the flaming monster's tracks and pursued them. A few minutes later, the prince appeared fresher, so he slowed his pace. Soon after, fallen Mercury shuddered on its own, notifying Lumion that the fate exchange was complete. Without hesitation, Lumion brandished the iron-black axe and charged forward, following the flaming monster's footprints. In under 20 seconds, he spotted the scorched and smoldering prey. It cowered in a rock-encircled corner, quaking. Lumion dashed over, cast aside fallen Mercury, and seized the axe with both hands, cleaving down with all his might. With a dull thud, the flaming monster's head and body separated. Bright red blood spurted out violently, igniting into scarlet flame clusters on the ground. Lumion, unable to hold on any longer, collapsed to the ground with his axe. Chapter 97. Courage. Lumion slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. He could barely muster the strength to move a finger. Silently, he observed the crimson flames flickering on the ground, their intensity gradually diminishing until they snuffed out. During this time, Lumion managed to lean forward and grab the fallen Mercury with his left hand, while his right hand tightly gripped the iron-black axe, ready for any unexpected threats. His focus was unwavering, and he remained on high alert. Inwardly, he prayed to the eternal blazing sun and the unknown, great being, hoping they would shield him from harm. In his current state, even a mundane foe like the skinless monster could easily take him down, let alone the possibility of the flaming creature reviving itself unexpectedly. As time ticked by, Lumion's spirituality and stamina gradually improved, but his injuries only worsened, leaving him disoriented and unfocused. Hunters need to be cautious, level-headed, and patient, capable of using their environment to their advantage. Above all, they require courage. Courage to confront the unexpected, to persevere in the face of crisis, to steel oneself when escape seems impossible, and to find a path out of the jaws of death. Distracted by these thoughts, Lumion suddenly felt as if the hunter potion coursing through him had been fully absorbed. It was as if a barrier had shattered, and a tiny spark had merged with every fiber of his being. All traces of Lumion's loss of control vanished, and his condition immediately improved. Slowly, he rose to his feet and heaved a quiet sigh. I've actually digested it. This meant he was ready for the next potion. Lumion, clutching the pewter-black dirk in his bandaged left hand, scanned his surroundings. Occasionally, he fixated on the flaming monster's remains, patiently awaiting the appearance of the Beyonder characteristics. Unlike the shotgun monster's swift transformation, Lumion waited for half an hour. He wondered if the flaming monster still lived and whether he should strike it a few more times. Finally, on the verge of collapsing from his injuries, red sparks burst forth from the monster's body. Like fireflies, they swarmed around the corpse before gradually coalescing into a scarlet object resembling a heart. The heart pulsed, its surface pocked with countless tiny holes from which indistinct flames seeped. Is this the main ingredient for the pyromaniac potion? Lumion mused, reaching down to pick it up. A searing pain radiated from his palm straight to his mind, making him instinctively want to fling the heart away to escape the agony. Luckily, Lumion's skin had been numbed by the flaming monster's burns, allowing him to barely tolerate the relatively minor pain. He tried wrapping the heart in a strip of cloth, but it instantly incinerated the fabric, reducing it to ashes. After a moment's thought, Lumion set the Beyonder ingredient on the ground, wrapped the fallen Mercury in the remaining black cloth, and secured it at his waist. Next, he emptied the contents of the cloth bag containing the lead bullets into his pocket. He then filled the bag halfway with soil from the area before tossing in the flame-wreathed heart. But Lumion didn't stop there. He continued shoveling soil into the bag until the heart was entirely encased in layers of inflammable earth. Exhaling, he carried the bag to the edge of the ruins, pondering a newly discovered problem. I'm only a sequence 9, and this is the main ingredient for the corresponding Sequence 7 Pyromaniac. I can't just advance to Sequence 7, can I? This will make me lose control. I initially thought the flaming monster would yield a Pyromaniac, Provoker, and Hunter Beyonder characteristic, but it's all mixed together. Uncertain of what to do, Lumion stumbled away. Miraculously, he didn't encounter a single monster on his way back. In his weakened state, any confrontation would have spelled disaster. His only hope was to rely on his keen observation and sharp senses to detect danger early and avoid it. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lumion exited the dream ruins and traversed the barren wilderness, arriving back at his semi-subterranean two-story dwelling. Laboriously, he climbed to the second floor and removed the fallen mercury, the cloth bag with the pyromaniac ingredient, and the iron-black axe. He placed them on the bedside table or tossed them to the floor before staggering to the full-length mirror embedded in the wardrobe. In the mirror, Lumion saw his ghostly pale face, marred by flame scars and faint silver-black patches on his skin. His blue eyes flickered with an illusory silvery hue, entwined with darkness. This was a sign that he had sustained severe injuries and nearly lost control. If not for his home field advantage in the dream ruins or the acquisition of fallen mercury and invisibility, Lumion would have had no chance of defeating the flaming monster. Munching on jerky and cheese to stave off the intense hunger left by his possession, he collapsed onto the bed. He desperately needed to return to reality and rest for a while, allowing his body to recover swiftly. Sunlight pierced through the curtains, casting the bedroom in a soft glow that highlighted Auror's desk, cluttered with reference materials, reading notebooks, and stacks of manuscripts. It also illuminated a wardrobe filled with dresses and an exquisite full-body mirror. Lumion opened his eyes to meet his sister's light blue gaze. Auror watched him stir, her voice laced with concern. "How was it? Is everything all right?" She knew that her brother had ventured into the dream ruins to hunt the flaming monster this time. "I succeeded." Lumion sat up, his head feeling foggy. His skin tingled and his bones threatened to snap. But compared to the excruciating pain that had nearly killed him in the dream, this was nothing. He lowered his gaze to examine his body. Red, swollen patches covered his skin, as if he were suffering from an allergic reaction. "That's good," Auror sighed with relief. "An hour ago you twitched all over and kicked me awake." Lumion laughed, self-deprecating. "It was indeed dangerous back then. I almost lost control." "I was hesitant to wake you up, but you quickly calmed down and didn't scare me anymore," Auror said, visibly relieved. Lumion's heart stirred. "And you just kept looking at me?" "That's right." Auror nodded calmly. "If anything happens, I have to shake you awake and bring you back to reality. You can't die in your dreams." Lumion suddenly felt the pain, struggle, and fear of nearly dying in his dream dissipate, replaced by a warm current surging from the depths of his heart. He asked, almost without thinking, "You didn't wake up because I kicked you, did you? You haven't slept at all, have you?" Auror smiled and said, "That was my original plan, but considering how long you'd have to wait for that monster, and how I just finished my night duty, if I didn't catch up on sleep, I'd definitely be in a days later. It'd be easy for me to make a mistake and not wake you up in time. So I decided to put my hand on you and take the chance to catch some shut-eye. This way, I'd be able to sense any movement and wake up quickly. Heh, I was indeed kicked by you." As she spoke, she pointed at her right calf where a visible bruise had formed. Before Lumion could respond, she asked, "Tell me the details." Suppressing his voice, Lumion recounted his ordeal, describing how he set up the trap, ambushed the monster, and how his clothes caught fire. Unable to turn invisible, he had no choice but to flee into the basement and fully activate the black thorn symbol with cogitation. Auror listened intently, her expression occasionally betraying her worry for her brother's perilous situation. She was the kind of person who easily immersed herself in stories. As the tale drew to a close, Lumion raised a question. "How do I separate Provoker from the Pyromaniac Beyonder characteristic?" He didn't know where to find the potion formula. Auror thought for a moment and said, "I don't know how to separate them. I've only heard that you might need the help of a high-level Beyonder for such a situation." "A demigod?" Lumion guessed. There were probably only 3 people he knew who had reached Sequence 4, the enigmatic lady, Madame Pualis, and the one lying in the coffin in the tomb. Auror nodded. "I think so. Actually, you don't have to worry. I suspect the mysterious lady will come to you soon and provide some help. She always appears at critical points in your growth. This time should be no exception. After all, the loop hasn't been resolved, and the secret of the dream ruins remains locked away." "Go to All Tavern to find her?" Lumion frowned. Their agreement with Ryan and the others was to avoid going out as much as possible. Auror tersely acknowledged his words. "Let's wait a while. She might visit us directly." Auror sighed and said, "For ordinary Beyonders, the potion formula isn't a problem, but you're different. There's corruption sealed in your body, and you can lose control if there's the slightest issue. You still need a complete and correct provoker potion formula." "Why don't ordinary Beyonders need potion formulas?" Lumion asked, surprised. Auror explained. "It's not that they don't need them, but anyone below Sequence 7 can advance just by consuming the main ingredient." "Doesn't that risk losing control?" Lumion asked, astonished. Auror acknowledged tersely. "Years ago, there was a high chance of losing control. But recently, Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 Beyonder characteristics can indeed be consumed directly. However, it's about 20 to 30% more dangerous than concocting a potion." "Right, that's the conclusion reached by our president, Gandalf." "Why?" Just as Lumion was about to ask, a familiar song echoed from outside the house. The siblings exchanged solemn glances. Lent had begun, and the spring elf entourage had reached them. Chapter 98, After the Celebration. A group of young men encircled Ava, singing and dancing as they arrived outside the Lumion residence. Guillaume Jr. of the Barry family strode to the door and slammed at it. He was a friend of Lumion, Rhea Mund, and Ava. With curly brown hair and prominent freckles, his blue eyes appeared smaller than average, as if perpetually narrowed. With a creak, Auror appeared before them, her blonde hair tied up. She wore a formal flounce-lined, light-collared dress. Auror exuded energy, her face radiant, impossible to tell she hadn't slept well the night before. Ava, donning a laurel crown woven from tree branches and flowers, stepped forward and sang, "I'm the elf of spring with a sweet face and a joyful ring. Come and sing, come and dance. For this is the only way to obtain a harvest that will stay." Auror listened quietly, took the leaf, and handed Ava a small pottery jar containing animal fat. "Bumper harvest, bumper harvest," the young men cheered. As the spring elf entourage set off for the next location, Guillaume Jr. deliberately lagged behind and asked Auror, "Where's Lumion? I haven't seen him in the past 2 days. Is he not participating in the Lent celebration?" Auror laughed and replied, "He's sick." "Sick?" Guillaume Jr. was slightly surprised. He gets sick too. In his mind, Lumion was always brimming with energy. At most, he'd suffer minor injuries from a prank gone awry. "I'll be worried if he never gets sick," Auror replied jokingly. "All humans fall sick." Guillaume Jr. hurriedly waved at Auror as the spring elf entourage moved further away. "Tell Lumion I'll visit him after Lent." Auror nodded slightly, watching Guillaume Jr. sprint towards the entourage that had stopped in front of the next building. "How was it?" Lumion stuck his head out beside his sister. Auror thought for a moment and said, "They're still normal, but I wonder what will happen at the end of the celebration." Lumion recalled the bloody scene of Ava's beheading at the celebration's end and the strange mood that agitated the young people. They had either gone mad sending off the spring elf or succumbed to mental and physical breakdown, collapsing to the ground. No one was spared. Silently, he glanced at Ava singing in front of the neighbor's house and Guillaume Jr. and company surrounding her. He slowly withdrew his gaze. Ryan, Lee, and Valentine also arrived on the first floor and looked out through the window. "We have to be very careful from now on," Ryan said in a deep voice after the spring elf entourage left the area. Auror nodded and said, "Yeah." Before the celebration ended, they quickly prepared lunch and filled their stomachs. Clang, clang, clang. The classic wall clock on the first floor chimed, signifying noon. Lumion and the others, having tidied up the dining room, exchanged tense glances. If the Lent celebration had gone smoothly, it would have ended by now. And if the ritual to send the spring elf off was completed, who knew what Cordu would become? In their semi-subterranean building, Lumion needed to raise his head slightly to see the situation outside the window. The sky was a brilliant azure, filled with white clouds. The sun shone brightly, and there were no dark clouds, fog, or dim light as he had imagined. Lee paced around the stove, the small silver bells on her veil and boots tinkling non-stop. It was neither intense nor soothing. Seeing Auror looking at her, she explained, "We're already in danger, and it's been an extended period of danger, but it's manageable at the moment." Auror acknowledged and didn't inquire further. Ryan, on the other hand, sighed and said, "By the 12th night, it would be great if it was always at this level." Auror blinked, embarrassed to tell this dawn paladin of the machinery hive mind not to jinx it. Although Lumion's heart was heavy, he still smiled and replied to Ryan, "There's a proverb in our Darij region that says, good and bad are all predestined. Regardless of how worried we are, we can't change what happens next." What he didn't say was, the only thing they could do was muster up the courage to face it. In the intermittent conversation that followed, the five of them were on guard against any abnormalities. However, be it the weather or the birds, everything was so normal that it only instilled greater fear in them. After almost 30 minutes, they found themselves staring at the door simultaneously. Footsteps drew near soon after. Auror's doorbell rang, the sound reverberating through the first floor. Exchanging a glance with his sister, Lumion cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole. The man who had rung the doorbell was their neighbor, Louis Bedeau. "What's going on?" Lumion cracked the door open, smiling. Louis Bedeau had black hair and blue eyes. He was in his 40s and had been injured while harvesting wheat in the fields when he was young. He had only 3 fingers on his left hand. Clad in a grayish-blue blazer and dark pants, he said timidly, "I need to borrow your oven. It's Lent. We must bake some fresh bread for the kids." As he spoke, he lifted the flour bag and nudged the bag of inferior coal beside him. Lumion hesitated for a moment before turning to Auror. Auror nodded, signaling him to let Louis Bedeau in. She had already discussed it with Ryan and the others in hushed tones, intending to observe the changes in the villagers who had participated in the Lent celebration up close. "Just baking bread? I thought you'd make some bacon for your kids." Lumion stepped aside and teased Louis Bedeau with a grin. Louis Bedeau replied cautiously, "If we have a bumper harvest this year, there should be plenty of bacon." His eyes brimmed with anticipation, as if he was certain of a bountiful harvest. Once inside, Louis Bedeau greeted Auror and headed to the oven, busying himself. The more Lumion and his companions observed, the stranger they found him. Louis Bedeau didn't even glance at Ryan, Lee, and Valentine, as if they were invisible. It was like a person who had already turned into a monster trying their best to pretend to be normal. However, as long as they encountered something that exceeded their original memories, they would display obvious abnormalities or ignore it. Lumion instantly thought of the deputy padre, Mitchell Garrigue. Initially, he appeared fine, but recently, all that remained were his daily activities of eating, sleeping, and urging others to pray. He ignored everything else. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 foreigners, Louis Bedeau baked his bread mechanically, occasionally conversing with Lumion and Auror. It was very normal, yet very abnormal. After Louis Bedeau left with the baked bread, Auror looked at Ryan and the others, smiling wryly. Everyone who participated in the Lent celebration must have become like this. "It's like being replaced by a monster bit by bit," Lee exclaimed sincerely. She no longer forced a smile on her face. Lumion had already regained his composure and posed a question. "How can we save someone like this if we want to?" "The only thing I can think of is purification," Valentine replied with a sigh. "But if the abnormality is already closely integrated with humans, the final outcome might be purification together." At that moment, 2 more villagers passed by the window. One of them was a regular customer of All Tavern and Pierre Guillaume, who had scrounged Ryan's absinthe in a previous cycle. He was happily chatting with his companion, seemingly discussing the excitement of the Lent celebration. As they passed Lumien's door, they simultaneously turned their heads to look inside the house, their expressions eerily grim. After an instant, they withdrew their gazes and resumed their conversation, smiles plastered on their faces. If Lumien and his companions hadn't been watching the outside whenever someone passed by, they wouldn't have noticed the fleeting change in their expressions. The louder the laughter outside, the more suffocated they felt. Silence took over the conversation. Eventually, the two villagers left, and Auror sighed, saying, "This isn't just being replaced by monsters bit by bit. I suspect that the entire village is filled with monsters wearing human skin except for us." Is this the complete Lent celebration? Lumien couldn't help but mutter to himself. Ryan sternly warned, "It's going to get tougher every day. Everyone, hang in there." From noon to night, they kept vigil against mutated villagers attacking the house, but apart from the occasional passerby who gazed inside with a sullen or cold expression, nothing happened. The situation weighed heavily on Auror and the others. Ryan surveyed the room and said gently, "There are still a few days until the 12th night. Don't be so tense. After dinner, we'll split into 2 groups and take turns resting. We must maintain a good mental state." With such an experienced Beyonder with a calm demeanor, both Auror and Lumien felt more at ease. At midnight, Auror and Lumien woke Lee and the others, then retreated to their bedroom. Lumien glanced at the door and lowered his voice. "That mysterious woman hasn't appeared. Should I find an opportunity to go out tomorrow and take a look at All Tavern? Everyone in the village might be a monster now. It'll be very dangerous if you go out." Auror disagreed. She pondered for a moment and said, "Let's wait a little longer. If the mysterious woman doesn't appear tomorrow morning, I'll accompany you to All Tavern in the afternoon." Lumien hesitated for a moment before nodding. He planned to discuss with his sister tomorrow morning if they should ask Ryan and the others for help. The 5 of them could act together. In the bedroom filled with a faint gray fog, Lumien opened his eyes. He sat up and checked his body, realizing that his severe injuries had completely healed. Just as he was about to marvel at the fact, he suddenly heard the sound of a doorbell ringing. Someone's ringing the doorbell. The thought instinctively flashed through Lumien's mind. He habitually prepared to go down to the first floor to see who was visiting. He had just taken a step when his entire body froze. This was the Dream Ruins. How could anyone visit Chapter 99 guest? Instantly, Lumien tensed up. He spun around and returned to the bed, scooping up fallen mercury with his bandaged left hand. Grabbing his shotgun, he strode to the bedroom window while the doorbell continued to ring. He scrutinized the entrance. There was no one there. In that moment, Lumien's heart felt like it was about to seize. He intended to activate his spirit vision for a better look. Since he would hear the maddening and terrifying sound and show signs of losing control after entering cogitation for a few seconds in the Dream Ruins, he couldn't use this ability smoothly. It took him a while to complete the corresponding operation. However, even with his spirit vision activated, he still didn't notice anyone at the door. Yet, the doorbell rang incessantly. As his thoughts raced, Lumien seriously considered returning to bed, forcing himself to sleep and escape the dream. But he felt that even if he returned to reality, he might not be able to evade the subsequent attack, considering the unknown danger that could invade his semi-subterranean 2-story building at any moment. 2 scenarios. If the person ringing the doorbell can enter, going to bed is as good as surrendering. If they can't enter, I'll be safe as long as I don't open the door myself. Regardless, I must go downstairs and take a look. Lumien made up his mind quickly. He sheathed fallen mercury at his waist, clipped his axe, and hoisted his shotgun. He stepped out of the room and cautiously descended the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, a figure came into view. At the 6-person dining table sat the enigmatic woman Lumien had been searching for. She wore a white blouse with a large bow at the collar and loose pearl-gray pants. Her casual attire was deceptively elegant. She sipped a pale golden drink, a short black hat beside her. Lumion relaxed and approached the mysterious woman with brown hair and blue eyes. He set the shotgun and axe aside, pulled out a chair opposite the dining table, and sat down. He asked, "You can enter here." The woman set her glass down and smiled. "How else do you think those materials were delivered to your room?" As she spoke, the jingling sound ceased. Lumion glanced at the door, puzzled. "Since you're already inside, why were you still ringing the doorbell?" She smiled and replied, "That's basic courtesy. Courtesy that can scare people to death." Lumion dared only to mutter inwardly. He got straight to the point. "I've obtained the pyromaniac Beyonder ingredient." It should be pyromaniac." The woman nodded gently. "I know. That's why I came to see you. Are you willing to help me separate the provoker Beyonder characteristics and give me the corresponding potion formula?" Lumion suppressed his sudden joy and asked, "I was planning on finding you at All Tavern." As for the price he would have to pay, he no longer cared. The lady smiled and said, "With Cordu's current situation, it's very dangerous for you to go out, so I came here directly. I can indeed provide the help you want, but it won't be free this time." Lumion noticed that indecipherable emotion in the woman's eyes again, but the notion that it was no longer free reassured him. The unknown was even more terrifying. "What is the price I need to pay?" he asked without hesitation. She replied calmly, "The separated pyromaniac and Hunter Beyonder characteristics belong to me." That simple? Lumion was surprised. He didn't even think of it as a price. After all, he wouldn't be able to use the pyromaniac Beyonder characteristics for a long time. She continued, "In addition to the help I originally provided, if there's any more in the future, if there's a future for you, you have to do something for me." Lumion sensed the inscrutable emotion in her eyes intensify. He probed, "What if I don't?" She laughed. "Isn't it common for investments to fail? Didn't your sister lose some money buying stocks with divination?" "What do you need me to do?" Lumion asked without hesitation. She sighed softly. "Let's talk about it if you can survive. All right, give me the Beyonder characteristic you obtained." Lumion rose and headed for the stairs leading to the second floor. He barely restrained himself from sprinting up the staircase. When she could no longer see him, he dashed. Soon, Lumion returned to the first floor with the cloth bag containing the pyromaniac Beyonder characteristic and approached the dining table. The woman raised her glass again and sipped the pale gold liquid. "What's this?" Lumion asked casually. She explained simply, "It's an aperitif from Trier called Black Polka. It's brewed from ginger, cinnamon, nutmeg, and cloves soaked in sweet wine for a long time. It tastes pretty good." Having raised the topic merely to build rapport, Lumion didn't pry further. He opened the cloth bag and extracted the burning heart from the soil. A scorching sensation seared his palm. Enduring the mild pain, he leaned forward and handed the Beyonder characteristic to the woman across the dining table. She extended her left palm and let the heart hover in midair. She glanced at Lumion and chuckled. "When storing Beyonder characteristics in the future, remember to change their environment every once in a while. If such a thing comes into contact with something for too long, it's very likely to fuse with it and become a mystical item that needs to be sealed." "Is that so?" Lumion asked. "How often do I need to make a change?" "Normally, it takes 2 to 3 days," the woman said nonchalantly, "but accidents do happen. I recommend switching environments every 24 hours. With proper sealing and preservation, it could last months or even years. Also, if you've already mixed Beyonder ingredients into a potion, drink it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the liquid might merge with the bottle." As she spoke, a sudden flash enveloped her body, and the burning heart transformed into countless red fireflies. The fireflies danced and swirled, coalescing into 3 distinct objects. One was a dark red, springy, textured object. Another was a shrunken version of the burning heart, now missing numerous holes. The last was a black stone with a liquid-like surface and a potent odor. The woman's right palm caressed the 3 objects, causing 2 to vanish into thin air. All that remained on the dining table was the dark rock, about half the size of a fist. "Is this the provoker Beyonder characteristic?" Lumion asked eagerly. The woman produced a post-it note and a silver fountain pen, scribbling down the potion formula, then reminded him, "You still lack mystical knowledge. After killing the monster, you only took the Beyonder characteristic. Such Beyonder creatures are rich in spirituality. Many of their parts can be used to make charms, lotions, and ingredients for certain spells and rituals. For example, its blood is a supplementary ingredient for the pyromaniac potion. Although the pyromaniac potion requires fire salamander blood, the monster's blood will do. It's essentially the same, and the effects might even be better." The more Lumion listened, the more regretful he became. Although Auror's adventure novels included scenes of hunting monsters and harvesting parts, he hadn't connected this to reality. He believed the flaming monster's only value was its Beyonder characteristic, and now, retrieving it was impossible. The blood would have dried by now. The woman ignored his reaction, tearing off the top note and letting it float toward Lumion. Lumion grabbed it and read the words eagerly. Provoker potion formula, main ingredient. 1 Provoker Beyonder characteristic, supplementary ingredients. 50 milliliters of distilled liquor, 10 drops of honeysuckle extract, 5 grams of grapevine powder, 10 grams of fern powder. Usage, drink it directly. After finishing, Lumion asked, puzzled, "There aren't any materials rich in spirituality, like the fire salamander's blood." She smiled and replied, "Different potions have different requirements. Yours mainly relies on symbolic mysticism. For example, ferns symbolize being easily influenced by others. This aligns with the essence of a provoker. So, a provoker needs to sway others with their words?" Lumion tucked the note away, pondering where he might find the supplementary ingredients. Distilled liquor was available at home. Auror used it in certain dishes. Grapevines and ferns were abundant in Darij, though venturing out might be risky. The only item left was honeysuckle. He'd have to ask Auror if she had any among her spell-casting supplies. When Lumion looked up again, the woman across from him, along with the black short hat and the black polka aperitif, had disappeared. He hadn't even noticed when she'd left. This despite the fact that his spirit vision hadn't been deactivated the entire time. Phew. Lumion exhaled and headed back to the bedroom, clutching the Provoker Beyonder characteristic and the potion formula, anticipation swelling within him. He quickly lay down on the bed, intending to return to reality and consult Auror, hoping to gather the additional ingredients by nightfall. He didn't care that his spirit vision was still active. It would deactivate on its own once he fell asleep. In the dead of night, Lumion opened his eyes and glanced over at Auror. He couldn't wait to share the news of acquiring the Provoker potion formula with his sister. Yet, almost simultaneously, he spotted Auror's mouth open slightly, a hazy, translucent figure emerging. It was a bizarre, lizard-like creature, Lumion's gaze locked in place. As the ethereal lizard surveyed its surroundings, he instinctively shut his eyes. The lizard darted its gaze around before quickly scurrying away from Auror's mouth and exiting the room. Lumion reopened his eyes, staring at his sister in bewilderment. Auror's face was shrouded in darkness. Her mouth hung slightly open as she slumbered peacefully. Lumion observed her, motionless, as if he'd become a statue. In the thick of night, his heart sank further into despair. Chapter 100. Hesitation. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The second hand of the wall clock echoed through the dark room. After what felt like an eternity, Lumion finally shook off his nightmare. He hastily reached over, gripping Auror's shoulders and shaking her vigorously. "Wake up! Wake up!" He stifled his voice, careful not to alert the 3 official investigators on night duty. Auror's eyes remained tightly shut, her mouth slightly agape. No matter how much Lumion shook her, she didn't respond. She appeared like a living corpse, devoid of a soul. Lumion's shaking gradually slowed, then ceased altogether. He gazed at the sleeping Auror, frozen in place for a long while. He couldn't comprehend what was happening or when the issue had begun. The fear he felt mirrored the night he'd witnessed his grandfather's death. From that day on, he'd embarked on his nomadic existence. Lumion's fists clenched tighter, his body quivering slightly. Abruptly, he spun around to face the window. The translucent, ghostly lizard had returned to the room. Lumion leaped off the bed, lunging with his right hand to grab the stunned creature as it caught sight of him awakening. In the next instant, he jammed the lizard into his mouth, snarling with a twisted expression. "You like to worm your way into people's mouths, huh? Fine. I'll give you a chance." As he crammed the lizard into his mouth, he tore at it ferociously, his eyes bloodshot. The lizard appeared too petrified to resist. Just then, a voice sounded behind Lumion. "What are you doing?" It was Auror's voice. Lumion froze and slowly turned to look at the bed. At some point, Auror had woken up. Her blonde hair disheveled, she sat up with her light blue eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Subconsciously, Lumion glanced down and realized that the lizard he had captured had long vanished. For a moment, he didn't know if what he had just seen was a nightmare or reality. "What's wrong?" Auror frowned. Lumion forced a smile. "You kicked me off the bed while having a nightmare." "Is that so?" Auror eyed her brother suspiciously, feeling like he was playing a prank. She thought for a moment and said, "I had a nightmare. I dreamt that I was grabbed by a huge monster and stuffed into its mouth. I was so frightened that I struggled with all my might and finally woke up." As Lumion listened, a chill ran through his body, as if he had been submerged in an icy lake that hadn't completely thawed. Probably I really kicked you." Auror was a little embarrassed. Lumion closed his eyes and smiled. "I'm just kidding. I woke up because of something else." He then lowered his voice and said, "That mysterious lady appeared in the dream ruins and helped me separate the provoker Beyonder characteristic and gave me the correct potion formula. So, you woke up in joy and wanted to ask me if I had the corresponding supplementary ingredients." Auror deduced. Lumion said with a smile, "That's right. By the way, do you have honeysuckle extract, grapevine powder, and fern powder?" His smile was much more natural than before, but there seemed to be a flickering glint in his eyes. Auror mulled it over for a moment before responding. "I have both grapevine and fern. One is a ritual ingredient and the other is a spell medium. Honeysuckle flowers. We always have them at home. Don't you know that I soak them in water for drinking?" As she spoke, she rummaged through the hidden pocket of her long dress. "That's honeysuckle." Lumion looked at his busy sister and deliberately smiled. "Why didn't you ask if I was given free help this time?" Auror took out a short grapevine and said with a smile, "You grind it into powder yourself." She didn't seem to hear Lumion's question. "All right." Lumion pretended not to have asked. He then said to his sister, "The provoker potion still requires distilled liquor. I'll head to the cellar to retrieve it and strive to advance to sequence 8 tonight. It will take some time to make extracts from honeysuckle flowers," Auror said with a frown. "However, the supplementary ingredients for low-sequence Beyonder's potions aren't that strict. You can use the entire honeysuckle flower as a substitute. You can consume them as long as the Beyonder characteristics can eventually dissolve." She then looked at the open door and asked in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid that Ryan and the others will be suspicious if you go to get distilled liquor in the middle of the night?" Seeing his sister's reaction, Lumion forced his smile from being too stiff. As a regular at all tavern, waking up in the middle of the night and suddenly wanting to drink is very normal. Although alcohol has many disadvantages, it can at least relax my mind to a certain extent. What he meant was to use the excuse that the Lent celebration had ended and he was under too much stress. He had trouble sleeping and needed hard liquor to relax. "Sure," Auror agreed. Lumion turned around and walked to the door, the smile on his face gradually disappearing. He clenched his fists tightly from beginning to end. After exiting the door and arriving at the corridor, Lumion saw Ryan standing diagonally opposite him in a brown tweed shirt and pale yellow pants. Lee and Valentine were at opposite ends of the corridor, not sleeping anymore. Ryan raised the kerosene lamp and looked at Lumion. Lumion grinned. "I'm heading to the cellar to get some liquor. How about it? Do you want a sip to relax?" "I don't need it." Ryan nodded. "You haven't experienced anything like this before. You're tense and under a lot of stress." "It's understandable. Alcohol can indeed help." As he spoke, he walked towards the staircase with the flickering kerosene lamp. "I'll go with you. You shouldn't move alone at a time like this." "All right." Lumion didn't object. As the two entered the stairs, Lee took the initiative to approach Auror's bedroom and stand guard at the door. 1 step. 2 steps. Lumion and Ryan descended to the shadowy first floor in silence. As the faint light cast a glow over half the stove, Ryan asked casually, "Did something happen upstairs? I heard some commotion." Lumion opened his mouth and said with difficulty, "Auror, something's wrong with Auror." His intention in suggesting they get alcohol from the cellar wasn't to advance tonight. The 2-story building in the dream ruins also had a cellar and the distilled liquor. His main goal was to avoid Auror and communicate with Ryan and the others about what had just happened. However, when the words reached his lips, he almost couldn't bring himself to say them. He felt that the unsaid words were even more choking than the strongest liquor. Ryan's expression turned serious. "What's the matter?" Lumion took a few deep breaths before saying, "Auror, like the deputy padre, had a lizard that looked like a mini-elf coming out of her mouth." It was as if all his strength had been drained when he said this. After 7 to 8 seconds, he recounted the entire incident. Instead of waking up willingly, he explained it as happening to wake up and seeing it. Ryan listened quietly and didn't rush him. After he finished, he said gently, "You handled it well. We can't let her know that something's amiss. I'm worried that it will worsen the situation. Continue pretending that nothing happened. At dawn, I'll use the excuse that Cordu has been corrupted and that we need to undergo a purification every day to prevent ourselves from being affected. I'll get Valentine to try and exorcise the lizard." "All right," Lumion replied weakly. He felt that the lizard had already fused deeply with his sister's soul. It wasn't that easy to exorcise and purify. Ryan glanced at him and patted his shoulder gently. "I can understand how you feel. If something similar happened to my family, I wouldn't be able to stay calm. But you have to remember that impatience can't solve anything. I know Valentine's purification might not be effective, but we have to give it a try to confirm that it won't work. Yes, that abnormality is most likely related to Cordu's loop. As long as we can finally break the loop, your sister should be able to recover." "That's right. This is equivalent to corruption. As long as I can remove all the corruption when the loop is lifted, Auror will definitely be fine." Lumion's eyes gradually lit up as he regained his motivation. Ryan was rather satisfied with his reaction and said gently, "I need to remind you that you have to adapt to your sister's changes in the next few days. It's very likely that she'll be like the deputy padre, gradually losing herself to instincts. She'll act differently, following her memories and strongest emotions without reacting to anything else." Lumion fell silent for a moment before saying, "I'll adapt." His voice became softer and softer until it trailed off. After getting the distilled liquor from the cellar, the two of them returned to the second floor as if nothing had happened. Upon entering the bedroom, Lumion smiled again. He shook the bottle in his hand at Auror and whispered, "It worked." Auror smiled and pointed at the desk. "The honeysuckle, grapevine, and fern are all there." Lumion nodded and placed the bottle on the desk. Then he lay back on the bed and closed his eyes under the pretext of trying to fall asleep and advance in his dreams as soon as possible. He couldn't fall asleep no matter what. He couldn't figure out when his sister had been corrupted and had the lizard enter her body. During this period, the two of them had been together every second. Even if Auror went to the washroom, Lee would accompany her and vice versa. How could there be a problem? If it happened during our sleeping hours, why didn't anything happen to me? Lumion tried his best to recall, hoping to find the source. It would help resolve the abnormality. Suddenly, he remembered something. In the previous cycle, Padre Guillaume Bainet had remarked that the church didn't want to kill all the adults here and harvest a ruin. He said that he had other means even if Auror really wanted to deal with them. At that time, he was still an ordinary person. Lumion initially believed that he was relying on Shepherd Pierre Barry, but with the current situation, he had a guess, a crazy guess. Perhaps from the beginning, most people in the village had been parasitized by those strange lizard-like creatures, including Auror. As the 12th night approached, the corresponding abnormality would become more and more obvious, and some people would show signs earlier. The reason why he was spared was because he had the bluish-black symbol on him. Recalling Auror's lack of commitment in many matters in the second half of the previous cycle, Lumion felt that his guess might be correct. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. At this moment, Ryan was patrolling the corridor with a kerosene lamp. On the wall beside him, the shadow suddenly lengthened. Almost at the same time, the small silver bells on Lee's veil and boots rang. She felt her shoulders turn abnormally cold.